On the High Road. A dramatic study. Characters as Tihan Evsteinov, the proprietor of an inn on the main road. Semyon Sergeyevich Bortsov, a ruined landowner. Maria Igorovna, his wife. Sava, an aged pilgrim. Nazarovna and Efimovna, women pilgrims. Fedya, a labourer. Igor, a merrick, a tramp. Kusma, a driver. Postman. Bortsov's wife's coachman. Pilgrims, cattle dealers, etc. The action takes place in one of the provinces of southern Russia. The scene is laid in Tihan S. bar. On the right is the bar counter and shelves with bottles at the back, is a door leading out of the house. Over it on the outside hangs a dirty red lantern. The floor and the forms which stand against the wall are closely occupied by pilgrims, and passers-by, many of them for lack of space, are sleeping as they sit. It is late at night. As the curtain rises, thunder is heard, and lightning is seen through the door. Tihan is behind the counter. Fedya is half lying in a heap on one of the forms, and is quietly playing on a concertina. Next to him is Bortsov, wearing a shabby summer overcoat. Sava, Nazarovna and Efimovna are stretched out on the floor by the benches. Efimovna to Nazarovna, give the old man a nudge. Dear, can't get any answer out of him. Nazarovna, lifting the corner of a cloth covering of Sava's face. Are you alive, or are you dead, you holy man? Sava, why should I be dead? I am alive. Mother raises himself on his elbow. Cover up my feet. There's a saint that's it, a bit more on the right one. That's it, mother, God be good to us. Nazarovna, wrapping up Sava's feet. Sleep, little father. Sava, what sleep can I have? If only I had the patience to endure this pain. Mother, sleep's quite another matter. A sinner doesn't deserve to be given rest. What's that noise, pilgrim woman? Nazarovna, God is sending a storm. The wind is wailing, and the rain is pouring down all down the roof, and into the windows like dried peas. Do you hear? The windows of heaven are opened. Thunder, holy, holy, holy. Fedya, and it roars and thunders and rages. Sad, there's no end to it. Who, it's like the noise of a forest. Who, the wind is wailing like a dog, shrinking back. It's cold, my clothes are wet. It's all coming in through the open door. You might put me through a ringer. Plays softly, my concertina's damp. And so there's no music for you, my orthodox brethren, or else id give you such a concert, my word, something marvelous. You can have a quadrille or a polka if you like, or some Russian dance for two. I can do them all in the town, where I was an attendant at the Grand Hotel. I couldn't make any money, but I did wonders on my concertina, and I can play the guitar. A voice from the corner, a silly speech from a silly fool. Fedya, I can hear another of them pause. Nazarovna to Sava, if you'd only lie where it was warm now, old man, and warm your feet. Pause, old man, man of God shakes. Sava, are you going to die? Fedya, you ought to drink a little vodka. Grandfather, drink, and it'll burn in your stomach, and warm up your heart. Drink, do. Nazarovna, don't swank, young man. Perhaps the old man is giving back his soul to God, or repenting for his sins. And you talk like that, and play your concertina. Put it down, you've no shame. Fedya, and what are you sticking to him for? He can't do anything, and you with your old women's talk. He can't say a word in reply, and you're glad and happy, because he's listening to your nonsense. You go on sleeping. Grandfather, never mind her, let her talk. Don't you take any notice of her. A woman's tongue is the devil's broom. It will sweep the good man and the clever man both out of the house. Don't you mind? Waves his hands. But it's thin. You are brother of mine, terrible, like a dead skeleton. No life in you. Are you really dying? Sava, why should I die? Save me, O Lord, from dying in vain. Ill suffer a little, and then get up with God's help. The mother of God won't let me die in a strange land. Ill die at home. Fedya, are you from far off? Sava, from Vologda, the town itself. I live there. Fedya, and where is this Vologda? Tihan, the other side of Moscow. Fedya, well, you have come a long way, old man. On foot? Sava, on foot, young man. I've been to Tihan of the Don, and I am going to the Holy Hills. Note on the Donuts, southeast of Kharkov, a monastery containing a miraculous icon from there. If God wills it, to Odessa. They say you can get to Jerusalem cheap from there, for 21 rubles, they say. Fedya, and have you been to Moscow? Sava, rather, 5 times. Fedya, is it a good town? Smokes well standing. So's there are many holy places there, young man. Where there are many holy places, it's always a good town. Bortsov goes up to the counter, to Tihan once more. Please, for the sake of Christ, give it to me. Fedya, the chief thing about a town is that it should be clean. If it's dusty, it must be watered. If it's dirty, it must be clean. There ought to be big houses, a theatre, police cabs, which I've lived in a town myself, I understand. Bortsav, just a little glass, I'll pay you for it later. Tihan, that's enough now. Bortsav, I ask you, do be kind to me. Tihan, get away. Bortsav, you don't understand me, you fool. If there's a drop of brain in your peasant's wooden head, that it isn't I who am asking you, but my inside, using the words you understand. That's what's asking. My illness is what's asking. Understand. Tihan, we don't understand anything, get back. Bortsav, because if I don't have a drink at once, just you understand this, if I don't satisfy my needs, I may commit some crime. God only knows what I might do in the time you've kept this place. You rascal, haven't you seen a lot of drunkards? And haven't you yet got to understand what they're like? They're diseased. You can do anything you like to them, but you must give them vodka. Well now, I implore you, please, I humbly ask you, God only knows how humbly. Tihan, you can have the vodka if you pay for it. Bortsav, where am I to get the money? I've drunk it all down to the ground. What can I give you? I've only got this coat. But I can't give you that, I've nothing on underneath. Would you like my cap? Takes it off and gives it to Tihan. Tihan looks it over him. There are all sorts of caps, it might be a sieve from the holes in it. Fedya laughs. A gentleman's cap, you've got to take it off in front of the mamsells. How do you do? Goodbye, how are you? Tihan returns the cap to Bortsav. I wouldn't give anything for it, it's muck. Bortsav, if you don't like it, then let me owe you for the drink. I'll bring in your 5 kopecks on my way back from town. You can take it and choke yourself with it, then choke yourself. I hope it sticks in your throat. Coughs, I hate you. Tihan, banging the bar counter with his fist. Why do you keep on like that? What a man, what are you here for, you swindler? Bortsav, I want a drink. It's not I, it's my disease, understand that. Tihan, don't you make me lose my temper, or you'll soon find yourself outside. Bortsav, what am I to do? Retires from the bar counter. What am I to do? Is thoughtful. Efimovna, it's the devil tormenting you. Don't you mind him, sir? The damned one keeps whispering, drink, drink. And you answer him, I shan't drink, I shan't drink. Hell go then. Fedya, it's drumming in his head, his stomach's leading him on. Laughs. Your hours, a happy man, lie down and go to sleep. What's the use of standing like a scarecrow in the middle of the inn? This isn't an orchard. Bortsav, angrily, shut up, nobody spoke to you, you donkey. Fedya, go on, we've seen the like of you before. There's a lot like you tramping the high road. As to being a donkey, you wait till I've given you a clout on the ear, and you'll howl worse than the wind. Donkey yourself, fool, paws, scum. Nazarovna, the old man may be saying a prayer, or giving up his soul to God, and here are these unclean ones wrangling with one another, and saying all sorts of have shame on yourselves. Fedya, here you cabbage stock, you keep quiet even if you are in a public house, just you behave like everybody else. Bortsav, what am I to do? What will become of me? How can I make him understand? What else can I say to him? To Tihan, the blood's boiling in my chest. Uncle Tihan weeps. Uncle Tihan. Sawa groans. I've got shooting pains in my leg, like bullets of fire. Little mother pilgrim. Efimovna, what is it? Little father. Sava, who's that crying? Efimovna, the gentleman. Sava, ask him to shed a tear for me that I might die in Vologda. Tearful prayers are heard. Bortsav, I'm not praying, grandfather, these aren't tears, just juice. My soul is crushed, and the juice is running. Sits by Sava, juice. But you wouldn't understand, you with your darkened brain, wouldn't understand. You people are all in the dark. Sava, where will you find those who live in the light? Bortsav, they do exist, grandfather, they would understand. Sava, yes, dear friend, the saints lived in the light. They understood all our griefs, you needn't even tell them, and they'll understand just by looking at your eyes. And then you'll have such peace as if you were never in grief at all. It will all go. Fedya, and have you ever seen any saints? Sava, it has happened, young man, there are many of all sorts on this earth, sinners, and servants of God. Bortsav, I don't understand all this. Gets up quickly. What's the use of talking when you don't understand? And what sort of a brain have I now? I've only an instinct. A thirst. Goes quickly to the counter. Tihan, take my coat. Understand. Tries to take it off. My coat. Tihan, and what is there under your coat? Looks under it. Your naked body. Don't take it off. I shan't have it. I'm not going to burden my soul with a sin. Enter Merrick. Bortsav, very well, I'll take the sin on myself. Do you agree? Merrick in silence takes of his outer cloak, and remains in a sleeveless jacket. He carries an axe in his belt. A vagrant may sweat, where a bear will freeze. I am hot. Puts his axe on the floor, and takes off his jacket. You get rid of a pailful of sweat, while you drag one leg out of the mud, and while you are dragging it out, the other one goes farther in. Efimovna, yes, that's true. Is the rain stopping, dear? Merrick glancing at Efimovna, I don't talk to old women a pause. Bortsav to Tihan ill, take the sin on myself, do you hear me or don't you? Tihan, I don't want to hear you, get away. Merrick, it's as dark as if the sky was painted with pitch, you can't see your own nose, and the rain beats into your face like a snowstorm, picks up his clothes and axe. Fedya, it's a good thing for the likes of us thieves, when the cat's away the mice will play. Merrick, who says that? Fedya, look and see before you forget. Marin, well, make a note of it, goes up to Tihan, how do you with the large face, don't you remember me? Tihan, if I am to remember every one of you drunkards that walks the high road, I reckon I'd need 10 holes in my forehead. Merrick, just look at me a pause. Tihan, oh yes, I remember, I knew you by your eyes, gives him his hand, Andrei Polikarpov. Merrick, I used to be Andrei Polikarpov, but now I am Igor Merrick. Tihan, why's that? Merrick, I call myself after whatever passport guard gives me. I've been Merrick for 2 months. Thunder, ah. Go on thundering, I am not afraid. Looks round, any police here? Tihan, what are you talking about, making mountains out of molehills? The people here are all right, the police are fast asleep in their feather beds. Now loudly, Orthodox brothers, mind your pockets, and your clothes or you'll have to regret it, the man's a rascal, hell rob you. Merrick, they can look out for their money, but as to their clothes I shan't touch them, I've nowhere to take them. Tihan, where's the devil taking you to? Merrick, to Cuban. Tihan, my word. Fedya, to Cuban, really sitting up, it's a fine place, you wouldn't see such a country, brother, if you were to fall asleep and dream for 3 years, they say the birds there. And the beasts army God, the grass grows all the year round, the people are good, and they've so much land, they don't know what to do with it, the authorities, they say. A soldier was telling me the other day, give 100 desiatins a head, there's happiness, God strike me. Merrick, happiness goes behind you, you don't see it, it's as near as your elbow is, but you can't bite it, it's all silly looking round at the benches, and the people like a lot of prisoners, a poor lot. Efimovna to Merrick, what great angry eyes, there's an enemy in you, young man, don't you look at us. Merrick, yes, you're a poor lot here. Efimovna, turn away, nudges. Sava darling, a wicked man is looking at us, hell do us harm dear, to Merrick, turn away, I tell you, you snake. Sava, he won't touch us, mother, he won't touch us, God won't let him. Merrick, all right, Orthodox brothers, shrugs his shoulders, be quiet, you aren't asleep, you bandalegged fools, why don't you say something? Efimovna, take your great eyes away, take away that devil's own pride. Merrick, be quiet, you crooked old woman, I didn't come with the devil's pride, but with kind words wishing to honor your bitter lot, you're huddled together like flies. Because of the cold I'd be sorry for you, speak kindly to you, pity your poverty, and here you go grumbling away, goes up to Fedya, where are you from? Fedya, I live in these parts, I work at the Karmanievsky brickworks. Merrick, get up. Fedya, raising himself well. Merrick, get up, right up, I am going to lie down here. Fedya, what's that, it isn't your place, is it? Merrick, yes, mine, go and lie on the ground. Fedya, you get out of this, you tramp, I'm not afraid of you. Merrick, you're very quick with your tongue, get up, and don't talk about it, you'll be sorry for it, you silly. Tihan to Fedya, don't contradict him, young man, never mind. Fedya, what right have you, stick out your fishy eyes, and think I'm afraid, picks up his belongings, and stretches himself out on the ground, you devil, lies down, and covers himself all over. Merrick, stretching himself out on the bench, I don't expect you've ever seen a devil, or you wouldn't call me one devil's errant like, that lies down putting his axe next to him, lie down, little brother, axe, let me cover you. Tihan, where did you get the axe from? Merrick, stole it, and now I've got to fuss over it like a child with a new toy. I don't like to throw it away, and I've nowhere to put it, like a beastly wife, yes, covering himself over devils errant like that, brother. Fedya, uncovering his head, what are they like? Merrick, like steam, like air just blow into the air blows, they're like that you can't see them. A voice from the corner, you can see them if you sit under a harrow. Merrick, I've tried, but I didn't see any old women's tails, and silly old men's too, you won't see a devil or a ghost or a corpse, our eyes weren't made, so that we could see everything. When I was a boy, I used to walk in the woods at night on purpose, to see the demon of the woods, I'd shout, and there might be some spirit, I'd call for the demon of the woods, and not blink my eyes, I'd see all sorts of little things moving about, but no demon. I used to go and walk about the churchyards at night. I wanted to see the ghosts, but the women lie, I saw all sorts of animals, But anything awful, not a sign our eyes weren't. The voice from the corner, never mind, it does happen that you do see in our village, a man was gutting a wild boar. He was separating the tripe when something jumped out at him. Sava raising himself, little children, don't talk about these unclean things, it's a sin, dears. Merrick aaa greybeard, you skeleton, laughs. You needn't go to the churchyard to see ghosts when they get up from under the floor to give advice to their relations. A sin, don't you teach people your silly notions. You're an ignorant lot of people living in darkness. Lights his pipe. My father was peasant, and used to be fond of teaching people. One night, he stole a sack of apples from the village priest, and he brings them along and tells us, look children, mind, you don't eat any apples before Easter, it's a sin. You're like that you don't know what a devil is, but you go calling people devils. Take this crooked old woman, for instance, points to Efimovna. She sees an enemy in me. But is her time for some woman's nonsense or other? She's given her soul to the devil 5 times. Efimovna, who, gracious heavens, covers her face, little Sava. Tihan, what are you frightening them for a great pleasure? The door slams in the wind, Lord Jesus, the wind, the wind. Merrick stretching himself, to show my strength, the door slams again. If I could only measure myself against the wind. Shall I tear the door down, or suppose I tear up the inn, by the roots, gets up, and lies down again, how dull. Nazarovna, you'd better pray, you heathen, why are you so restless? Efimovna, don't speak to him, leave him alone, he's looking at us again. To Merrick, don't look at us, evil man, your eyes are like the eyes of a devil before cockcrow. Sava, let him look, pilgrims, you pray, and his eyes won't do you any harm. Bortsov, no, I can't, it's too much for my strength. Goes up to the counter, listen. Tihan, I ask you for the last time, just half a glass. Tihan shakes his head, the money. Bortsov, my God, haven't I told you I've drunk it all? Where am I to get it? And you won't go broke even if you do let me have a drop of vodka, on tick a glass of it. Only costs you 2 kopecks, and it will save me from suffering. I am suffering, understand, I'm in misery, I am suffering. Tihan, go and tell that to someone else, not to me. Go and ask the Orthodox, perhaps they'll give you some for Christ's sake if they feel like it, but I'll only give bread for Christ's sake. Bortsov, you can rob those wretches yourself. I shan't, I won't do it, I won't, understand. Hits the barcounter with his fist. I want to pause him, just wait. Turns to the pilgrim women. It's an idea, all the same Orthodox ones. Spare 5 kopecks, my inside asks for it, I am ill. Fedya, oh you swindler, with your spare 5 kopecks, won't you have some water? Bortsov, how I am degrading myself. I don't want it, I don't want anything, I was joking. Merrick, you won't get it out of him, sir, he's a famous skinflint. Wait, I've got a 5 kopeck piece. Somewhere, well, have a glass between Ushaf, each searches in his pockets. The devil, it's lost somewhere, thought I heard it tinkling just now in my pocket. No, it isn't there, brother, it's your luck. A pause. Bortsov, but if I can't drink, I'll commit a crime, or I'll kill myself. What shall I do? My God looks through the door. Shall I go out, then out into this darkness, wherever my feet take me? Merrick, why don't you give him a sermon, you pilgrims? And you, Tihan, why don't you drive him out? He hasn't paid you for his night's accommodation. Chuck him out, eh? The people are cruel nowadays, there's no gentleness or kindness in them. A savage people, a man is drowning. And they shout to him, hurry up, and drown. We've got no time to look at you, we've got to go to work. As to throwing him a rope, there's no worry about that, a rope would cost money. Sava, don't talk, kind man. Merrick, quiet, old wolf, you're a savage race. Herod's sellers of your souls. To Tihan, come here, take off my boots, look sharp now. Tihan, he's let himself go, I laughs, awful, isn't it? Merrick, go on, do as you're told, quick now. Pause, do you hear me? Or don't you? Am I talking to you? Or the wall stands up. Tihan, well, give over. Merrick, I want you fleecer, to take the boots off me, a poor tramp. Tihan, well, don't get excited here, have a glass, have a drink now. Merrick, people, what do I want? Do I want him to stand me vodka? Or to take off my boots? Didn't I say it properly? To Tihan, didn't you hear me rightly? Ill, wait a moment, perhaps you'll hear me then. There is excitement among the pilgrims and tramps who have raised themselves in order to look at Tihan and Merrick. They wait in silence. Tihan, the devil brought you here, comes out from behind the bar. What a gentleman, come on now, takes off Merrick's boots, you child of Cain. Merrick, that's right, put them side by side like that, you can go now. Tihan returns to the bar counter. You're too fond of being clever, you do it again. And I'll turn you out of the inn, yes, to Bortsov, who is approaching you again. Bortsov, look here, suppose I give you something made of gold, I will give it to you. Tihan, what are you shaking for? Talk sense. Bortsov, it may be mean and wicked on my part, But what am I to do? I am doing this wicked thing, not reckoning on what's to come if I was tried for it. They'd let me off take it only on condition that you return it later when I come back from town. I give it to you in front of these witnesses. You will be my witnesses. Takes a gold medallion out from the breast of his coat. Here it is. I ought to take the portrait out, but I've nowhere to put it. I am wet all over. Well, take the portrait too, only mind this, don't let your fingers touch that face, please. I was rude to you, my dear fellow. I was a fool, but forgive me, and don't touch it with your fingers. Don't look at that face with your eyes. Gives Tihan the medallion. Tihan, examining its stolen property. All right, then drink. Pours out vodka. Confound you. Bortsav, only don't you touch it with your fingers. Drinks slowly with feverish pauses. Tihan opens the medallion. My lady, where did you get hold of this? Merrick, let's have a look. Goes to the bar. Let's see. Tihan pushes his hand away. Where are you going to? You look somewhere else. Fedya gets up and comes to Tihan. I want to look too. Several of the tramps etc. approach the bar and form a group. Merrick grips Tihan's hand firmly with both his. Looks at the portrait in the medallion. In silence, a pause. Merrick, a pretty shedevil, a real lady. Fedya, a real lady. Look at her cheeks, her eyes. Open your hand. I can't see hair coming down to her waist. It is lifelike. She might be going to say something. Pause. Merrick, it's destruction for a weak man. A woman like that gets a hold on one and waves his hand. You're done for. Kusma's voice is heard. Trrr, stop you brutes. Enter Kusma. Kusma, there stands an inn upon my way. Shall I drive or walk past it? Say you can pass your own father and not notice him. But you can see an inn in the dark 100 versts away. Make way, if you believe in God. Hullo, there planks a 5-kopeck piece down on the counter. A glass of real Madeira, quick. Fedya, oh you devil. Tihan, don't wave your arms about or you'll hit somebody. Kusma, God gave us arms to wave about. Poor sugary things. You're half melted. You're frightened of the rain. Poor delicate things. Drinks. Efimovna, you may well get frightened, good man, if you're caught on your way in a night like this. Now thank God it's all right. There are many villages and houses where you can shelter from the weather. But before that there weren't any. Oh Lord, it was bad. You walk 100 versts, and not only isn't there a village or a house, but you don't even see a dry stick, so you sleep on the ground. Kusma, have you been long on this earth, old woman? Efimovna, over 70 years, little father. Kusma, over 70 years. You'll soon come to crow's years. Looks at Bortsav. And what sort of a raisin is this? Staring at Bortsav. So Bortsav recognizes Kusma and retires in confusion to a corner of the room, where he sits on a bench. Semyon Sergeyevich. Is that you or isn't it? What are you doing in this place? It's not the sort of place for you, is it? Bortsav, be quiet. Merrick to Kusma, who is it? Kusma, a miserable sufferer, paces irritably by the counter. In an inn. My goodness, tattered drunk. I'm upset, brothers. Upset. To Merrick, in an undertone, it's my master, our landlord Semyon Sergeyevich. And Mr. Bortsav, have you ever seen such a state? What does he look like? Just it's the drink that brought him to this. Give me some more drinks. I come from his village, Bortsavka. You may have heard of it. It's 200 versts from here in the Argovsky district. We used to be his father's serfs. What a shame. Merrick, was he rich? Kusma, very. Merrick, did he drink it all? Kusma, no, my friend, it was something else. He used to be great and rich and sober. To Tihan, why, you yourself used to see him riding, as he used to pass this inn on his way to the town, such bold and noble horses, a carriage on springs of the best quality. He used to own 5 troikas. Brother, 5 years ago, I remember, he came here driving 2 horses from Mikoshinsky, and he paid with a 5-ruble piece. I haven't the time, he says, to wait for the change there. Merrick, his brains gone, I suppose. Kusma, his brains all right. It all happened because of his cowardice from too much fat, first of all children, because of a woman. He fell in love with a woman of the town, and it seemed to him that there wasn't any more beautiful thing in the wide world. A fool may love as much as a wise man. The girl's people were all right, but she wasn't exactly loose, but just giddy, always changing her mind, always winking at one, always laughing and laughing. No sense at all. The gentry like that, they think that's nice, but we moujiks would soon chuck her out. Well, he fell in love, and his luck ran out. He began to keep company with her. One thing led to another. They used to go out in a boat all night and play pianos. Bortsav, don't tell them, Kusma. Why should you? What has my life got to do with them? Kusma, forgive me, your honor. I am only telling them a little. What does it matter anyway? I am shaking all over. Pour out some more drinks. Merrick, in a semitone. And did she love him? Kusma, in a semitone which gradually becomes his ordinary voice. How shouldn't she? He was a man of means. Of course you'll fall in love when the man has 1,000 desiatins, and money to burn. He was a solid, dignified, sober gentleman, always the same like this. Give me your hand, takes Merrick's hand, how do you do, and goodbye, do me the favor. Well, I was going one evening past his garden, and what a garden, brother versts of it. I was going along quietly, and I look and see the two of them sitting on a seat and kissing each other. Imitates the sound. He kisses her once, and the snake gives him back too. He was holding her white little hand, and she was all fiery, and kept on getting closer and closer too. I love you, she says, and he like one of the damned walks about from one place to another and brags the coward about his happiness, gives one man a ruble, and two to another, gives me money for a horse, let off everybody's debts. Bortsov, oh, why tell them all about it, these people haven't any sympathy, it hurts. Customer, it's nothing, sir, they asked me why shouldn't I tell them, but if you are angry, I want, what do I care for them? Post bells are heard. Fedya, don't shout, tell us quietly. Customer, I'll tell you quietly, he doesn't want me to, but it can't be helped, but there's nothing more to tell. They got married, that's all, there was nothing else. Pour out another drop for customer. The stony drinks, I don't like people getting drunk. Why, the time the wedding took place, when the gentlefolk sat down to supper afterwards, she went off in a carriage, whispers to the town to her lover, a lawyer, what do you think of her now? Just at the very moment she would be let off lightly if she were killed for it. Merrick thoughtfully, well, what happened then? Customer, he went mad, as you see. He started with a fly, as they say, and now it's grown to a bumblebee. It was a fly then, and no, it's a bumblebee, and he still loves her. Look at him, he loves her. I expect he's walking now to the town to get a glimpse of her, with one eye. Hell, get a glimpse of her and go back. The post has driven up to the inn. The postman enters and has a drink. Tikhon, the post's late today. The postman pays in silence and goes out. The post drives off, the bells ringing. A voice from the corner, one could rob the post in weather like thysosy as spitting. Merrick, I've been alive 35 years, and I haven't robbed the post once. Pause, it's gone now, too late, too late. Customer, do you want to smell the inside of a prison? Merrick, people rob and don't go to prison, and if I do go suddenly, what else? Customer, do you mean that unfortunate? Merrick, who else? Customer, the second reason, brothers, why he was ruined, was because of his brother-in-law, his sister's husband. He took it into his head to stand surety at the bank for 30,000 rubles for his brother-in-law. The brother-in-law's a thief, the swindler knows which side his bread's buttered and won't budge an inch, so he doesn't pay up. So our man had to pay up the whole 30,000 size. The fool is suffering for his folly. His wife's got children now by the lawyer, and the brother-in-law has bought an estate near Poltava, and our man goes round-ins like a fool, and complains to the likes of us. I've lost all faith, brothers, I can't believe in anybody now. It's cowardly. Every man has his grief, a snake that sucks at his heart. And does that mean that he must drink? Take our village elder, for example. His wife plays about with the schoolmaster in broad daylight, and spends his money on drink, but the elder walks about smiling to himself. He's just a little thinner. Tikhon sighs, when God gives a man strength. Customer, there's all sorts of strength, that's true. Well, how much does it come to? Pays, take your pound of flesh. Goodbye, children, good night, and pleasant dreams. It's time I hurried off. I am bringing my lady a midwife from the hospital. She must be getting wet with waiting, poor thing. Runs out a pause. Tikhon, oh, you unhappy man, come and drink this. Pours out. Bortsov comes up to the bar hesitatingly and drinks. That means I now owe you for 2 glasses. Tikhon, you don't owe me anything, just drink and drown your sorrows. Fedya, drink mine too, sir. Oh, throws down a 5-kopeck piece. If you drink you die, if you don't drink you die. It's good not to drink vodka, but by God you're easier when you've got some vodka. Takes grief away, it is hot. Bortsov, boo the heat. Merrick, dive it here, takes the medallion from Tikhon and examines her portrait. And ran off after the wedding, what a woman. A voice from the corner, pour him out another glass. Tikhon, let him drink mine too. Merrick dashes the medallion to the ground, curse her, goes quickly to his place, and lies down face to the wall. General excitement. Bortsov, here, what's that? Picks up the medallion. How dare you, you beast? What right have you? Tearfully, do you want me to kill you, you moujik, you boor? Tikhon, don't be angry, sir, it isn't glass, it isn't broken. Have another drink, and go to sleep. Pours out, here, I've been listening to you all, and when I ought to have locked up long ago, goes and looks door leading out. Bortsov drinks. How dare he, the fool, to Merrick. Do you understand? You're a fool, a donkey. Sava, children, if you please stop that talking. What's the good of making a noise? Let people go to sleep. Tikhon, lie down, be quiet. Goes behind the counter and locks the till it's time to sleep. Fedya, it's time, lies down, pleasant dreams, brothers. Merrick gets up and spreads his short fur and coat the bench. Come on, lie down, sir. Tihan, and where will you sleep? Merrick, oh, anywhere, the floor will do. Spreads a coat on the floor. It's all one to me. Puts the axe by him. It would be torture for him to sleep on the floor. He's used to silk and down. Tihan to Bortsov, lie down, your honor. You've looked at that portrait long enough. Puts out a candle, throw it away. Bortsov swaying about, where can I lie down? Tihan, in the tramp's place. Didn't you hear him giving it up to you? Bortsov going up to the vacant place. I'm a bit drunk. After all that, is this it? Do I lie down here, eh? Tihan, yes, yes, lie down, don't be afraid. Stretches himself out on the counter. Bortsov lying down. I Roman 1000 drunk, everything's going round. Opens the medallion. Haven't you a little candle? Pours Ure, a queer little woman, Masha, looking at me out of the frame and laughing. Laughs, I'm drunk. And should you laugh at a man because he's drunk? You look out, as Shaslivtsev says, and love the drunkard. Fedya, how the wind howls, it's dreary. Bortsov laughs, what a woman, why do you keep on going round? I can't catch you. Merrick, he's wandering, look too long at the portrait. Laughs, what a business, educated people go and invent all sorts of machines and medicines, but there hasn't yet been a man wise enough to invent a medicine against the female sex. They try to cure every sort of disease, and it never occurs to them that more people die of women than of disease. Sly, stingy, cruel, brainless, the mother-in-law torments the bride, and the bride makes things square by swindling the husband, and there's no end to it. Tihan, the women have ruffled his hair for him, and so he's bristly. Merrick, it isn't only Roman one. From the beginning of the ages, since the world has been in existence, people have complained. It's not for nothing that in the songs and stories the devil and the woman are put side by side. Not for nothing, it's half true. At any rate, pause. Here's the gentleman playing the fool, but I had more sense, didn't I, when I left my father and mother, and became a tramp? Fedya, because of women. Merrick, just like the gentleman, I walked about like one of the damned, bewitched, blessing my stars on fire day and night, until at last my eyes were opened. It wasn't love, but just a fraud. Fedya, what did you do to her? Merrick, never you mind. Pause. Do you think I killed her? I wouldn't do it. If you kill, you are sorry for it. She can live and be happy if only I'd never set eyes on you, or if I could only forget you. You viper's brood are knocking at the door. Tihan, whom have the devils brought? Who's there knocking? Who knocks gets up and goes to the door. Who knocks? Go away, we've locked up. A voice, please let me in. Tihan, the carriage spring's broken. Be a father to me, and help me. If I only had a little string to tie it round with wed, get there somehow or other. Tihan, who are you? The voice, my lady is going to Varsanofiev from the town. It's only 5 versts farther on. Do be a good man and help. Tihan, go and tell the lady that if she pays 10 rubles, she can have her string and well mend the spring. The voice, have you gone mad, or what? 10 rubles, you mad dog, profiting by our misfortunes. Tihan, just as you like, you needn't if you don't want to. The voice, very well, wait a bit. Pause. She says, all right. Tihan, pleased to hear it. Opens door. The coachman enters. Coachman, good evening, Orthodox people. Well, give me the string quick. I'll go and help us children. There'll be something left over for your trouble. Tihan, there won't be anything left over. Let them sleep. The 2 of us can manage. Coachman, foo, I am tired. It's cold, and there's not a dry spot in all the mud. Another thing, dear, have you got a little room in here for the lady to warm herself in? The carriage is all on one side. She can't stay in it. Tihan, what does she want a room for? She can warm herself in here. If she's cold, well, find a place clear as a space next to Bortsov. Get up, just lie on the floor for an hour, and let the lady get warm. To Bortsov, get up, your honor, sit up. Bortsov sits up. Here's a place for you. Exit coachman. Fedya, here's a visitor for you. The devil's brought her. Now there'll be no sleep before daylight. Tihan, I'm sorry, I didn't ask for 15 shed. Have given them. Stands expectantly before the door. You're a delicate sort of people, I must say. Enter Maria Igorovna, followed by the coachman. Tihan bows. Please, your highness, our room is very humble, full of black beetles, but don't disdain it. Maria Igorovna, I can't see anything. Which way do I go? Tihan, this way, your highness. Leads her to the place next to Bortsov. This way, please. Blows on the place. I haven't any separate rooms. Excuse me, but don't you be afraid, madam. The people here are good and quiet. Maria Igorovna sits next to Bortsov. How awfully stuffy. Open the door at any rate. Tihan, yes, madam. Runs and opens the door wide. Maria, we're freezing, and you open the door. Gets up and slams it. Who are you to be giving orders? Lies down. Tihan, excuse me, your highness, but we've a little fool here a bit cracked. But don't you be frightened, he won't do you any harm, only you must excuse me, madam, I can't do this for 10 rubles, make it 15. Maria Igorovna, very well, only be quick. Tihan this minute, this very instant, drags some string out from under the counter, this minute a pause. Bortsav looking at Maria Igorovna, Marie Masha. Maria Igorovna looks at Bortsav, what's this? Bortsav, Marie, is it you? Where do you come from? Maria Igorovna recognizes Bortsav, screams, and runs off into the center of the floor. Bortsav follows Marie. It is Roman one, I laughs loudly, my wife Marie, where am I people? Maria Igorovna, get away from me, you lie, it isn't you, it can't be, covers her face with her hands, it's a lie, it's all nonsense. Bortsav, her voice, her movements, Marie, it is I, ill, stop in a moment, I was drunk, my head's going round, my God, stop, stop. I can't understand anything, yells my wife, falls at her feet, and sobs. A group collects around the husband and wife. Maria Igorovna, stand back to the coachman, Denis, let's go, I can't stop here any longer. Merrick jumps up and looks her steadily in the face, the portrait grasps her hand, it is she, people, she's the gentleman's wife. Maria Igorovna, get away, fellow, tries to tear her hand away from him. Denis, why do you stand there staring? Denis and Tihan run up to her, and get hold of Merrick's arms. This thieves' kitchen, let go my hand, I am not afraid, get away from me. Merrick, note throughout this speech in the original, Merrick uses the familiar second person singular, wait a bit, and ill, let go, just let me say one word to you, one word, so that you may understand, just wait, turns to Tihan and Denis, get away, you rogues, let go, I shan't let you go, till I've had my say, stop one moment, strikes his forehead with his fist, no, God hasn't given me the wisdom, I can't think of the word for you. Maria Igorovna tears away her hand, get away, drunkards, let's go. Denis. She tries to go out, but Merrick blocks the door. Merrick, just throw a glance at him, with only one eye if you like, or say, only, just one kind little word to him, God's own sake. Maria Igorovna, take away this fool. Merrick, then the devil take you, you accursed woman. He swings his axe, general confusion, everybody jumps up noisily, and with cries of horror Sava stands between Merrick and Maria Igorovna. Denis forces Merrick to one side, and carries out his mistress. After this all stand, as if turned to stone. A prolonged pause. Bortsav suddenly waves his hands in the air. Bortsav, Marie, where are you? Marie Nazarovna, my God, you've torn up you murderers, what an accursed night. Merrick lowering his hand, he still holds the axe, did I kill her or no? High road. Tihan, thank God your head is safe. Merrick, then I didn't kill her, Tartars to his bed, fate hasn't sent me to my death, because of a stolen axe, falls down, and sobs, woe, woe is me, have pity on me, Orthodox people. Curtain. The proposal. Characters as Stepan Stepanovich Chubyukov, a landowner. Natalia Stepanovna, his daughter, 25 years old. Ivan Vasilovich Lamov, a neighbor of Chubyukov, a large and hardy but very suspicious landowner. The scene is laid at Chubyukov's country house. A drawing room in Chubyukov's house. Lamov enters wearing a dress jacket and white gloves. Chubyukov rises to meet him. Chubyukov, my dear fellow, whom do I see? Ivan Vasilovich, I am extremely glad, squeezes his hand. Now, this is a surprise, my darling, how are you? Lamov, thank you, and how may you be getting on? Chubyukov, we just get along somehow, my angel, to your prayers, and so on. Sit down, please do now, you know you shouldn't forget all about your neighbors, my darling, my dear fellow. Why are you so formal in your get-up, evening dress, gloves, and so on? Can you be going anywhere, my treasure? Lamov, no, I've come only to see you, honored Stepan Stepanovich. Chubyukov, then why are you in evening dress, my precious, as if you're paying a New Year's Eve visit? Lamov, well, you see it's like this, takes his arm. I've come to you, honored Stepan Stepanovich, to trouble you with a request. Not once or twice have I already had the privilege of applying to you for help, and you have always, so to speak. I must ask your pardon, I am getting excited. I shall drink some water. Honored Stepan Stepanovich drinks. Chubyukov aside, he's come to borrow money, shan't give him any allowed. What is it, my beauty? Lamov, you see, honor Stepanich, I beg pardon, Stepan Honorich, I mean I am awfully excited, as you will please notice. In short, you alone can help me, though I don't deserve it, of course, and haven't any right to count on your assistance. Chubyukov, oh, don't go round and round it, darling, spit it out well. Lamov, one moment, this very minute. The fact is I've come to ask the hand of your daughter Natalia Stepanovna in marriage. Chubyukov joyfully, by Jove, Ivan Vassilvich, say it again, I didn't hear it all. Lamov, I have the honor to ask. Chubyukov interrupting, my dear fellow, I am so glad, and so on, yes indeed. And all that sort of thing, embraces and kisses, Lamov, I've been hoping for it, for a long time, it's been my continual desire, sheds a tear, and I've always loved you, my angel, as if you were my own son, may God give you both his help and his love, and so on. And I did so much hope, what am I behaving in this idiotic way, for I am off my balance with joy, absolutely off my balance, oh, with all my soul I'll go and call Natasha, and all that. Lamov, greatly moved, honored Stepan Stepanovich, do you think I may count on her consent? Chubyukov, why of course, my darling, and as if she won't consent, she's in love, egad, she's like a lovesick cat, and so on, shan't be long exit. Lamov, it's cold, I am trembling all over, just as if I'd got an examination before me. The great thing is I must have my mind made up if I give myself time to think, to hesitate, to talk a lot, to look for an ideal, or for real love, then I'll never get married, brr, it's cold. Natalia Stepanovna is an excellent housekeeper, not bad-looking, well-educated, what more do I want? But I'm getting a noise in my ears from excitement drinks, and it's impossible for me not to marry in the first place. I am already 35, a critical age, so to speak. In the second place, I ought to lead a quiet and regular life. I suffer from palpitations, I am excitable, and always getting awfully upset. At this very moment, my lips are trembling, and there's a twitch in my right eyebrow, but the very worst of all is the way I sleep. I no sooner get into bed and begin to go off when suddenly something in my left side gives a pull, and I can feel it in my shoulder and head. I jump up like a lunatic, walk about a bit, and lie down again. But as soon as I begin to get off to sleep, there's another pull, and this may happen 20 times. Natalia Stepanovna comes in. Natalia Stepanovna, well, there it's you and Papa said go, there's a merchant come for his goods. How do you do, Ivan Vassilvich? Lamov, how do you do, honored Natalia Stepanovna? Natalia Stepanovna, you must excuse my apron and neglige, we're shelling peas for drying. Why haven't you been here for such a long time? Sit down, they seat themselves. Won't you have some lunch? Lamov, no thank you, I've had some already. Natalia Stepanovna, then smoke, here are the matches, the weather is splendid now. But yesterday it was so wet that the workmen didn't do anything all day. How much hay have you stacked? Just think, I felt greedy, and had a whole field cut, and now I am not at all pleased about it, because I am afraid my hay may rot. I ought to have waited a bit. But what's this? Why, you're in evening dress, well, I never. Are you going to a ball or what though? I must say you look better. Tell me, why are you got up like that? Lamov, excited, you see, honored Natalia Stepanovna, the fact is I've made up my mind to ask you to hear me out. Of course, you'll be surprised, and perhaps even angry, but aside, it's awfully cold. Natalia Stepanovna, what's the matter? Pause, well. Lamov, I shall try to be brief. You must know, honored Natalia Stepanovna, that I have long since my childhood, in fact, had the privilege of knowing your family. My late aunt and her husband, from whom, as you know, I inherited my land, always had the greatest respect for your father, and your late mother. The Lamovs and the Chubyukovs have always had the most friendly, and I might almost say the most affectionate regard for each other. And as you know, my land is a near neighbor of yours. You will remember that my oxen meadows touch your birchwoods. Natalia Stepanovna, excuse my interrupting you. You say my oxen meadows, but are they yours? Lamov, yes, mine. Natalia Stepanovna, what are you talking about? Oxen meadows are ours, not yours. Lamov, no, mine, honored Natalia Stepanovna. Natalia Stepanovna, well, I never knew that before. How do you make that out? Lamov, how I am speaking of those oxen meadows, which are wedged in between your birchwoods and the burnt marsh. Natalia Stepanovna, yes, yes, they're ours. Lamov, no, you're mistaken, honored Natalia Stepanovna, they're mine. Natalia Stepanovna, just think, Ivan Vassilvich, how long have they been yours? Lamov, how long? As long as I can remember. Natalia Stepanovna, really, you won't get me to believe that. Lamov, but you can see from the documents, honored Natalia Stepanovna, oxen meadows, it's true, were once the subject of dispute, but now everybody knows that they are mine. There's nothing to argue about. You see, my aunt's grandmother gave the free use of these meadows in perpetuity to the peasants of your father's grandfather, in return for which they were to make bricks for her. The peasants belonging to your father's grandfather had the free use of the meadows for 40 years, and had got into the habit of regarding them as their own. When it happened that Natalia Stepanovna, no, it isn't at all like that. Both my grandfather and great-grandfather reckoned that their land extended to burnt marsh, which means that oxen meadows were ours. I don't see what there is to argue about, it's simply silly. Lamov, I'll show you the documents, Natalia Stepanovna. Natalia Stepanovna, no, you're simply joking or making fun of me. What a surprise, we've had the land for nearly 300 years. And then we're suddenly told that it isn't ours, Ivan Vassilovich. I can hardly believe my own ears. These meadows aren't worth much to me. They only come to 5 desiatins, note 13 acres, and are worth perhaps 300 rubles, note 30. But I can't stand unfairness, say what you will, but I can't stand unfairness. Lamov, hear me out, I implore you, the peasants of your father's grandfather, as I have already had the honor of explaining to you, used to bake bricks for my aunt's grandmother, now my aunt's grandmother wishing to make them a pleasant. Natalia Stepanovna, I can't make head or tail of all this about aunts and grandfathers and grandmothers. The meadows are ours, and that's all. Lamov, mind. Natalia Stepanovna, ours, you can go on proving it for 2 days on end, you can go and put on 15 dress jackets, but I tell you they're ours. I don't want anything of yours, and I don't want to give up anything of mine, so there. Lamov, Natalia Ivanovna, I don't want the meadows, but I am acting on principle. If you like, I'll make you a present of them. Natalia Stepanovna, I can make you a present of them myself, because they're mine. Your behavior, Ivan Vassilovich, is strange to say the least. Up to this we have always thought of you as a good neighbor, a friend. Last year, we lent you our threshing machine, although on that account, we had to put off our own thrashing till November, but you behaved to us as if we were gypsies giving me my own land. Indeed, no, really, that's not at all neighborly in my opinion. It's even impudent, if you want to know. Lamov, then you make out that I am a land grabber, madam. Never in my life have I grabbed anybody else's land, and I shan't allow anybody to accuse me of having done so. Quickly steps to the carafe, and drinks more water. Oxen meadows are mine. Natalia Stepanovna, it's not true, they're ours. Lamov, mind. Natalia Stepanovna, it's not true, I'll prove it. I'll send my mowers out to the meadows this very day. Lamov, what? Natalia Stepanovna, my mowers will be there this very day. Lamov, I'll give it to them in the neck. Natalia Stepanovna, you dare? Lamov clutches at his heart. Oxen meadows are mine, you understand, mine. Natalia Stepanovna, please don't shout. You can shout yourself hoarse in your own house, but here I must ask you to restrain yourself. Lamov, if it wasn't, madam, for this awful excruciating palpitation, if my whole inside wasn't upset, I'd talk to you in a different way. Yells, oxen meadows are mine. Natalia Stepanovna, ours. Lamov, mind. Natalia Stepanovna, ours. Lamov, mind. Enter Chubyukov. Chubyukov, what's the matter? What are you shouting at? Natalia Stepanovna, Papa, please tell to this gentleman who owns oxen meadows, we or he. Chubyukov to Lamov, darling, the meadows are ours. Lamov, but please, Stepan Stepanich, how can they be yours? Do be a reasonable man. My aunt's grandmother gave the meadows for the temporary and free use of your grandfather's peasants. The peasants used the land for 40 years, and got as accustomed to it as if it was their own when it happened that. Chubyukov, excuse me, my precious, you forget just this, that the peasants didn't pay your grandmother, and all that because the meadows were in dispute, and so on, and now everybody knows that they're ours. It means that you haven't seen the plan. Lamov, I'll prove to you that they're mine. Chubyukov, you won't prove it, my darling. Lamov, I shall. Chubyukov, dear one, why yell like that? You won't prove anything just by yelling. I don't want anything of yours, and don't intend to give up what I have. Why should I? And you know, my beloved, that if you propose to go on arguing about it, I'd much sooner give up the meadows to the peasants than to you there. Lamov, I don't understand. How have you the right to give away somebody else's property? Chubyukov, you may take it that I know whether I have the right or not, because, young man, I am not used to being spoken to in that tone of voice, and so on. I, young man, am twice your age, and ask you to speak to me without agitating yourself and all that. Lamov, no, you just think I'm a fool and want to have me on. You call my land yours, and then you want me to talk to you calmly and politely. Good neighbors don't behave like that. Stepan Stepanich, you're not a neighbor, you're a grabber. Chubyukov, what's that? What did you say? Natalia Stepanovna, Papa, send the mowers out to the meadows at once. Chubyukov, what did you say, sir? Natalia Stepanovna, oxen meadows are ours, and I shan't give them up, shan't give them up, shan't give them up. Lamov, well, see, I'll have the matter taken to court, and then I'll show you. Chubukov to court, you can take it to court, and all that you can, I know you're just on the lookout for a chance to go to court, and all that you pettifogger, all your people were like that, all of them. Lamov, never mind about my people, the Lamovs have all been honorable people, and not one has ever been tried for embezzlement like your grandfather. Chubukov, you Lamovs have had lunacy in your family, all of you. Natalia Stepanovna, all. Chubukov, your grandfather was a drunkard, and your younger aunt Nastasia Mihailovna ran away with an architect, and so on. Lamov, and your mother was humpbacked, clutches at his heart, something pulling in my side, my head help water. Chubukov, your father was a guzzling gambler. Natalia Stepanovna, and there haven't been many backbitters to equal your aunt. Lamov, my left foot has gone to sleep, you're an intriguer, oh my heart, and it's an open secret that before the last elections, you bry I can see stars, where's my hat? Natalia Stepanovna, it's low, it's dishonest, it's mean. Chubukov, and you're just a malicious, double-faced intriguer, yes. Lamov, here's my hat, my heart, which way, where's the door? Oh, I think I'm dying, my foot's quite numb, goes to the door. Chubukov, following him, and don't set foot in my house again. Natalia Stepanovna, take it to court, well see. Lamov staggers out. Chubukov, devil take him, walks about in excitement. Natalia Stepanovna, what a rascal, what trust can one have in one's neighbors after that? Chubukov, the villain, the scarecrow. Natalia Stepanovna, the monster, first he takes our land, and then he has the impudence to abuse us. Chubukov, and that blind hen, yes, that turnip ghost has the confounded cheek to make a proposal, and so on. What a proposal? Natalia Stepanovna, what proposal? Chubukov, why he came here so as to propose to you. Natalia Stepanovna, to propose to me, why didn't you tell me so before? Chubukov, so he dresses up in evening, clothes the stuffed sausage, the wizen-faced frump. Natalia Stepanovna, to propose to me, falls into an easy-chair, and wails, bring him back, bring him here. Chubukov, bring whom here? Natalia Stepanovna, quick, I am ill, fetch him, hysterics. Chubukov, what's that, what's the matter with you, clutches at his head, oh unhappy man, that I am ill, shoot myself, ill hang myself, we've done for her. Natalia Stepanovna, I am dying, fetch him. Chubukov, Tifu, at once, don't yell. Runs out, a pause, Natalia Stepanovna wails. Natalia Stepanovna, what have they done to me, fetch him back, fetch him, a pause. Chubukov runs in. Chubukov, he's coming, and so on, devil take him, oof, talk to him yourself, I don't want to. Natalia Stepanovna wails, fetch him. Chubukov yells, he's coming, I tell you, oh what a burden, Lord, to be the father of a grown-up daughter, ill, cut my throat. I will indeed, we cursed him, abused him, drove him out, and it's all you. Natalia Stepanovna, no, it was you. Chubukov, I tell you it's not my fault. Lamov appears at the door, now you talk to him yourself, exit. Lamov enters exhausted. Lamov, my heart's palpitating awfully, my foot's gone to sleep, there's something keeps pulling in my side. Natalia Stepanovna, forgive us, Ivan Vassilovich, we were all a little heated, I remember now, oxen meadows really are yours. Lamov, my heart's beating awfully, my meadows, my eyebrows are both twitching. Natalia Stepanovna, the meadows are yours, yes yours, do sit down, they sit, we were wrong. Lamov, I did it on principle, my land is worth little to me, but the principle. Natalia Stepanovna, yes the principle, just so, now let's talk of something else. Lamov, the more so as I have evidence my aunt's grandmother gave the land to your father's grandfather's peasants. Natalia Stepanovna, yes, let that pass aside, I wish I knew how to get him started. Aloud, are you going to start shooting soon? Lamov, I'm thinking of having a go at the blackcock, honored Natalia Stepanovna. After the harvest, oh, have you heard, just think what a misfortune I've had, my dog Guess, whom you know has gone lame. Natalia Stepanovna, what a pity, why? Lamov, I don't know, must have got twisted or bitten by some other dog size, my very best dog, to say nothing of the expense I gave Myronov 125 rubles for him. Natalia Stepanovna, it was too much, Ivan Vassilovich. Lamov, I think it was very cheap, he's a first-rate dog. Natalia Stepanovna, Papa gave 85 rubles for his Squeezer, and Squeezer is heaps better than Guess. Lamov, Squeezer better than Guess, what an idea, laugh, Squeezer better than Guess. Natalia Stepanovna, of course he's better, of course Squeezer is young, he may develop a bit, but on points and pedigree, he's better than anything that even Volchanetsky has got. Lamov, excuse me, Natalia Stepanovna, but you forget that he is overshot, and an overshot always means the dog is a bad hunter. Natalia Stepanovna, overshot, is he the first time I hear it? Lamov, I assure you that his lower jaw is shorter than the upper. Natalia Stepanovna, have you measured? Lamov, yes, he's all right at following, of course, but if you want him to get hold of anything. Natalia Stepanovna, in the first place, our squeezer is a thoroughbred animal, the son of harness and chisels, while there's no getting at the pedigree of your dog at all. He's old, and as ugly as a worn-out cab horse. Lamov, he is old, but I wouldn't take 5 squeezers for him. Why, how can you guess is a dog? As for squeezer, well, it's too funny to argue. Anybody you like has a dog as good as squeezer. You may find them under every bush. Almost 25 rubles would be a handsome price to pay for him. Natalia Stepanovna, there's some demon of contradiction in you today, Ivan Vassilovich. First you pretend that the meadows are yours, now that guess is better than squeezer. I don't like people who don't say what they mean, because you know perfectly well that squeezer is 100 times better than your silly guess. Why do you want to say it isn't? Lamov, I see, Natalia Stepanovna, that you consider me either blind or a fool. You must realize that squeezer is overshot. Natalia Stepanovna, it's not true. Lamov, he is. Natalia Stepanovna, it's not true. Lamov, why shout, madam? Natalia Stepanovna, why talk rot? It's awful, it's time your guess was shot, and you compare him with squeezer. Lamov, excuse me, I cannot continue this discussion, my heart is palpitating. Natalia Stepanovna, I've noticed that those hunters argue most who know least. Lamov, madam, please be silent, my heart is going to pieces. Shouts, shut up. Natalia Stepanovna, I shan't shut up until you acknowledge that squeezer is 100 times better than your guess. Lamov, 100 times worse be hanged to your squeezer, his head, eyes, shoulder. Natalia Stepanovna, there's no need to hang your silly guess, he's half dead already. Lamov weeps, shut up, my heart's bursting. Natalia Stepanovna, I shan't shut up. Enter Chubyukov. Chubyukov, what's the matter now? Natalia Stepanovna, Papa, tell us truly which is the better dog, our squeezer or his guess. Lamov, Stepan Stepanovich, I implore you to tell me just one thing, is your squeezer overshot, or not, yes or no? Chubyukov, and suppose he is, what does it matter, he's the best dog in the district for all that, and so on. Lamov, but isn't my guess better really now? Chubyukov, don't excite yourself, my precious one, allow me. Your guess certainly has his good points, he's purebred, firm on his feet, has well-sprung ribs, and all that, but my dear man, if you want to know the truth, that dog has 2 defects, he's old, and he's short in the muzzle. Lamov, excuse me, my heart, let's take the facts. You will remember that on the Marusinsky hunt, my guess ran neck and neck with the Count's dog, while your squeezer was left a whole verst behind. Chubyukov, he got left behind because the Count's whipper-in hit him with his whip. Lamov, and with good reason. The dogs are running after a fox when squeezer goes, and starts worrying a sheep. Chubyukov, it's not true, my dear fellow, I am very liable to lose my temper, and so just because of that let's stop arguing. You started, because everybody is always jealous of everybody else's dogs. Yes, we're all like that. You too, sir, aren't blameless. You no sooner notice that some dog is better than your guess than you begin with this, that, and the other, and all that. I remember everything. Lamov, I remember too. Chubyukov, teasing him, I remember too. What do you remember? Lamov, my heart, my foot's gone to sleep, I can't. Natalia Stepanovna, teasing, my heart, what sort of a hunter are you? You ought to go and lie on the kitchen oven and catch blackbeetles, not go after foxes, my heart. Chubyukov, yes, really, what sort of a hunter are you anyway? You ought to sit at home with your palpitations and not go tracking animals. You could go hunting, but you only go to argue with people and interfere with their dogs, and so on. Let's change the subject in case I lose my temper. You're not a hunter at all anyway. Lamov, and are you a hunter? You only go hunting to get in with the Count, and to intrigue. Oh, my heart, you're an intriguer. Chubyukov, what, I an intriguer? Shouts, shut up. Lamov, intriguer. Chubyukov, boy pup. Lamov, old rat Jesuit. Chubyukov, shut up or I'll shoot you like a partridge, you fool. Lamov, everybody knows that. Oh, my heart, your late wife used to beat you, my feet, temples, sparks, I fall. Chubyukov, and you're under the slipper of your housekeeper. Lamov, there, my heart's burst, my shoulders come off, where is my shoulder, I die, falls into an armchair, a doctor faints. Chubyukov, boy milks up, fool, I am sick, drinks water, sick. Natalia Stepanovna, what sort of a hunter are you? You can't even sit on a horse. To her father, Papa, what's the matter with him? Papa, look, Papa screams, Ivan Vassilovich, he's dead. Chubyukov, I am sick, I can't breathe air. Natalia Stepanovna, he's dead, pulls Lamov's sleeve, Ivan Vassilovich, what have you done to me? He's dead, falls into an armchair, a doctor, hysterics. Chubyukov, oh, what is it, what's the matter? Natalia Stepanovna wails, he's dead, dead. Chubyukov, who's dead, looks at Lamov, so he is, my word, water, a doctor, lifts a tumbler to Lamov's mouth, drink this, no, he doesn't drink, it means he's dead. And all that I am the most unhappy of men, why don't I put a bullet into my brain? Why haven't I cut my throat? Yet what am I waiting for? Give me a knife, give me a pistol. Lamov moves, he seems to be coming round, drink some water, that's right. Lamov, I see stars, mist, where am I? Chubyukov, hurry up and get married and well to the devil, with you she's willing, he puts Lamov's hand into his daughter's, she's willing, and all that I give you my blessing, and so on, only leave me in peace. Lamov getting up, what to whom? Chubyukov, she's willing, well kiss and be damned to you. Natalia Stepanovna wails, he's alive, yes, I am willing. Chubyukov, kiss each other. Lamov, a kiss, whom they kiss very nice too, excuse me, what's it all about? Oh, now I understand, my heart stars, I am happy. Natalia Stepanovna kisses her hand, my foot's gone to sleep. Natalia Stepanovna, Roman 1, I am happy too. Chubyukov, what a weight off my shoulders, oof. Natalia Stepanovna, but still you will admit now that guess is worse than squeezer. Lamov, better. Natalia Stepanovna, worse. Chubyukov, well, that's a way to start your family bliss, have some champagne. Lamov, he's better. Natalia Stepanovna, worse. Chubyukov trying to shout her down, champagne. Curtain. The wedding. Characters as Evdokim Zaharovich, Zhigalov, a retired civil servant. Nastasia Timofyevna, his wife. Dashenka, their daughter. Epaminond Maximovich, Aplambov, Dashenka's bridegroom. Fyodor Yakovlevich Revunov Karelov, a retired captain. Andrei Andreevich Nunin, an insurance agent. Anna Martinovna Zimeyukina, a midwife, aged 30, in a brilliantly red dress. Ivan Mihailovich Yats, a telegraphist. Harlampy Spiridonovich Dimber, a Greek confectioner. Dmitry Stepanovich Mozgovoy, a sailor of the Imperial Navy volunteer. Fleet. Groomsmen, gentlemen, waiters, etc. The scene is laid in one of the rooms of Andronov's restaurant. A brilliantly illuminated room, a large table laid for supper, waiters in dress jackets are fussing round the table, an orchestra behind the scene is playing the music of the last figure of a quadrille. Anna Martinovna Zimeyukina Yats and a groomsman cross the stage. Zimeyukina, no. Yats following her, have pity on us, have pity. Zimeyukina, no. Groomsman chasing them, you can't go on like this, where are you off to? What about the grand rond sil, vu's plate, they all go off. Enter Nastasia Timofyevna and Aplambov. Nastasia Timofyevna, you had much better be dancing than upsetting me with your speeches. Aplambov, I am not a Spinoza or anybody of that sort, to go making figuresso fight with my legs. I am a serious man, and I have a character, and I see no amusement in empty pleasures. But it isn't just a matter of dances, you must excuse me, Mammon, but there is a good deal in your behavior which I am unable to understand. For instance, in addition to objects of domestic importance, you promised also to give me with your daughter 2 lottery tickets. Where are they? Nastasia Timofyevna, my head's aching a little, I expect it's on account of the weather, if only it thawed. Aplambov, you won't get out of it like that. I only found out today that those tickets are in pawn. You must excuse me, Mammon, but it's only swindlers who behave like that. I'm not doing this out of egoisticism. Note, so in the original I don't want your tickets, but on principle, and I don't allow myself to be done by anybody. I have made your daughter happy, and if you don't give me the tickets today, I'll make short work of her. I am an honourable man. Nastasia Timofyevna looks round the table and counts up the covers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A waiter, the cook, asks if you would like the ices served with rum, Madeira, or by themselves. Aplambov, with rum, and tell the manager that there's not enough wine. Tell him to prepare some more haut sauterne to Nastasia Timofyevna. You also promised and agreed that a general was to be here to supper, and where is he? Nastasia Timofyevna, that isn't my fault, my dear. Aplambov, whose fault then? Nastasia Timofyevna, it's Andrei Andreevich's fault. Yesterday, he came to see us, and promised to bring a perfectly real general size, I suppose. He couldn't find one anywhere, or he'd have brought him. You think we don't mind we'd begrudge our child? Nothing a general, of course. Aplambov, but there's more. Everybody, including yourself. Mammon is aware of the fact that Yats, that telegraphist, was after Dashenka. Before I proposed to her, why did you invite him? Surely you knew it would be unpleasant for me. Nastasia Timofyevna, oh, how can you? Epaminond Maximovich was married himself only the other day, and you've already tired me and Dashenka out with your talk. What will you be like in a year's time? You are horrid, really horrid. Aplambov, then you don't like to hear the truth. Aha, oh, then, behave honorably. I only want you to do one thing, be honorable. Couples dancing the grand rond come in at one door and out at the other end. The first couple are Dashenka with one of the groomsmen, the last are Yats, and Zimeyukina. These two remain behind. Zhigalov and Dimba enter, and go up to the table. Groomsmen shouting, promenade, messieurs, promenade behind promenade. The dancers have all left the scene. Yats to Zimeyukina, have pity, adorable Anna Martinovna. Zimeyukina, oh, what a man! I've already told you that I've no voice today. Yats, I implore you to sing, just one note, have pity, just one note. Zimeyukina, I am tired of you. Sits and fans herself. Yats, no, you're simply heartless to be so cruel, if I may express myself, and to have such a beautiful, beautiful voice. With such a voice, if you will forgive my using the word, you shouldn't be a midwife, but sing at concerts, at public gatherings. For example, how divinely you do that fioritura that sings I loved you. Love was vain, then exquisite. Zimeyukina sings I loved you and may love again. Is that it? Yats, that's it, beautiful. Zimeyukina, no, I've no voice today. There, wave this fan for me, it's hot. To Aplambov, Epaminond Maximovich, why are you so melancholy? A bridegroom shouldn't be. Aren't you ashamed of yourself, you wretch? Well, what are you so thoughtful about? Aplambov, marriage is a serious step. Everything must be considered from all sides thoroughly. Zimeyukina, what beastly skeptics you all are. I feel quite suffocated with you all around. Give me atmosphere. Do you hear? Give me atmosphere. Sings a few notes. Yats, beautiful, beautiful. Zimeyukina, fan me, or I feel I shall have a heart attack in a minute. Tell me please, why do I feel so suffocated? Yats, it's because you're sweating. Zimeyukina, foo, how vulgar you are, don't dare to use such words. Yats, beg pardon, of course you're used, if I may say so, to aristocratic society and… Zimeyukina, oh, leave me alone, give me poetry delight, fan me. Zhigalov to Dimba, let's have another. What pours out one can always drink so long. Only Harlampy Spiridonovich, as one doesn't forget one's business. Drink, and be merry. And if you can drink at somebody else's expense, then why not drink? You can drink your health. They drink. And do you have tigers in Greece? Dimba, yes. Zhigalov, and lions. Dimba, and lions too. In Russia there's nothing, and in Greece there's everything. Me Phaser and uncle and bros Rasand, here there's nothing. Zhigalov, 8 Roman 1000, and are there whales in Greece? Dimba, yes, everything. Nastasia Timofyevna to her husband, what are they all eating and drinking like that? For it's time for everybody to sit down to supper. Don't keep on shoving your fork into the lobsters. They're for the general, he may come yet. Zhigalov, and are there lobsters in Greece? Dimba, yes, there is everything. Zhigalov, ham, and civil servants. Zimeyukina, I can imagine what the atmosphere is like in Greece. Zhigalov, there must be a lot of swindling. The Greeks are just like the Armenians or gypsies. They sell you a sponge or a goldfish, and all the time they are looking out for a chance of getting something extra out of you. Let's have another one. Nastasia Timofyevna, what do you want to go on having another? For it's time everybody sat down to supper. It's past 11. Zhigalov, if it's time, then it's time. Ladies and gentlemen, please shouts, supper, young people. Nastasia Timofyevna, dear visitors, please be seated. Zimeyukina, sitting down at the table, give me poetry. And he, the rebel, seeks the storm, as if the storm can give him peace. Give me the storm. Yats aside, wonderful woman, I am in love up to my ears. Enter Dashenka, Mozgovoi, groomsmen, various ladies and gentlemen, etc. They all noisily seat themselves at the table. There is a minute's pause while the band plays a march. Mozgovoi, rising, ladies and gentlemen, I must tell you this, we are going to have a great many toasts and speeches. Don't let's wait, but begin at once, ladies and gentlemen, the newly married. The band plays a flourish, cheers, glasses are touched a plombov, and Dashenka kiss each other. Yat's beautiful, beautiful. I must say, ladies and gentlemen, giving honor where it is due, that this room and the accommodation generally are splendid, excellent, wonderful. Only you know there's one thing we haven't got: electric light. If I may say so, into every country electric light has already been introduced, only Russia lags behind. Zhigalov meditatively, electricity 8 Roman 1000. In my opinion, electric lighting is just a swindle. They put a live coal in and think you don't see them. No, if you want a light, then you don't take a coal, but something real, something special that you can get hold of. You must have a fire, you understand, which is natural, not just an invention. Yats, if you'd ever seen an electric battery and how it's made up, you'd think differently. Zhigalov don't want to see one. It's a swindle, a fraud on the public. They want to squeeze our last breath out of us. We know then these, and young man, instead of defending a swindle, you would be much better occupied if you had another yourself and poured out some for other people eyes. A Plombov, I entirely agree with you, Papa. Why start a learned discussion? I myself have no objection to talking about every possible scientific discovery, but this isn't the time for all that. To Dashenka, what do you think, Marchir? Dashenka, they want to show how educated they are, and so they always talk about things we can't understand. Nastasia Timofyevna, thank God we've lived our time without being educated, and here we are marrying off our third daughter to an honest man. And if you think we're uneducated, then what do you want to come here for? Go to your educated friends. Yats, I, Nastasia Timofyevna, have always held your family in respect, and if I did start talking about electric lighting, it doesn't mean that I'm proud. Ill drink to show you, I have always sincerely wished Daria Evdokimovna a good husband in these days. Nastasia Timofyevna, it is difficult to find a good husband nowadays. Everybody is on the lookout for a marriage where there is profit money. A Plombov, that's a hint. Yats, his courage failing. I wasn't hinting at anything. Present company is always accepted. I was only in general, please. Everybody knows that you're marrying for love. The dowry is quite trifling. Nastasia Timofyevna, no, it isn't trifling. You be careful what you say. Besides 1,000 rubles of good money, we're giving 3 dresses, the bed, and all the furniture you want. Find another dowry like that in a hurry. Yats, I didn't mean the furniture's splendid, of course, and the dresses, but I never hinted at what they are getting offended at. Nastasia Timofyevna, don't you go making hints. We respect you on account of your parents, and we've invited you to the wedding, and here you go talking. If you knew that Epaminond Maximovich was marrying for profit, why didn't you say so before? Tearfully, I brought her up, I fed her, I nursed her, I cared for her more than if she was an emerald jewel, my little girl. A Plombov, and you go and believe him. Thank you so much, I'm very grateful to you. To Yats, and as for you, Mr. Yats, although you are acquainted with me, I shan't allow you to behave like this in another's house. Please get out of this. Yats, what do you mean? A Plombov, I want you to be as straightforward as I am. In short, please get out. Band plays a flourish. The gentleman, leave him alone. Sit down. Is it worth it? Let him be. Stop it now. Yats, I never Roman one. I don't understand. Please, I'll go, only you first give me the 5 rubles which you borrowed from me last year on the strength of a peak waistcoat. If I may say so, then I'll just have another drink and go. Only give me the money first. Various gentlemen, sit down. That's enough. Is it worth it just for such trifles? A groomsman shouts the health of the bride's parents, Evdokim Zaharich, and Nastasia Timofyevna. Band plays a flourish, cheers. Zhigalov bows in all directions in great emotion. I thank you, dear guests. I am very grateful to you for not having forgotten, and for having conferred this honor upon us without being standoffish. And you must not think that I am a rascal, or that I am trying to swindle anybody. I am speaking from my heart, from the purity of my soul. I wouldn't deny anything to good people. We thank you very humbly. Kisses. Dashenka to her mother, Mama, why are you crying? I am so happy. A Plombov, Mammon is disturbed at your coming separation, but I should advise her rather to remember the last talk we had. Yats, don't cry, Nastasia Timofyevna. Just think what are human tears anyway, just petty psychiatry and nothing more. Zima Yukina, and are there any red-haired men in Greece? Dimba, yes, everything is Zir. Zhigalov, but you don't have our kinds of mushroom. Dimba, yes, we've got zem and everything. Mozgovoy Harlampy Spiridonovich, it's your turn to speak, ladies and gentlemen, a speech. All to Dimba, speech, your turn. Dimba, why, I don't understand, what is it? Zime Yukina, no, you can't refuse, it's your turn, get up. Dimba gets up confused, I can't say what zers Russia and zers Greece, zers people in Russia, and people in Greece, and zers people swimming the sea in caravs, which means sips and people on the land in railway trains. I understand we are Greeks, and you are Russians, and I want nothing, I can tell you, zers Russia and zers Greece. Enter Nunin. Nunin, wait, ladies and gentlemen, don't eat now, wait, just 1 minute, Nastasia Timofyevna, just come here if you don't mind, takes Nastasia Timofyevna. Aside, puffing, listen, the general's coming, I found one at last, I'm simply worn out, a real general. A solid one, old, you know, aged perhaps 80 or even 90. Nastasia Timofyevna, when is he coming? Nunin, this minute, you'll be grateful to me all your life. Note a few lines have been omitted, they refer to the general's rank, and its civil equivalent, in words for which the English language has no corresponding terms. The general is an ex-naval officer, a second-class captain. Nastasia Timofyevna, you're not deceiving me, Andrei darling. Nunin, well, now am I a swindler? You needn't worry. Nastasia Timofyevna sighs, one doesn't like to spend money for nothing, Andrei darling. Nunin, don't you worry, he's not a general, he's a dream. Raises his voice, I said to him, you've quite forgotten us, your excellency, it isn't kind of your excellency to forget your old friends, Nastasia Timofyevna. I said to him, she's very annoyed with you about it, goes and sits at the table, and he says to me, but my friend, how can I go when I don't know the bridegroom? Oh, nonsense, your excellency, why stand on ceremony the bridegroom? I said to him, he's a fine fellow, very free and easy, he's a valuer, I said, at the law courts, and don't you think, your excellency, that he's some rascal, some knave of hearts nowadays? I said to him, even decent women are employed at the law courts. He slapped me on the shoulder, we smoked a Havana cigar each, and now he's coming. Wait a little, ladies and gentlemen, don't eat. A Plambov, when's he coming? Nunin, this minute, when I left him, he was already putting on his galoshes. Wait a little, ladies and gentlemen, don't eat yet. A Plambov, the band should be told to play a march. Nunin shouts, musicians, a march. The band plays a march for a minute. A waiter, Mr. Rivanov Karilov. Zhigalov, Nastasia Timofyevna, and Nunin run to meet him. Enter Rivanov Karilov. Nastasia Timofyevna, bowing, please come in, your excellency, so glad you've come. Rivanov, awfully. Zhigalov, we, your excellency, aren't celebrities, we aren't important but quite ordinary, but don't think on that account that there's any fraud. We put good people into the best place, we begrudge nothing, please. Rivanov, awfully glad. Nunin, let me introduce to you, your excellency, the bridegroom Epaminond Maximovich Aplambov, with his newly born, I mean his newly married wife, Ivan Mihailovich Yats, employed on the telegraph, a foreigner of Greek nationality, a confectioner by trade, Harlampy Spiridonovich, Dimba Osip Lukich Babelmandebsky, and so on, the rest are just trash. Sit down, your excellency. Rivanov, awfully excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say 2 words to Andrei. Takes Nunin aside, I say, old man, I am a little put out. Why do you call me your excellency? I am not a general, I don't rank as the equivalent of a colonel even. Nunin whispers, I know, only Fyodor Yakovlevich, be a good man, and let us call you your excellency. The family here, you see, is patriarchal, it respects the aged, it likes rank. Rivanov, oh, if it's like that, very well, goes to the table awfully. Nastasia Timofyevna, sit down, your excellency, be so good as to have some of this, your excellency, only forgive us for not being used to etiquette, we're plain people. Rivanov, not hearing what him, yes, pause, yes, in the old days, everybody used to live simply, and was happy in spite of my rank. I am a man who lives plainly today. Andrei comes to me, and asks me to come here to the wedding. How shall I go? I said, when I don't know them, it's not good manners, but he says they are good, simple, patriarchal people, glad to see anybody. Well, if that's the case, why not? Very glad to come, it's very dull for me at home by myself, and if my presence at a wedding can make anybody happy, then I am delighted to be here. Zhigalov, then that's sincere, is it, your excellency? I respect that. I am a plain man myself, without any deception, and I respect others who are like that. Eat, your excellency. Aplambov, is it long since you retired, your excellency? Rivanov, yes, quite true, yes, but excuse me, what is this? The fish is sour, and the bread is sour, I can't eat this. Aplambov and Dashenka kiss each other. He, your health. Pause, yes, in the old days, everything was simple, And everybody was glad. I love simplicity. I am an old man. I retired in 1865. I am 72, yes of course in my younger days. It was different but sees, Mozgovoy, you there a sailor are you? Mozgovoy, yes just so. Rivanov, aha, so yes, the Navy means hard work. There's a lot to think about and get a headache over. Every insignificant word has, so to speak, its special meaning. For instance, hoist her topsheets and mainsail. What's it mean? A sailor can tell he with almost mathematical precision. Noon in the health of His Excellency Fyodor Yakovlevich Rivanov Karolov Band, plays a flourish. Cheers. Yatsu, Your Excellency have just expressed yourself on the subject of the hard work involved in a naval career. But is telegraphy any easier nowadays? Your Excellency, nobody is appointed to the telegraphs if he cannot read and write French and German, but the transmission of telegrams is the most difficult thing of all, awfully difficult. Just listen. Taps with his fork on the table like a telegraphic transmitter. Rivanov, what does that mean? Yats, it means I honor you, Your Excellency, for your virtues. You think it's easy. Listen now. Taps. Rivanov, louder, I can't hear. Yats, that means madam, how happy I am to hold you in my embraces. Rivanov, what madam are you talking about? Yes, to Mozgovoy, yes, if there's a headwind, you must let see, you must hoist your foretop halyards and topsail halyards. The order is on the crosstrees to the foretop halyards and topsail halyards, and at the same time as the sails get loose, you take hold underneath of the foresail and foretopsail halyards, stays and braces. A groomsman rising, ladies and gentlemen. Rivanov cutting him short, yes, there are a great many orders to give. Furl the foretopsail, and the foretopgallant sail well. What does that mean? It's very simple. It means that if the top and topgallant sails are lifting the halyards, they must level the foretop and foretopgallant halyards on the hoist. And at the same time the topgallant's braces as needed are loosened according to the direction of the wind. Nunin to Rivanov, Fyodor Yakovlevich MME Zhigulov asks you to talk about something else. It's very dull for the guests who can't understand. Rivanov, what who's dull? To Mozgovoy, young man, now suppose the ship is lying by the wind on the starboard tack under full sail, and you've got to bring her before the wind. What's the order? Well, first you whistle up above he. Nunin, Fyodor Yakovlevich, that's enough, eat something. Rivanov, as soon as the men are on deck, you give the order to your places. What a life you give orders. And at the same time you've got to keep your eyes on the sailors who run about like flashes of lightning, and get the sails and braces right. And at last you can't restrain yourself, and you shout, good children. He chokes and coughs. A groomsman making haste to use the ensuing pause to advantage on this occasion, so to speak, on the day on which we have met together to honor our dear. Rivanov interrupting, yes, you've got to remember all that. For instance, hoist the topsail halyards, lower the topsail gallants. The groomsman annoyed, why does he keep on interrupting? We shan't get through a single speech like that. Nastasia Timofyevna, we are dull people, Your Excellency, and don't understand a word of all that, but if you were to tell us something appropriate. Rivanov, not hearing, I've already had supper, thank you. Did you say there was goose? Thanks, yes, I've remembered the old days. It's pleasant, young man, you sail on the sea, you have no worries. And in an excited tone of voice, do you remember the joy of tacking? Is there a sailor who doesn't glow at the memory of that maneuver? As soon as the word is given, and the whistle blown, and the crew begins to go upits, as if an electric spark has run through them all from the captain to the cabin boy, everybody's excited. Zime Yukina, how dull, general murmur. Rivanov, who has not heard it properly, thank you, I've had supper with enthusiasm, everybody's ready, and looks to the senior officer. He gives the command, stand by gallants and topsail braces on the starboard side main, and counter braces to port. Everything's done in a twinkling, topsheets and jibsheets are pulled, taken to starboard. Stands up the ship, takes the wind, and at last the sails fill out. The senior officer orders to the braces, and himself keeps his eye on the mainsail. And when at last this sail is filling out, and the ship begins to turn, he yells at the top of his voice, let go the braces, loose the main, halyards, everything flies about. There's a general confusion for a moment, and everything is done without an error. The ship has been tacked. Nastasia Timofyevna, exploding, General, your manners, you ought to be ashamed of yourself at your age. Rivanov, did you say sausage? No, I haven't had any, thank you. Nastasia Timofyevna, loudly, I say you ought to be ashamed of yourself at your age, General, your manners are awful. Nunin, confused, ladies and gentlemen, is it worth it really? Rivanov, in the first place, I am not a general, but a second-class naval captain, which according to the table of precedence, corresponds to a lieutenant colonel. Nastasia Timofyevna, if you're not a general then, What did you go and take our money, for we never paid you money to behave like that. Rivanov upset. What money? Nastasia Timofyevna, you know what money? You know that you got 25 rubles from Andrei Andreevich to Nunin, and you look out, Andrei, I never asked you to hire a man like that. Nunin there, now let it drop, is it worth it? Rivanov paid, hired, what is it? Aplambov, just let me ask you this, did you receive 25 rubles from Andrei Andreevich? Rivanov, what 25 rubles, suddenly realizing, that's what it is now, I understand it all, how mean, how mean. Aplambov, did you take the money? Rivanov, I haven't taken any money, get away from me, leaves the table, how mean, how low to insult an old man, a sailor, an officer, who has served long and faithfully. If you were decent people, I could call somebody out. But what can I do now? Absently, where's the door? Which way do I go? Waiter, show me the way out. Waiter going, how mean, how low, exit. Nastasia Timofyevna, Andrei, where are those 25 rubles? Nunin, is it worthwhile bothering about such trifles? What does it matter? Everybody's happy here, and here you go, shouts the health of the bride and bridegroom, a march, a march. The band plays a march, the health of the bride and bridegroom. Zime Yukina, I am suffocating. Give me atmosphere, I am suffocating with you all round me. Yats in a transport of delight, my beauty, uproar. A groomsman trying to shout everybody else down, ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion, if I may say so. Curtain. The bear. Characters as Elena Ivanovna Popova, a landowning little widow with dimples on her cheeks. Grigory Stepanovich Smirnov, a middle-aged landowner. Luka Popova's aged footman. A drawing room in Popova's house. Popova is in deep mourning and has her eyes fixed on a photograph. Luka is haranguing her. Luka, it isn't right, madam, you're just destroying yourself. The maid and the cook have gone off fruit picking, every living being is rejoicing, even the cat understands how to enjoy herself and walks about in the yard catching midges. Only you sit in this room all day, as if this was a convent, and don't take any pleasure. Yes, really, I reckon it's a whole year that you haven't left the house. Popova, I shall never go out. Why should I? My life is already at an end. He is in his grave, and I have buried myself between four walls. We are both dead. Luka, well, there you are. Nikolai Mihailovich is dead. Well, it's the will of God, and may his soul rest in peace. You've mourned him, and quite right. But you can't go on weeping and wearing mourning forever. My old woman died too. When her time came, well, I grieved over her. I wept for a month, and that's enough for her. But if I've got to weep for a whole age, well, the old woman isn't worth it. Sighs, you've forgotten all your neighbors. You don't go anywhere, and you see nobody. We live, so to speak, like spiders, and never see the light. The mice have eat my livery. It isn't as if there were no good people around, for the district's full of them. There's a regiment quartered at Ryblov, and the officers are such beauties you can never gaze your fill at them. And every Friday there's a ball at the camp, and every day the soldiers' band plays. My lady, you're young and beautiful with roses in your cheekif. You only took a little pleasure. Beauty won't last long, you know. In 10 years' time you'll want to be a peahen yourself among the officers, but they won't look at you. It will be too late. Popova, with determination, I must ask you never to talk to me about it. You know that when Nikolai Mihailovich died, life lost all its meaning for me. I vowed never to the end of my days to cease to wear mourning, or to see the light. You hear, let his ghost see how well I love him. Yes, I know it's no secret to you that he was often unfair to me, cruel, and even unfaithful, but I shall be true till death, and show him how I can love. There, beyond the grave, he will see me as I was before his death. Luka, instead of talking like that, you ought to go and have a walk in the garden, or else order Toby or Giant to be harnessed, and then drive out to see some of the neighbors. Popova, oh, weeps. Luka, madam, dear madam, what is it, bless you? Popova, he was so fond of Toby. He always used to ride on him to the Korchagins and Vlasovs. How well he could ride, what grace there was in his figure, when he pulled at the reins with all his strength. Do you remember Toby? Toby, tell them to give him an extra feed of oats. Luka, yes, madam. A bell rings noisily. Popova, shaking, who's that? Tell them that I receive nobody. Luka, yes, madam, exit. Popova looks at the photograph. You will see Nikola's. How I can love and forgive. My love will die out with me. Only when this poor heart will cease to beat, laughs through her tears. And aren't you ashamed? I am a good and virtuous little wife. I've locked myself in, and will be true to you till the grave. And you aren't you ashamed, you bad child? You deceived me, had rose with me, left me alone for weeks on end. Luka enters in consternation. Luka, madam, somebody is asking for you, he wants to see you. Popova, but didn't you tell him that since the death of my husband I've stopped receiving? Luka, I did, but he wouldn't even listen, says that it's a very pressing affair. Popova, I do not receive. Luka, I told him so, but the devil curses, and pushes himself right in, he's in the dining room now. Popova, annoyed, very well, ask him, in what manners exit Luka, how these people annoy me, what does he want of me, why should he disturb my peace, sighs, no, I see that I shall have to go into a convent, after all, thoughtfully, yes, into a convent, enter Luka with Smirnov. Smirnov to Luka, you fool, you're too fond of talking, ass, sees Popova, and speaks with respect, madam, I have the honor to present myself, I am Grigory Stepanovich Smirnov, landowner, and retired lieutenant of artillery. I am compelled to disturb you on a very pressing affair. Popova, not giving him her hand, what do you want? Smirnov, your late husband, with whom I had the honor of being acquainted, died in my debt, for 1,200 rubles on 2 bills of exchange. As I've got to pay the interest on a mortgage tomorrow, I've come to ask you, madam, to pay me the money today. Popova, 1,200, and what was my husband in debt to you for? Smirnov, he used to buy oats from me. Popova, sighing to Luka, so don't you forget, Luka, to give Toby an extra feed of oats, exit Luka. If Nikolai Mihailovich died in debt to you, then I shall certainly pay you, but you must excuse me today, as I haven't any spare cash. The day after tomorrow my steward will be back from town and ill, give him instructions to settle your account. But at the moment I cannot do as you wish. Moreover, it's exactly 7 months today since the death of my husband, and I am in a state of mind which absolutely prevents me from giving money matters my attention. Smirnov, and I am in a state of mind which, if I don't pay the interest due tomorrow, will force me to make a graceful exit from this life. Feat, first they'll take my estate. Popova, you'll have your money the day after tomorrow. Smirnov, I don't want the money the day after tomorrow, I want it today. Popova, you must excuse me, I can't pay you. Smirnov, and I can't wait till after tomorrow. Popova, well, what can I do if I haven't the money now? Smirnov, you mean to say you can't pay me? Popova, I can't. Smirnov, him, is that the last word you've got to say? Popova, yes, the last word. Smirnov, the last word, absolutely your last. Popova, absolutely. Smirnov, thank you so much, I'll make a note of it, shrugs his shoulders, and then people want me to keep calm. I meet a man on the road, and he asks me, why are you always so angry, Grigory Stepanovich? But how on earth am I not to get angry? I want the money desperately. I rode out yesterday early in the morning, and called on all my debtors, and not a single one of them paid up. I was just about deadbeat after it all, slept goodness knows, where in some inn kept by a Jew with a vodka barrel by my head. At last I get here 70 versts from home and hope to get something, and I am received by you with a state of mind. How shouldn't I get angry? Popova, I thought I distinctly said my steward will pay you when he returns from town. Smirnov, I didn't come to your steward, but to you. What the devil, excuse my saying so, have I to do with your steward? Popova, excuse me, sir, I am not accustomed to listen to such expressions, or to such a tone of voice. I want to hear no more. Makes a rapid exit. Smirnov, well, their state of mind, husband died 7 months ago. Must I pay the interest, or mustn't I ask you, must I pay, or must I not? Suppose your husband is dead, and you've got a state of mind, and nonsense of that sort, and your steward's gone away somewhere, devil take him. What do you want me to do? Do you think I can fly away from my creditors in a balloon, or what? Or do you expect me to go and run my head into a brick wall? I go to Grustev, and he isn't at home. Yaroshevich has hidden himself. I had a violent row with Kuritsin and nearly threw him out of the window. Mazugo has something the matter with his bowels, and this woman has a state of mind. Not one of the swine wants to pay me, just because I am too gentle with them, because I am a rag, just weak wax in their hands. I am much too gentle with them. Well, just you wait, you'll find out what I'm like. I shan't let you play about with me, confound it. I shall jolly well stay here until she pays. Brr, how angry I am today, how angry I am. All my inside is quivering with anger, and I can't even breathe. Foo, my word, I even feel sick, yells waiter. Enter Luka. Luka, what is it? Smirnov, get me some kvass or water. Exit Luka. What a way to reason. A man is in desperate need of his money, and she won't pay it because, you see, she is not disposed to attend to money matters. That's real silly feminine logic. That's why I never did like, and don't like now, to have to talk to women. I'd rather sit on a barrel of gunpowder than talk to a woman. Brr, I feel quite chilly, and It's all on account of that little bit of fluff. I can't even see one of these poetic creatures from a distance, without breaking out into a cold sweat out of sheer anger. I can't look at them. Enter Luca with water. Luca, madam is ill and will see nobody. Smirnov, get out. Exit. Luca, ill and will see nobody. No, it's all right, you don't see me. I am going to stay, and will sit here till you give me the money. You can be ill for a week if you like, and ill stay here for a week. If you're ill for a year, ill stay for a year. I am going to get my own, my dear. You don't get at me with your widow's weeds. And your dimpled cheeks, I know those dimples. Shouts through the window. Simeon, take them out. We aren't going away. At once I'm staying here. Tell them in the stable to give the horses some oats. You fool, you've let the near horse's leg get tied up in the reins again. Teasingly, never mind, ill give it. You never mind. Goes away from the window. Oh, it's bad, the heat's frightful, nobody pays up. I slept badly. And on top of everything else, here's a bit of fluff in morning, with a state of mind, my head's aching. Shall I have some vodka? What? Yes, I think I will. Yells waiter. Enter Luca. Luca, what is it? Smirnov, a glass of vodka. Exit. Luca, oof, sits and inspects himself. I must say I look well. Dust all over boots, dirty, unwashed, unkempt, straw on my waistcoat. The dear lady may well have taken me for a brigand. Yawns. It's rather impolite to come into a drawing room in this state. But it can't be helped. I am not here as a visitor, but as a creditor, and there's no dress specially prescribed for creditors. Enter Luca with the vodka. Luca, you allow yourself to go very far, sir. Smirnov, angrily, what? Luca, Roman 1 nothing, I really. Smirnov, whom are you talking to? Shut up. Luca, aside, the devil's come to stay. Bad luck that brought him. Exit. Smirnov, oh, how angry I am, so angry that I think I could grind the whole world to dust. I even feel sick. Yells waiter. Enter Popova. Popova, her eyes downcast. Sir, in my solitude I have grown unaccustomed to the masculine voice, and I can't stand shouting. I must ask you not to disturb my peace. Smirnov, pay me the money and ill go. Popova, I told you perfectly plainly, I haven't any money to spare. Wait until the day after tomorrow. Smirnov, and I told you perfectly plainly, I don't want the money the day after tomorrow, but today. If you don't pay me today, I'll have to hang myself tomorrow. Popova, but what can I do if I haven't got the money? You're so strained. Smirnov, then you won't pay me now, eh? Popova, I can't. Smirnov, in that case I stay here, and shall wait until I get it. Sits down. You're going to pay me the day after tomorrow. Very well, I'll stay here until the day after tomorrow. I'll sit here all the time. Jumps up. I ask you, have I got to pay the interest tomorrow, or haven't I, or do you think I'm doing this for a joke? Popova, please don't shout. This isn't a stable. Smirnov, I wasn't asking you about a stable, but whether I'd got my interest to pay tomorrow or not. Popova, you don't know how to behave before women. Smirnov, no, I do know how to behave before women. Popova, no, you don't. You're a rude, ill-bred man. Decent people don't talk to a woman like that. Smirnov, what a business. How do you want me to talk to you in French, or what? Loses his temper, and lisps, Madame, je vous prie, how happy I am that you don't pay me. Pardon. I have disturbed you. Such lovely weather today, and how well you look in morning bows. Popova, that's silly and rude. Smirnov, teasing her, silly and rude. I don't know how to behave before women, madam. In my time I've seen more women than you've seen. Sparrows, 3 times I've fought duels on account of women. I've refused 12 women and 9 have refused me. Yes, there was a time when I played the fool, scented myself, used honeyed words, wore jewelry, made beautiful bows. I used to love to suffer, to sigh at the moon, to get sour, to thaw, to freeze. I used to love passionately, madly, every blessed way devil take me. I used to chatter like a magpie about emancipation, and wasted half my wealth on tender feelings. But no, you must excuse me, you won't get round me like that now. I've had enough. Black eyes, passionate eyes, ruby lips, dimpled cheeks. The moon whispers, timid breathing. I wouldn't give a brass farthing for the lot, madam. Present company always accepted. All women, great or little, are insincere, crooked backbitters, envious liars to the marrow of their bones, vain, trivial, merciless, unreasonable. And as far as this is concerned, taps his forehead, excuse my outspokenness, a sparrow can give 10 points to any philosopher in petticoats you like to name. You look at one of these poetic creatures, all muslin, an ethereal demigoddess, you have a million transports of joy. And you look into her soul and see a common crocodile. He grips the back of a chair, the chair creaks and breaks. But the most disgusting thing of all is that this crocodile, for some reason or other, imagines that its chef d'oeuvre, its privilege and monopoly, is its tender feelings. Why, confound it, hang me on that nail, feet upwards if you like. But have you met a woman who can love anybody, except a lapdog when she's in love can she do anything but snivel and slobber? While a man is suffering and making sacrifices, all her love expresses itself in her playing about with her scarf and trying to hook him more firmly by the nose. You have the misfortune to be a woman. You know from yourself. What is the nature of woman? Tell me truthfully, have you ever seen a woman who is sincere, faithful and constant? You haven't. Only freaks and old women are faithful and constant. You'll meet a cat with a horn or a white woodcock sooner than a constant woman. Popova, then according to you, who is faithful and constant in love? Is it the man? Smirnov, yes, the man. Popova, the man laughs bitterly. Men are faithful and constant in love. What an idea with heat. What right have you to talk like that? Men are faithful and constant. Since we are talking about it, I'll tell you that of all the men I knew and know, the best was my late husband. I loved him passionately with all my being, as only a young and imaginative woman can love. I gave him my youth, my happiness, my life, my fortune. I breathed in him. I worshipped him as if I were a heathen. And what then? This best of men shamelessly deceived me. At every step after his death I found in his desk a whole drawerful of love letters, and when he was alive, it's an awful thing to remember, used to leave me alone for weeks at a time, and make love to other women and betray me before my very eyes. He wasted my money and made fun of my feelings, and in spite of all that I loved him and was true to him, and not only that, but now that he is dead I am still true and constant to his memory. I have shut myself for ever within these four walls, and will wear these weeds to the very end. Smirnov laughs contemptuously. Weeds? I don't understand what you take me for, as if I don't know why you wear that black domino and bury yourself between four walls. I should say, I did it so mysterious, so poetic, when some junker notes so in the original, or some tame poet goes past your window's hell. Think there lives the mysterious Tamara, who for the love of her husband buried herself between four walls. We know these games. Popova, exploding. What? How dare you say all that to me? Smirnov, you may have buried yourself alive, but you haven't forgotten to powder your face. Popova, how dare you speak to me like that? Smirnov, please don't shout. I am not your steward. You must allow me to call things by their real names. I am not a woman, and I am used to saying what I think straight out. Don't you shout either. Popova, I am not shouting, it's you. Please leave me alone. Smirnov, pay me my money and I'll go. Popova, I shan't give you any money. Smirnov, oh no you. Popova, I shan't give you a farthing just to spite you. You leave me alone. Smirnov, I have not the pleasure of being either your husband or your fiancé, so please don't make scenes. Sits, I don't like it. Popova, choking with rage, so you sit down. Smirnov, I do. Popova, I ask you to go away. Smirnov, give me my money. Aside, oh how angry I am, how angry I am. Popova, I don't want to talk to impudent scoundrels. Get out of this pause. Aren't you going? No. Smirnov, no. Popova, no. Smirnov, no. Popova, very well, then rings. Enter Luka. Luka, show this gentleman out. Luka approaches Smirnov. Would you mind going out, sir? As Yurey asked, you needn't. Smirnov jumps up. Shut up, who are you talking to? I'll chop you into pieces. Luka clutches at his heart. Little fathers, what people? Falls into a chair. Oh, I am ill, I can't breathe. Popova, where's Dasha? Dasha shouts. Dasha, Pelagia. Dasha rings. Luka, oh they've all gone out to pick fruit. There's nobody at home. I am ill. Water. Popova, get out of this now. Smirnov, can't you be more polite? Popova clenches her fists and stamps her foot. Yurey, a boar, a course bear, a bourbon, a monster. Smirnov, what did you say? Popova, I said you are a bear, a monster. Smirnov, approaching her, may I ask what right you have to insult me? Popova, and suppose I am insulting you, do you think I'm afraid of you? Smirnov, and do you think that just because you're a poetic creature you can insult me with impunity? Well, fight it out. Luka, little fathers, what people? Water. Smirnov, pistols. Popova, do you think I'm afraid of you just because you have large fists and a bull's throat? You bourbon. Smirnov, well, fight it out. I am not going to be insulted by anybody, and I don't care if you are a woman, one of the softer sex indeed. Popova, trying to interrupt him. Bear. Smirnov, it's about time we got rid of the prejudice that only men need pay for their insults. Devil, take it. If you want equality of rights you can have it. We're going to fight it out. Popova, with pistols. Very well. Smirnov, this very minute. Popova, this very minute. My husband had some pistols. I'll bring them here. Is going. but turns back what pleasure it will give me to put a bullet into your thick head, devil, take you exit. Smirnov, ill bring her down like a chicken, I am not a little boy or a sentimental puppy, I don't care about this softer sex. Luca, gracious little fathers kneels, have pity on a poor old man, and go away from here, you've frightened her to death, and now you want to shoot her. Smirnov, not hearing him, if she fights well that's equality of rights, emancipation, and all that here the sexes are equal, ill shoot her on principle. But what a woman parodying her, devil take, you ill put a bullet into your thick head, how she reddened, how her cheeks shone, she accepted my challenge, my word, it's the first time in my life that I've seen. Luca, go away sir, and ill always pray to God for you. Smirnov, she is a woman, that's the sort I can understand, a real woman, not a sourfist jellybag, but fire, gunpowder, a rocket, I am even sorry to have to kill her. Luca weeps, dear dear sir, do go away. Smirnov, I absolutely like her, absolutely, even though her cheeks are dimpled I like her, I am almost ready to let the debt go, and I am not angry any longer, wonderful woman. Enter Popova with pistols. Popova, here are the pistols, but before we fight, you must show me how to fire, I've never held a pistol in my hands before. Luca, oh Lord have mercy and save her, ill go, and find the coachman and the gardener, why has this infliction come on us, exit. Smirnov, examining the pistols, you see there are several sorts of pistols, there are Mortimer pistols, specially made for duels, they fire a percussion cap, these are Smith & Wesson, revolvers triple action with extractors, these are excellent pistols, they can't cost less than 90 rubles the pair, you must hold the revolver like this aside, her eyes, what an inspiring woman. Popova, like this. Smirnov, yes, like this, then you cock the trigger, and take aim like this, put your head back a little, hold your arm out properly like that, then you press this thing with your finger round, that's all, the great thing is to keep cool and aim steadily, try not to jerk your arm. Popova, very well, it's inconvenient to shoot in a room, let's go into the garden. Smirnov, come along then, but I warn you I am going to fire in the air. Popova, that's the last straw, why? Smirnov, because it's my affair. Popova, are you afraid? Yes, ah no sir, you don't get out of it, you come with me, I shan't have any peace, until I've made a hole in your forehead, that forehead which I hate so much, are you afraid? Smirnov, yes, I am afraid. Popova, you lie, why won't you fight? Smirnov, because I like you. Popova laughs, he likes me, he dares to say that he likes me, points to the door, that's the way. Smirnov loads the revolver in silence, takes his cap, and goes to the door, there he stops for half a minute, while they look at each other in silence, then he hesitatingly approaches Popova, listen, are you still angry? I am devilishly annoyed too. But do you understand, how can I express myself, the fact is you see it's like this, so to speak, shouts, well, is it my fault that I like you? He snatches at the back of a chair, the chair creaks and breaks, devil take it, how I am smashing up your furniture. I like you, do you understand, Roman one, I almost love you. Popova, get away from me, I hate you. Smirnov, God, what a woman, I've never in my life seen one like her, I am lost, done for, fallen into a mousetrap like a mouse. Popova, stand back or ill fire. Smirnov, fire, then you can't understand what happiness it would be to die before those beautiful eyes, to be shot by a revolver, held in that little velvet hand, I'm out of my senses, think, and make up your mind at once. Because if I go out, we shall never see each other again, decide, now I am a landowner of respectable character, have an income of 10,000 a year, I can put a bullet through a coin tossed into the air, as it comes down, I own some fine horses, will you be my wife? Popova indignantly shakes her revolver, let's fight, let's go out. Smirnov, I am mad, I understand nothing, yells, waiter, water. Popova yells, let's go out and fight. Smirnov, I'm off my head, I'm in love like a boy, like a fool, snatches her hand, she screams with pain, I love you, Niels, I love you as I've never loved, before I've refused 12 women, 9 have refused me, but I never loved one of them, as I love you, I am weak, I am wax, I've melted, I am on my knees like a fool offering you my hand, shame, shame, I haven't been in love for 5 years, I'd taken a vow, and now all of a sudden I am in love like a fish out of water, I offer you my hand, yes or no, you don't want me, very well, gets up, and quickly goes to the door. Popova, stop. Smirnov stops, well. Popova, nothing, go away, no, stop, no, go away, go away. I hate you, or no, don't go away, oh, if you knew how angry I am, throws her revolver on the table, my fingers have swollen, because of all this, tears her handkerchief in temper, what are you waiting for, get out. Smirnov, goodbye. Popova yes yes go away yells, where are you going stop no go away oh, how angry I am don't come near me don't come near me. Smirnov approaching her how angry I am with myself, I am in love like a student I've been on my knees, rudely. I love you, what do I want to fall in love with you for tomorrow I've got to pay the interest and begin mowing and here, you puts his arms around her, I shall never forgive myself for this. Popova get away from me take your hands away, I hate you let's go and fight. A prolonged kiss enter Luca, with an axe the gardener, with a rake the coachman, with a pitchfork and workmen with poles. Luca catches sight of the pair kissing little father's paws. Popova lowering her eyes, Luca tell them in the stables that Toby isn't to have any oats at all today. Curtain. A tragedian in spite of himself. Characters as Ivan Ivanovich Tolkachov, the father of a family. Alexei Alexeyevich Murashkin, his friend. The scene is laid in St. Petersburg in Murashkin's flat. Murashkin's study comfortable furniture. Murashkin is seated at his desk. Enter Tolkachov, holding in his hands a glass globe for a lamp, a toy bicycle, 3 hat boxes, a large parcel containing a dress, a case of beer and several little parcels. He looks round stupidly and lets himself down on the sofa in exhaustion. Murashkin, how do you do? Ivan Ivanovich, delighted to see you. What brings you here? Tolkachov breathing heavily, my dear good fellow, I want to ask you something. I implore you lend me a revolver, till tomorrow be a friend. Murashkin, what do you want a revolver for? Tolkachov, I must have it. Oh little fathers, give me some water quickly. I must have it. I've got to go through a dark wood tonight, so, in case of accidents, do please lend it to me. Murashkin, oh you liar Ivan Ivanovich, what the devil have you got to do in a dark wood? I expect you are up to something. I can see by your face that you are up to something. What's the matter with you? Are you ill? Tolkachov, wait a moment, let me breathe. Oh little mothers, I am doctored. I've got a feeling all over me, and in my head, as well as if I've been roasted on a spit. I can't stand it any longer. Be a friend, and don't ask me any questions or insist on details. Just give me the revolver, I beseech you. Murashkin, well really Ivan Ivanovich, what cowardice is this? The father of a family and a civil servant, holding a responsible post, for shame. Tolkachov, what sort of a father of a family? Am I am a martyr, I am a beast of burden, a nigger, a slave, a rascal, who keeps on waiting here for something to happen instead of starting off for the next world. I am a rag, a fool, an idiot. Why am I alive? What's the use? Jumps up. Well now tell me, why am I alive? What's the purpose of this uninterrupted series of mental and physical sufferings? I understand being a martyr to an idea, yes. But to be a martyr to the devil knows, what skirts and lamp globes know, I humbly decline. No, I've had enough. Murashkin, don't shout, the neighbors will hear you. Tolkachov, let your neighbors hear, it's all the same to me. If you don't give me a revolver somebody else will, and there will be an end of me anyway. I've made up my mind. Murashkin, hold on, you've pulled off a button, speak calmly. I still don't understand what's wrong with your life. Tolkachov, what's wrong you ask me? What's wrong? Very well, I'll tell you, very well, I'll tell you everything. And then perhaps my soul will be lighter. Let's sit down now. Listen, oh little mothers, I'm out of breath. Just let's take today as an instance. Let's take today. As you know, I've got to work at the treasury from 10 to 4. It's hot, it's stuffy, there are flies, and my dear fellow, the very dickens of a chaos, the secretary, is on leave. Krapov has gone to get married, and the smaller fry is mostly in the country making love or occupied with amateur theatricals. Everybody is so sleepy, tired, and done up that you can't get any sense out of them. The secretary's duties are in the hands of an individual who is deaf in the left ear, and in love the public has lost its memory. Everybody is running about angry and raging, and there is such a hullabaloo that you can't hear yourself speak. Confusion and smoke everywhere, and my work is deathly always the same. First a correction, then a reference back, another correction, another reference back. It's all as monotonous as the waves of the sea. One's eyes, you understand, simply crawl out of one's head. Give me some water, you come out a broken, exhausted man. You would like to dine and fall asleep. But you don't. You remember that you live in the country, that is, you are a slave, a rag, a bit of string, a bit of limp flesh, and you've got to run round and do errands. Where we live, a pleasant custom has grown up. Man goes to town. Every wretched female inhabitant, not to mention one's own wife, has the power and the right to give him a crowd of commissions. The wife orders you to run into the modistes and curse her for making a bodice too wide across the chest and too narrow across the shoulders. Little Sonia wants a new pair of shoes. Your sister-in-law wants some scarlet silk like the pattern at 20 kopecks, And 3 arshins long just wait ill read you takes a note out of his pocket and reads, "A globe for the lamp, 1 pound of pork sausages, 5 kopecks worth of cloves and cinnamon castor oil, for Misha 10 pounds of granulated sugar, to bring with you from home a copper jar, for the sugar carbolic acid insect powder 10 kopecks, worth 20 bottles of beer vinegar, and corsets for Emil Shanso at no 82 oof. And to bring home Miss Has winter coat and galoshes, that is the order of my wife and family. Then there are the commissions of our dear friends, and neighbour Stevil take them. Tomorrow is the name day of Volodya Vlasin. I have to buy a bicycle for him. The wife of Lieutenant Colonel Vertkin is in an interesting condition, and I am therefore bound to call in at the midwife's every day, and invite her to come, and so on and so on. There are 5 notes in my pocket, and my handkerchief is all knots, and so, my dear fellow, you spend the time between your office and your train running about the town like a dog with your tongue hanging out, running, and cursing life, from the clothiers to the chemists, from the chemists to the modistes, from the modistes to the pork butchers, and then back again to the chemists. In one place you stumble, in a second you lose your money, in a third you forget to pay, and they raise a hue and cry after you, in a fourth you tread on the train of a lady's dress tifu. You get so shaken up from all this that your bones ache all night, and you dream of crocodiles. Well, you've made all your purchases, but how are you to pack all these things? For instance, how are you to put a heavy copper jar together with the lamp globe, or the carbolic acid with the tea? How are you to make a combination of beer bottles? And this bicycle, it's the labours of Hercules, a puzzle, a rebus. Whatever tricks you think of, in the long run you're bound to smash or scatter something, and at the station and in the train you have to stand with your arms apart, holding up some parcel or other under your chin, with parcels, cardboard boxes and such like rubbish all over you. The train starts, the passengers begin to throw your luggage about on all sides. You've got your things on somebody else's seat. They yell, they call for the conductor, they threaten to have you put out. But what can I do? I just stand and blink my eyes like a whacked donkey. Now listen to this. I get home, you think I'd like to have a nice little drink after my righteous labours, and a good square mealissant, that but there is no chance of that. My spouse has been on the lookout for me for some time. You've hardly started on your soup when she has her claws into you, wretched slave that you errand. Wouldn't you like to go to some amateur theatricals, or to a dance? You can't protest, you are a husband, and the word husband, when translated into the language of summer residents in the country, means a dumb beast which you can load to any extent without fear of the interference of the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. So you go and blink at a family scandal or something. You applaud when your wife tells you to, and you feel worse and worse and worse, until you expect an apoplectic fit to happen any moment. If you go to a dance, you have to find partners for your wife, and if there is a shortage of them, then you dance the quadrilles yourself. You get back from the theatre, or the dance after midnight, when you are no longer a man, but a useless limp rag. Well, at last you've got what you want. You unrobe and get into bed. It's excellent. You can close your eyes and sleep. Everything is so nice, poetic and warm. You understand. There are no children squealing behind the wall, and you've got rid of your wife, and your conscience is clear. What more can you want? You fall asleep, and suddenly you hear a buzz. Gnats jumps up. Gnats, be they triply accursed. Gnats shakes his fist. Gnats, it's one of the plagues of Egypt, one of the tortures of the Inquisition. Buzz, it sounds so pitiful, so pathetic, as if it's begging your pardon, but the villain stings so that you have to scratch yourself for an hour after you smoke and go for them, and cover yourself from head to foot. But it is no good. At last you have to sacrifice yourself, and let the cursed things devour you. You've no sooner got used to the gnats, when another plague begins downstairs. Your wife begins practicing sentimental songs with her 2 friends. They sleep by day and rehearse for amateur concerts by night. Oh my God, those tenors are a torture with which no gnats on earth can compare. He sings, "Oh, tell me not my youth has ruined you before they do. I stand enchanted. Oh, the beastly things they've about killed me, so as to deafen myself. A little I do this, I drum on my ears. This goes on till 4 o'clock. Oh, give me some more water, brother. I can't well, not having slept. You get up at 6 o'clock in the morning, and off you go to the station. You run so as not to be late, and it's muddy, foggy, cold. But then you get to town and start all over again. So there, brother, it's a horrible life. I wouldn't wish one like it for my enemy. You understand, ill got asthma, heartburn, always afraid of something. I've got indigestion. Everything is thick before me. I've become a regular psychopath, looking round only between ourselves. I want to go down to see Chechot or Merzhavsky. There's some devil in me, brother, in moments of despair and suffering, when the gnats are stinging, or the tenors sing. Everything suddenly grows dim. You jump up and race round the whole house like a lunatic, and shout, I want blood, blood, and really all the time you do want to let a knife into somebody, or hit him over the head with a chair. That's what life in a summer villa leads to. And nobody has any sympathy for me, and everybody seems to think it's all as it should be. People even laugh But understand I am a living being. And I want to live this isn't farce, it's tragedy, I say. If you don't give me your revolver, you might at any rate sympathize. Murashkin, I do sympathize. Tolkachev, I see how much you sympathize. Goodbye, I've got to buy some anchovies, and some sausage, and some tooth powder, and then to the station. Murashkin, where are you living? Tolkachev, at Kerian River. Murashkin, delighted really, then you'll know Olga Pavlovna Finberg who lives there. Tolkachev, I know her, we are even acquainted. Murashkin, how perfectly splendid, that's so convenient, and it would be so good of you. Tolkachev, what's that? Murashkin, my dear fellow, wouldn't you do one little thing for me, be a friend, promise me now. Tolkachev, what's that? Murashkin, it would be such a friendly action, I implore you, my dear man, in the first place. Give Olga Pavlovna my very kind regards in the second place. There's a little thing I'd like you to take down to her. She asked me to get a sewing machine, but I haven't anybody to send it down to her. By you take it, my dear, and you might at the same time take down this canary in its cage. Only be careful or you'll break the door. What are you looking at me like that for? Tolkachev, a sewing machine, a canary in a cage, Siskins chaffinches. Murashkin, Ivan Ivanovich, what's the matter with you? Why are you turning purple? Tolkachev, stamping, give me the sewing machine. Where's the birdcage? Now get on top yourself. Eat me, tear me to pieces, kill me, clenching his fists. I want blood, blood, blood. Murashkin, you've gone mad. Tolkachev, treading on his feet, I want blood, blood. Murashkin, in horror, he's gone mad, shouts Peter. Maria, where are you? Help. Tolkachev, chasing him round the room, I want blood, blood. Curtain. The anniversary. Characters as Andrei Andreevich Shipachin, chairman of the N-Joint Stock Bank, a middle-aged man with a monocle. Tatyana Alexeyevna, his wife, aged 25. Kosma Nikolaevich Kirin, the bank's aged bookkeeper. Nastasia Fyodorovna Merchitkina, an old woman wearing an old-fashioned cloak. Directors of the bank. Employees of the bank. The action takes place at the bank. The private office of the chairman of directors on the left is a door leading into the public department. There are 2 desks. The furniture aims at a deliberately luxurious effect with armchairs covered in velvet flowers, statues, carpets, and a telephone. It is midday. Kirin is alone. He wears long felt boots and is shouting through the door. Kirin, send out to the chemist for 15 kopecks worth of valerian drops and tell them to bring some drinking water into the director's office. This is the 100th time I've asked. Goes to a desk. I am absolutely tired out. This is the 4th day I've been working without a chance of shutting my eyes from morning to evening. I work here from evening to morning at home. Coughs, and I've got an inflammation all over me. I am hot and cold, and I cough and my legs ache. And there's something dancing before my eyes. Sits our scoundrel of a chairman. The brute is going to read a report at a general meeting. Our bank, its present and future. You'd think he was a gambetta. At work 2116-07 next 6-16. He just wants to throw dust into people's eyes. And so I sit here and work for him like a galley slave. This report of his is poetic fiction, and nothing more. And here I've got to sit day after day and add figures. Devil take his soul, rattles on his counting frame. I can't stand it. Writing that is 1372. 1 He promised to reward me for my work if everything goes well today, and the public is properly put into blinkers. He's promised me a gold charm and 300 rubles bonus. Well, see, works, yes. But if my work all goes for nothing, then you'd better look out. I am very excitable. If I lose my temper, I am capable of committing some crime, so look out, yes. Noise and applause behind the scenes. Shipachin's voice. Thank you, I am extremely grateful. Enter Shipachin. He wears a frock coat and white tie. He carries an album which has been just presented to him. Shipachin at the door addresses the outer office. This present, my dear colleagues, will be preserved to the day of my death, as a memory of the happiest days of my life. Yes, gentlemen. Once more, I thank you. Throws a kiss into the air, and turns to Kirin. My dear, my respected Kosma Nikolaevich. All the time that Shipachin is on the stage, clerks intermittently come in with papers for his signature, and go out. Kirin, standing up. I have the honor to congratulate you, Andrei Andreevich, on the 50th anniversary of our bank, and hope that... Shipachin warmly shakes hands. Thank you, my dear sir, thank you. I think that in view of the unique character of the day, as it is an anniversary, we may kiss each other. They kiss. I am very, very glad. Thank you for your service, for everything. If in the course of the time during which I have had the honor to be chairman of this bank, Anything useful has been done, the credit is due more than to anybody else, to my colleagues. Sighs, yes, 15 years, 15 years. As my name's Shipachin changes his tone, where's my report, is it getting on? Kirin, yes, there's only 5 pages left. Shipachin, excellent, then it will be ready by 3. Kirin, if nothing occurs to disturb me, I'll get it done. Nothing of any importance is now left. Shipachin, splendid, splendid, as my name's Shipachin, the general meeting will be at 4, if you please, my dear fellow, give me the first half, I'll peruse it, quick. Takes the report, I base enormous hopes on this report, it's my profession de foi, or better, still my firework. Note the actual word employed, my firework, as my name's Shipachin sits and reads the report to himself. I am hellishly tired. My gout kept on giving me trouble last night, all the morning I was running about. And then these excitements, ovations, agitations, I am tired. Kirin, 2.3920, I can't see straight after all these figures. 316415, uses the counting frame. Shipachin, another unpleasantness. This morning your wife came to see me, and complained about you once again, said that last night you threatened her and her sister with a knife. Kusma Nikolaevich, what do you mean by that? Oh. Kirin, rudely, as it's an anniversary, Andrei Andreevich, I'll ask for a special favor, please. Even if it's only out of respect for my toil, don't interfere in my family life, please. Shipachin sighs, yours is an impossible character, Kusma Nikolaevich. You're an excellent and respected man, but you behave to women like some scoundrel. Yes, really, I don't understand why you hate them so. Kirin, I wish I could understand why you love them so. Pause. Shipachin, the employees have just presented me with an album, and the directors, as I've heard, are going to give me an address, and a silver loving cup, playing with his monocle. Very nice, as my name's Shipachin. It isn't excessive. A certain pomp is essential to the reputation of the bank devil. Take it you know everything. Of course I composed the address myself. And I bought the cup myself too. Well, then there was 45 rubles for the cover of the address, but you can't do without that. They'd never have thought of it for themselves. Looks round, look at the furniture. Just look at it. They say I'm stingy, that all I want is that the locks on the doors should be polished, that the employees should wear fashionable ties, and that a fat hall porter should stand by the door. No, sirs, polished locks, and a fat porter mean a good deal. I can behave as I like at home, eat and sleep like a pig, get drunk. Kirin, please don't make hints. Shipachin, nobody's making hints. What an impossible character yours is. As I was saying, at home I can live like a tradesman, a parvenu, and be up to any games I like. But here everything must be en grand. This is a bank. Here every detail must imponiern, so to speak, and have a majestic appearance. He picks up a paper from the floor and throws it into the fireplace. My service to the bank has been just this. I've raised its reputation. A thing of immense importance is tone immense, as my name's Shipachin. Looks over. Kirin, my dear man, a deputation of shareholders may come here any moment, and there you are in felt boots, wearing a scarf, in some absurdly coloured jacket. You might have put on a frock coat, or at any rate a dark jacket. Kirin, my health matters more to me than your shareholders. I've an inflammation all over me. Shipachin, excitedly, but you will admit that it's untidy. You spoil the ensemble. Kirin, if the deputation comes I can go and hide myself. It won't matter if 7172150. I don't like untidiness myself. 729, uses the counting frame. I can't stand untidiness. It would have been wiser of you not to have invited ladies to today's anniversary dinner. Shipachin, oh, that's nothing. Kirin, I know that you're going to have the hall filled with them tonight to make a good show, but you look out or they'll spoil everything. They cause all sorts of mischief and disorder. Shipachin, on the contrary, feminine society elevates. Kirin, yes, your wife seems intelligent, but on the Monday of last week, she let something off that upset me for 2 days in front of a lot of people. She suddenly asks, is it true that at our bank my husband bought up a lot of the shares of the Dryarsky Bank, which have been falling on exchange? My husband is so annoyed about it, this in front of people. Why do you tell them everything? I don't understand. Do you want them to get you into serious trouble? Shipachin, well, that's enough, all that's too dull for an anniversary, which reminds me, by the way, looks at the time, my wife ought to be here soon. I really ought to have gone to the station to meet the poor little thing. But there's no time and I am tired. I must say I am not glad of her, that is to say I am glad, but I'd be gladder if she only stayed another couple of days with her mother. Shall want me to spend the whole evening with her tonight, whereas we have arranged a little excursion for ourselves. Shivers. Oh, my nerves have already started dancing me about. They are so strained, that I think the very smallest trifle would be enough to make me break into tears. No, I must be strong as my name's Shipachin. Enter Tatyana Alexeyevna Shipachin in a waterproof, with a little travelling satchel slung across her shoulder. Shipachin are in the nick of time. Tatyana Alexeyevna darling. Runs to her husband a prolonged kiss. Shipachin, we were only speaking of you just now, looks at his watch. Tatyana Alexeyevna panting, were you very dull without me? Are you well? I haven't been home. Yet I came here straight from the station. I've a lot to tell you. I couldn't wait. I shan't take off my clothes. I'll only stay a minute to Kirin. Good morning, Kusma Nikolaevich to her husband. Is everything all right at home? Shipachin, yes, quite. And you know you've got to look plumper and better this week. Well, what sort of a time did you have? Tatyana Alexeyevna, splendid. Mama and Katya send their regards. Vasily Andreich sends you a kiss, kisses him. Aunt sends you a jar of jam, and is annoyed because you don't write. Zina sends you a kiss, kisses. Oh, if you knew what's happened, if you only knew. I'm even frightened to tell you. Oh, if you only knew, but I see by your eyes that you're sorry I came. Shipachin, on the contrary, darling, kisses her. Kirin coughs angrily. Tatyana Alexeyevna, oh poor Katya, I am so sorry for her, so sorry for her. Shipachin, this is the bank's anniversary today, darling. We may get a deputation of the shareholders at any moment, and you're not dressed. Tatyana Alexeyevna, oh yes, the anniversary. I congratulate you, gentlemen. I wish you so. It means that today's the day of the meeting, the dinner. That's good. And do you remember that beautiful address which you spent such a long time composing for the shareholders? Will it be read today? Kirin coughs angrily. Shipachin, confused, my dear. We don't talk about these things. You'd really better go home. Tatyana Alexeyevna, in a minute. I'll tell you everything in 1 minute. And go. I'll tell you from the very beginning. Well, when you were seeing me off, you remember, I was sitting next to that stout lady, and I began to read. I don't like to talk in the train. I read for 3 stations, and didn't say a word to anyone. Well, then the evening set in, and I felt so mournful, you know, with such sad thoughts. A young man was sitting opposite, not a bad-looking fellow, a brunette. Well, we fell into conversation. A sailor came along, then some student or other laughs. I told them that I wasn't married, and they did look after me. We chattered till midnight. The brunette kept on telling the most awfully funny stories, and the sailor kept on singing. My chest began to ache from laughing, and when the sailor, oh those sailors, when he got to know my name was Tatyana, you know what he sings in a bass voice. Wonjin, don't let me conceal it, I love Tatyana madly. Note from the opera Evgeny Wonjin, words by Pushkin, roars with laughter. Kirin coughs angrily. Shipachin, Tania dear, you're a disturbing, Kusma Nikolaevich. Go home, dear, later on. Tatyana Alexeyevna, no, let him hear if he wants to. It's awfully interesting. I'll end in a minute. Serezha came to meet me at the station. Some young man or other turns up, an inspector of taxes. I think quite handsome, especially his eyes. Serezha introduced me, and the 3 of us rode off together. It was lovely weather. Voices behind the stage. You can't. What do you want? Enter Merchatkina, waving her arms about. Merchatkina, what are you dragging at me for? What else? I want him himself. To Shipachin, I have the honor, your excellency. I am the wife of a civil servant, Nastasia Fyodorovna Merchatkina. Shipachin, what do you want? Merchatkina, well, you see, your excellency, my husband has been ill for 5 months, and while he was at home getting better, he was suddenly dismissed for no reason, your excellency. And when I went to get his salary, they, you see, deducted 24 rubles 36 kopecks from it. What for, I asked. They said, well, he drew it from the employee's account, and the others had to make it up. How can that be? How could he draw anything without my permission? No, your excellency, I am a poor woman. My lodgers are all I have to live on. I'm weak and defenseless. Everybody does me some harm, and nobody has a kind word for me. Shipachin, excuse me, takes a petition from her and reads it standing. Tatyana Alexeyevna to Kirin, yes, but first last week, I suddenly received a letter from my mother. She writes that a certain Grendalski has proposed to my sister, Katya, a nice modest young man, but with no means of his own and no assured position. And unfortunately, just think of it, Katya is absolutely gone on him. What's to be done? Mama writes telling me to come at once and influence Katya. Kirin angrily, excuse me, you've made me lose my place. You go talking about your mama and Katya, and I understand nothing, and I've lost my place. Tatyana Alexeyevna, what does that matter? You listen when a lady is talking to you. Why are you so angry today? Are you in love? Laughs. Shipachin to Merchatkina, excuse me, but what is this? I can't make head or tail of it. Tatiana Alexeyevna, are you in love? Aha, Yurey blushing. Shipachin to his wife, Tanya dear, do go out into the public office for a moment, I shan't be long. Tatiana Alexeyevna, all right, goes out. Shipachin, I don't understand anything of this, you've obviously come to the wrong place. Madam, your petition doesn't concern us at all, you should go to the department in which your husband was employed. Merchatkina, I've been there a good many times these 5 months, and they wouldn't even look at my petition. I'd given up all hopes, but thanks to my son-in-law Boris Matveyich, I thought of coming to you. You go, mother, he says, and apply to Mr. Shipachin. He's an influential man, and can do anything. Help me, your excellency. Shipachin, we can't do anything for you, Mrs. Merchatkina. You must understand that your husband, so far as I can gather, was in the employ of the Army Medical Department, while this is a private commercial concern, a bank. Don't you understand that? Merchatkina, your excellency, I can produce a doctor's certificate of my husband's illness. Here it is, just look at it. Shipachin, irritated, that's all right, I quite believe you, but it's not our business behind the scene. Tatiana Alexeyevna's laughter is heard then. A man's Shipachin glances at the door. She's disturbing the employees. To Merchatkina, it's strange, and it's even silly. Surely your husband knows where you ought to apply. Merchatkina, your excellency, I don't let him know anything, he just cried out. It isn't your business, get out of this. And Shipachin, madam, I repeat, your husband was in the employ of the Army Medical Department, and this is a bank, a private commercial concern. Merchatkina, yes, I understand, my dear. In that case, your excellency, just order them to pay me 15 rubles. I don't mind taking that to be going on with. Shipachin sighs, oof. Kirin Andrei Andreevich, I'll never finish the report at this rate. Shipachin, one moment. To Merchatkina, I can't get any sense out of you, but do understand that you're taking this business here is as absurd as if you took a divorce petition to a chemist's, or into a gold assay office. Knock at the door. The voice of Tatiana Alexeyevna is heard. Can I come in? Andrei Shipachin shouts. Just wait 1 minute, dear. To Merchatkina, what has it got to do with us? If you haven't been paid, as it happens, madam, this is an anniversary today. We're busy and somebody may be coming here at any moment. Excuse me. Merchatkina, your excellency, have pity on me, an orphan. I am a weak, defenseless woman. I am tired to death. I am having trouble with my lodgers, and on account of my husband, and I've got the house to look after, and my son-in-law is out of work. Shipachin, Mrs. Merchatkina, Roman 1, no, excuse me, I can't talk to you, my head's even in a whirl. You are disturbing us and making us waste our time. Sighs aside, what a business, as my name's Shipachin. To Kirin Kuzma Nikolaevich, will you please explain to Mrs. Merchatkina? Waves his hand and goes out into public department. Kirin, approaching Merchatkina angrily, what do you want? Merchatkina, I am a weak, defenseless woman. I may look all right, but if you were to take me to pieces, you wouldn't find a single healthy bit in me. I can hardly stand on my legs, and I've lost my appetite. I drank my coffee today and got no pleasure out of it. Kirin, I ask you, what do you want? Merchatkina, tell them, my dear, to give me 15 rubles, and a month later will do for the rest. Kirin, but haven't you been told perfectly plainly that this is a bank? Merchatkina, yes, and if you like I can show you the doctor's certificate. Kirin, have you got a head on your shoulders or what? Merchatkina, my dear, I am asking for what's mine by law. I don't want what isn't mine. Kirin, I ask you, madam, have you got a head on your shoulders or what? Well, devil take me, I haven't any time to talk to you. I am busy. Points to the door. That way, please. Merchatkina, surprised, and where's the money? Kirin, you haven't a head, but this taps the table and then points to his forehead. Merchatkina, offended, what? Well, never mind, you can do that to your own wife, but I am the wife of a civil servant, you can't do that to me. Kirin, losing his temper, get out of this. Merchatkina, no, none of that. Kirin, if you don't get out this second, I'll call for the hall porter. Get out, stamping. Merchatkina, never mind, I'm not afraid. I've seen the like of you before, miser. Kirin, I don't think I've ever seen a more awful woman in my life. Oof, it's given me a headache. Breathing heavily. I tell you once more, do you hear me? If you don't get out of this, you old devil, I'll grind you into powder. I've got such a character that I am perfectly capable of laming you for life. I can commit a crime. Merchatkina, I've heard barking dogs before. I am not afraid. I've seen the like of you before. Kirin, in despair, I can't stand it. I am ill. I can't. Sits down at his desk. They've let the bank get filled with women, and I can't finish my report. I can't. Merchatkina, I don't want anybody else's money, but my own. According to law you ought to be ashamed of yourself, sitting in a government office in felt boots. Enter Shipachin and Tatyana Alexeyevna. Tatyana Alexeyevna following her husband. We spent the evening at the Berezhnitsky's. Katya was wearing a sky-blue frock of foulard silk cut low at the neck. She looks very well with her hair done over her head, and I did her hair myself. She was perfectly fascinating. Shipachin, who has had enough of it already. Yes, fascinating. They may be here any moment. Merchatkina, Your Excellency. Shipachin dully, what else? What do you want? Merchatkina, Your Excellency points to Kirin. This man tapped the table with his finger, and then his head. You told him to look after my affair, but he insults me and says all sorts of things. I am a weak, defenseless woman. Shipachin, all right madam, I'll see to it, and take the necessary steps. Go away now. Later on aside, my gout's coming on. Kirin in a low tone to Shipachin, Andrei Andreevich, send for the hall porter, and have her turned out neck and crop. What else can we do? Shipachin frightened, no shall kick up a row, and we aren't the only people in the building. Merchatkina, Your Excellency. Kirin in a tearful voice, but I've got to finish my report. I won't have time. I want. Merchatkina, Your Excellency, when shall I have the money? I want it now. Shipachin aside in dismay, a remarkably beastly woman politely, Madam, I've already told you this is a bank, a private commercial concern. Merchatkina, be a father to me, Your Excellency. If the doctor's certificate isn't enough, I can get you another from the police. Tell them to give me the money. Shipachin panting, oof. Tatyana Alexeyevna to Merchatkina, Mother, haven't you already been told that you're disturbing them? What right have you? Merchatkina, Mother, beautiful one, nobody will help me. All I do is to eat and drink, and just now I didn't enjoy my coffee at all. Shipachin exhausted, how much do you want? Merchatkina, 24 rubles 36 kopecks. Shipachin, all right, takes a 25 ruble note out of his pocketbook and gives it to her. Here are 25 rubles, take it and go. Kirin coughs angrily. Merchatkina, I thank you very humbly, Your Excellency, hides the money. Tatyana Alexeyevna sits by her husband. It's time, I went home. Looks at watch, but I haven't done yet. I'll finish in 1 minute. And go away. What a time we had. Yes, what a time we went to spend the evening at the Berezhnitsky's. It was all right, quite fun, but nothing in particular. Katya's devoted Grendalski was there, of course. Well, I talked to Katya, cried, and induced her to talk to Grendalski, and refuse him. Well, I thought everything's settled the best possible way. I've quieted Mama down, saved Katya, and can be quiet myself. What do you think? Katya and I were going along the avenue just before supper, and suddenly we heard a shot. No, I can't talk about it. Calmly waves her handkerchief. No, I can't. Shipachin sighs, oof. Tatyana Alexeyevna weeps. We ran to the summer house, and there poor Grendalski was lying with a pistol in his hand. Shipachin, no, I can't stand this. I can't stand it. To Merchatkina, what else do you want? Merchatkina, Your Excellency, can't my husband go back to his job? Tatyana Alexeyevna weeping. He shot himself right in the heart here, and the poor man had fallen down senseless, and he was awfully frightened as he lay there, and asked for a doctor. A doctor came soon, and saved the unhappy man. Merchatkina, Your Excellency, can't my husband go back to his job? Shipachin, no, I can't stand this. Weeps. I can't stand it. Stretches out both his hands in despair to Kirin. Drive her away, I implore you. Kirin goes up to Tatyana Alexeyevna. Get out of this. Shipachin, not her, but this one, this awful woman, points that one. Kirin, not understanding, to Tatyana Alexeyevna, get out of this. Stamps, get out. Tatyana Alexeyevna, what are you doing? Have you taken leave of your senses? Shipachin, it's awful. I am a miserable man. Drive her out with her. Kirin to Tatyana Alexeyevna, out of it. I'll cripple you, I'll knock you out of shape, I'll break the law. Tatyana Alexeyevna running from him. He chases her. How dare you, you impudent fellow, shouts. Andrei, help. Andrei screams. Shipachin chasing them. Stop, I implore you, not such a noise. Have pity on me. Kirin chasing Merchatkina out of this. Catch her, hit her, cut her into pieces. Shipachin shouts, stop, I ask you, I implore you. Merchatkina, little fathers, screams little fathers. Tatyana Alexeyevna shouts, help, oh, I'm sick, jumps on to a chair, then falls onto the sofa and groans as if in a faint. Kirin chasing Merchatkina, hit her, beat her, cut her to pieces. Merchatkina, oh, little fathers, it's all dark before me. Falls senseless into Shipachin's arms. There is a knock at the door, a voice announces the deputation, reputation, occupation. Kieran stamps, get out of it, devil take me, turns up his sleeves, give her to me, I may break the law. A deputation of 5 men enters, they all wear frock coats. One carries the velvet-covered address, another the Loving Cup employees look in at the door from the public department. Tatyana Alexeyevna, on the sofa, and Merchitkina in Shipachin's arms are both groaning. One of the deputation reads aloud, deeply respected, and dear Andrei Andreevich, throwing a retrospective glance at the past history of our financial administration, and reviewing in our minds its gradual development, we receive an extremely satisfactory impression. It is true that in the first period of its existence, the inconsiderable amount of its capital, and the absence of serious operations of any description, and also the indefinite aims of this bank, made us attach an extreme importance to the question raised by Hamlet, to be or not to be, and at one time there were even voices to be heard demanding our liquidation. But at that moment, you become the head of our concern. Your knowledge, energies, and your native tact were the causes of extraordinary success and widespread extension. The reputation of the bank coughs, reputation of the bank. Merchitkina groans, oh oh. Tatyana Alexeyevna groans, water, water. The member of the deputation continues, the reputation coughs. The reputation of the bank has been raised by you to such a height that we are now the rivals of the best foreign concerns. Shipachin deputation, reputation, occupation. 2 friends that had a walk at night held converse by the pale moonlight. Oh, tell me not that youth is vain, that jealousy has turned my brain. The member of the deputation continues in confusion, then throwing an objective glance at the present condition of things, we deeply respected. And dear Andrei Andreevich, lowering his voice, in that case, well, do it later on, yes, later on. Deputation goes out in confusion. Curtain. The 3 sisters. A drama in 4 acts. Characters as Andrei Sergeyevich Prosorov, Natalia Ivanova, Natasha his fiancée, later his wife, 28. His sisters are Olga, Masha, Irina. Fyodor Ilyich Kuligin, high school teacher, married to Masha, 20. Alexander Ignatievich Vershinin, lieutenant colonel in charge of a battery, 42. Nikolai Elvovich Tuzenbach, baron lieutenant in the army, 30. Vasily Vasilovich Solny, captain. Ivan Romanovich Chebutikin, army doctor, 60. Alexei Petrovich Fedotik, sub-lieutenant. Vladimir Karlovich Rode, sub-lieutenant. Ferapont, doorkeeper at local council, offices an old man. Amphasa, nurse, 80. The action takes place in a provincial town. Ages are stated in brackets. Act I. In Prosorov's house, a sitting room with pillars behind, is seen a large dining room. It is midday, the sun is shining brightly outside in the dining room, the table is being laid for lunch. Olga, in the regulation blue dress of a teacher at a girls' high school, is walking about correcting exercise books. Masha, in a black dress with a hat on her knees, sits and reads a book. Irina, in white, stands about with a thoughtful expression. Olga, it's just a year since father died, last May the 5th, on your name day. Irina, it was very cold then, and snowing. I thought I would never survive it, and you were in a dead faint, and now a year has gone by, and we are already thinking about it without pain, and you are wearing a white dress and your face is happy. Clock strikes 12, and the clock struck just the same way. Then pause. I remember that there was music at the funeral, and they fired a volley in the cemetery. He was a general in command of a brigade, but there were few people present. Of course it was raining, then raining hard and snowing. Irina, why, think about it. Baron Tuzenbach, Chebutikin and Solny appear by the table in the dining room behind the pillars. Olga, it's so warm today that we can keep the windows open, though the birches are not yet in flower. Father was put in command of a brigade, and he rode out of Moscow with us 11 years ago. I remember perfectly that it was early in May, and that everything in Moscow was flowering then. It was warm too, everything was bathed in sunshine. 11 years have gone, and I remember everything as if we rode out only yesterday. Oh God, when I awoke this morning and saw all the light, and the spring joy entered my heart, and I longed passionately to go home. Chebutikin, will you take a bet on it? Tuzenbach, oh nonsense. Masha, lost in a reverie over her book, whistles softly. Olga, don't whistle, Masha. How can you pause? I'm always having headaches from having to go to the high school every day, and then teach. till evening strange thoughts come to me as if I were already an old woman, and really during these 4 years that I have been working here, I have been feeling as if every day my strength and youth have been squeezed out of me drop by drop, and only one desire grows and gains in strength. Irina, to go away to Moscow, to sell the house, drop everything here, and go to Moscow. Olga, yes, to Moscow, and as soon as possible. Chebutykin and Tuzenbach laugh. Irina, I expect Andrei will become a professor, but still, he won't want to live here, only poor Masha must go on living here. Olga, Masha can come to Moscow every year for the whole summer. Masha is whistling gently. Irina, everything will be arranged, please God. Looks out of the window, it's nice out today. I don't know why I am so happy. I remembered this morning that it was my name day, and I suddenly felt glad, and remembered my childhood, when mother was still with us. What beautiful thoughts I had, what thoughts. Olga, you're all radiance today, I've never seen you look so lovely. And Masha is pretty too. Andrei wouldn't be bad looking if he wasn't so stout, it does spoil his appearance, but I've grown old, and very thin. I suppose it's because I get angry with the girls at school today. I am free, I am at home, I haven't got a headache, and I feel younger than I was yesterday. I'm only 28, all's well, God is everywhere. But it seems to me that if only I were married and could stay at home all day, it would be even better. Pause, I should love my husband. Tuzenbach to Solny, I am tired of listening to the rot you talk. Entering the sitting room, I forgot to say that Vershinin, our new lieutenant colonel of artillery, is coming to see us today. Sits down to the piano. Olga, that's good, I am glad. Irina, is he old? Tuzenbach, oh no, 40 or 45 at the very outside. Plays softly. He seems rather a good sort. He's certainly no fool, only he likes to hear himself speak. Irina, is he interesting? Tuzenbach, oh, he's all right, but there's his wife, his mother-in-law, and 2 daughters. This is his second wife. He pays calls and tells everybody that he's got a wife and 2 daughters. Hell, tell you so. Here the wife isn't all there. She does her hair like a flapper and gushes extremely. She talks philosophy and tries to commit suicide every now and again, apparently in order to annoy her husband. I should have left her long ago, but he bears up patiently and just grumbles. Solny enters with Chebutykin from the dining room. With one hand I can only lift 54 pounds, but with both hands I can lift 180 or even 200 pounds. From this, I conclude that 2 men are not twice as strong as one, but 3 times, perhaps even more. Chebutykin reads a newspaper as he walks. If your hair is coming out, take an ounce of naphthalene and hail a bottle of spirit dissolve, and use daily. Makes a note in his pocket diary. When found, make a note of not that I want it, though crosses it out, it doesn't matter. Irina, Ivan Romanovich, dear Ivan Romanovich. Chebutykin, what does my own little girl want? Irina, Ivan Romanovich, dear Ivan Romanovich, I feel as if I were sailing under the broad blue sky, with great white birds around me. Why is that? Why? Chebutykin kisses her hands tenderly. My white bird. Irina, when I woke up today and got up and dressed myself, I suddenly began to feel as if everything in this life was open to me, and that I knew how I must live. Dear Ivan Romanovich, I know everything. A man must work, toil in the sweat of his brow, whoever he may be, for that is the meaning and object of his life, his happiness, his enthusiasm. How fine it is to be a workman who gets up at daybreak and breaks stones in the street, or a shepherd, or a schoolmaster who teaches children, or an engineer driver on the railway. My God, let alone a man, it's better to be an ox, or just a horse, so long as it can work, than a young woman who wakes up at 12 o'clock, has her coffee in bed, and then spends 2 hours dressing. Oh, it's awful sometimes. When it's hot, your thirst can be just as tiresome as my need for work. And if I don't get up early in future and work, Ivan Romanovich, then you may refuse me your friendship. Chebutykin tenderly, ill refuse. Olga, father used to make us get up at 7. Now Irina wakes at 7 and lies and meditates about something till 9 at least, and she looks so serious. Laughs. Irina, you're so used to seeing me as a little girl that it seems queer to you when my face is serious. I am 20. Tuzenbach, how well I can understand that craving for work. Oh God, I've never worked once in my life. I was born in Petersburg, a chilly, lazy place, in a family which never knew what work or worry meant. I remember that, when I used to come home from my regiment, a footman used to have to pull off my boots, while I fidgeted, and my mother looked on in adoration, and wondered why other people didn't see me in the same light. They shielded me from work, but only just in time. A new age is dawning. The people are marching on us. All a powerful health-giving storm is gathering. It is drawing near. Soon it will be upon us, and it will drive away laziness, indifference, the prejudice against labor, and rotten dullness from our society I shall work. And in 25 or 30 years, every man will have to work everyone. Chebutikin I shan't work. Tuzenbach you don't matter. Solely in 25 years' time, we shall all be dead thank the Lord in 2 or 3 years' time, apoplexy will carry you off or else ill blow your brains out my pet, takes a scent bottle out of his pocket, and sprinkles his chest and hands. Chebutikin laughs, it's quite true I never have worked after I came down from the university, I never stirred a finger or opened a book, I just read the papers takes another newspaper out of his pocket, here we are I've learnt from the papers that there used to be one Dobrolubov note Dobrolub. 183,681, in spite of the shortness of his career, established himself as one of the classic literary critics of Russia for instance, but what he wrote I don't know God only knows somebody is heard, tapping on the floor from below there. They're calling me downstairs, somebody's come to see me ill be back in a minute, won't be long exit hurriedly scratching his beard. Irina he's up to something. Tuzenbach yes, he looked so pleased as he went out that I am pretty certain he'll bring you a present in a moment. Irina how unpleasant. Olga yes it's awful he's always doing silly things. Masha. There stands a green oak by the sea, and a chain of bright gold is around it. Gets up and sings softly. Olga you're not very bright today Masha. Masha sings, putting on her hat. Where are you off to? Masha homed. Irina that's odd. Tuzenbach on a name day too. Masha it doesn't matter ill come in the evening goodbye dear kisses. Masha many happy returns though I've said it before in the old days when father was alive. Every time we had a name day 30 or 40 officers used to come, and there was lots of noise and fun and today there's only a man and a half and it's as quiet as a desert I'm off I've got the hump today, and am not at all cheerful so don't you mind me laughs through her tears we'll have a talk later on, but goodbye for the present my dear ill go somewhere. Irina displeased you are queer. Olga crying I understand you Masha. Solely when a man talks philosophy well it is philosophy or at any rate sophistry, but when a woman or 2 women talk philosophy it's all my eye. Masha what do you mean by that you very awful man? Solely oh nothing you came down on me before I could say help pause. Masha angrily to Olga don't cry. Enter Amphissa and Ferapont with a cake. Amphissa this way my dear come in your feet, are clean to Irina from the district council, from Mihail Ivanich Protopopov a cake. Irina thank you please thank him takes the cake. Ferapont what? Irina louder please thank him. Olga give him a pie nurse Ferapont, go shall give you a pie. Ferapont what? Amphissa come on grandfer Ferapont Spiridonich come on exeunt. Masha I don't like this Mihail Potapich or Ivanich Protopopov, we oughtn't to invite him here. Irina I never asked him. Masha that's all right. Enter Chebutikin followed by a soldier with a silver samovar, there is a rumble of dissatisfied surprise. Olga covers her face with her hands, a samovar that's awful exit into the dining room to the table. Irina my dear Ivan Romanovich what are you doing? Tuzenbach laughs I told you so. Masha Ivan Romanovich you are simply shameless. Chebutikin my dear good girl you are the only thing and the dearest thing I have in the world I'll soon be 60 I am an old man, a lonely worthless old man, the only good thing in me is my love for you, and if it hadn't been for that I would have been dead long ago. To Irina my dear little girl I've known you since the day of your birth I've carried you in my arms, I loved your dead mother. Masha but your presents are so expensive. Chebutikin angrily through his tears, expensive presents. You really are to the orderly take the samovar in their teasing expensive presents. The orderly goes into the dining room with the samovar. Amphissa enters and crosses stage my dear, there's a strange colonel come he's taken off his coat, already children he's coming here Irina darling yowl, be a nice and polite little girl want you should have lunched a long time ago oh Lord exit. Tuzenbach it must be Vershinin enter Vershinin Lieutenant Colonel Vershinin. Vershinin to Masha and Irina. I have the honor to introduce myself my name is Vershinin I am very glad indeed to be able to come at last how you've grown oh. Irina please sit down we're very glad you've come. Vershinin gaily I am glad very glad, but there are 3 sisters surely I remember 3 little girls, I forget your faces, but your father Colonel Proserov used to have 3 little girls. I remember that perfectly. I saw them with my own eyes. How time does fly, oh dear, how it flies. Tuzenbach Alexander Ignatievich comes from Moscow. Irina from Moscow. Are you from Moscow? Vershinin, yes, that's so. Your father used to be in charge of a battery there, and I was an officer in the same brigade to Masha. I seem to remember your face a little. Masha, I don't remember you. Irina. Olga shouts into the dining room. Olga, come along. Olga enters from the dining room. Lieutenant Colonel Vershinin comes from Moscow as it happens. Vershinin, I take it that you are Olga Sergeyevna the eldest, and that you are Maria and you are Irina the youngest. Olga, so you come from Moscow? Vershinin, yes, I went to school in Moscow and began my service there. I was there for a long time, until at last I got my battery and moved over here. As you see, I don't really remember you. I only remember that there used to be 3 sisters. I remember your father well. I have only to shut my eyes to see him, as he was. I used to come to your house in Moscow. Olga, I used to think I remembered everybody, but… Vershinin, my name is Alexander Ignatievich. Irina. Alexander Ignatievich, you've come from Moscow. That is really quite a surprise. Olga, we are going to live there, you see. Irina, we think we may be there this autumn. It's our native town. We were born there in Old Basmany Road. They both laugh for joy. Masha, we've unexpectedly met a fellow countryman briskly. I remember, do you remember, Olga, they used to speak at home of a lovelorn major. You were only a lieutenant then, and in love with somebody, but for some reason they always called you a major for fun. Vershinin laughs. That's it, the lovelorn major, that's got it. Masha, you only wore mustaches, then you have grown older. Through her tears you have grown older. Vershinin, yes, when they used to call me the lovelorn major I was young, and in love. I've grown out of both now. Olga, but you haven't a single white hair, yet you're older, but you're not yet old. Vershinin, I am 42. Anyway, have you been away from Moscow long? Irina, 11 years. What are you crying for, Masha, you little fool? Crying, and I am crying too. Masha, it's all right, and where did you live? Vershinin, Old Basmany Road. Olga, same as we. Vershinin, once I used to live in German Street. That was when the Red Barracks were my headquarters. There's an ugly bridge in between where the water rushes underneath. One gets melancholy. When one is alone there. Pause here. The river is so wide and fine. It's a splendid river. Olga, yes, but it's so cold. It's very cold here, and the midges. Vershinin, what are you saying here? You've got such a fine, healthy Russian climate. You've a forest, a river, and birches, dear modest birches. I like them more than any other tree. It's good to live here, only it's odd that the railway station should be 13 miles away. Nobody knows why. Solny, I know why. All look at him, because if it was near it wouldn't be far off, and if it's far off it can't be near. An awkward pause. Tuzenbach, funny man. Olga, now I know who you are. I remember. Vershinin, I used to know your mother. Chebutikin, she was a good woman, rest her soul. Irina, mother is buried in Moscow. Olga, at the Novodevichy cemetery. Masha, do you know I am beginning to forget. Her face will be forgotten, in just the same way. Vershinin, yes, they'll forget us. It's our fate. It can't be helped. A time will come when everything that seems serious, significant, or very important to us will be forgotten or considered trivial. Pause. And the curious thing is that we can't possibly find out what will come to be regarded as great and important, and what will be feeble or silly. Didn't the discoveries of Copernicus or Columbus seem unnecessary and ludicrous at first, or wasn't it thought that some rubbish written by a fool held all the truth? And it may so happen that our present existence, with which we are so satisfied, will in time appear strange, inconvenient, stupid, unclean, perhaps even sinful. Tuzenbach, who knows? But on the other hand, they may call our life noble, and honor its memory. We've abolished torture and capital punishment. We live in security, but how much suffering there is still. Solny, in a feeble voice, there, the Baron will go without his dinner, if you only let him talk philosophy. Tuzenbach, Vasily Vassilovich, kindly leave me alone. Changes his chair. You're very dull, you know. Solny, feebly, there. Tuzenbach to Vershinin, the sufferings we see today, there are so many of them still, indicate a certain moral improvement in society. Vershinin, yes, of course. Chebutikin, you said just now, Baron, that they may call our life noble, but we are very petty. Stands up, see how little I am violin played behind. Masha, that's Andrei playing her brother. Irina, he's the learned member of the family. I expect he will be a professor. Someday father was a soldier, but his son chose an academic career for himself. Masha, that was father's wish. Olga, we ragged him today, we think he's a little in love. Irina, to a local lady, she will probably come here today. Masha, you should see the way she dresses, quite prettily, quite fashionably too. But so badly, some queer bright yellow skirt with a wretched little fringe and a red bodice. And such a complexion. Andrei isn't in love, after all he has tasted, he's simply making fun of us. I heard yesterday that she was going to marry Protopopov, the chairman of the local council, that would do her nicely at the side door. Andrei, come here just for a minute, dear. Enter Andrei. Olga, my brother Andrei Sergeyevich. Vershanin, my name is Vershanin. Andrei, mine is Prosorov. Wipes his perspiring hands. You've come to take charge of the battery. Olga, just think, Alexander Ignatievich comes from Moscow. Andrei, that's all right now, my little sisters won't give you any rest. Vershanin, I've already managed to bore your sisters. Irina, just look what a nice little photograph frame Andrei gave me today shows it, he made it himself. Vershanin looks at the frame and does not know what to say. Yes, it's a thing that. Irina, and he made that frame there on the piano as well. Andrei waves his hand and walks away. Olga, he's got a degree and plays the violin and cuts all sorts of things out of wood and is really a domestic admirable Crichton. Don't go away. Andrei, he's got into a habit of always going away. Come here. Masha and Irina take his arms and laughingly lead him back. Masha, come on, come on. Andrei, please leave me alone. Masha, you are funny. Alexander Ignatievich used to be called the lovelorn major, but he never minded. Vershanin, not the least. Masha, I'd like to call you the lovelorn fiddler. Irina, or the lovelorn professor. Olga, he's in love. Little Andrei is in love. Irina applauds. Bravo, bravo, encore. Little Andrei is in love. Chebutikin goes up behind Andrei and takes him round the waist with both arms. Nature only brought us into the world that we should love. Roars with laughter, then sits down and reads a newspaper which he takes out of his pocket. Andrei, that's enough, quite enough. Wipes his face. I couldn't sleep all night, and now I can't quite find my feet, so to speak. I read until 4 o'clock, then tried to sleep. But nothing happened. I thought about one thing and another, and then it dawned, and the sun crawled into my bedroom this summer. While I am here I want to translate a book from the English. Vershanin, do you read English? Andrei, yes, father, rest his soul, educated us almost violently. It may seem funny and silly, but it's nevertheless true that after his death I began to fill out and get rounder, as if my body had had some great pressure taken off it, thanks to father, my sisters. And I know French, German and English, and Irina knows Italian as well, but we paid dearly for it all. Masha, a knowledge of 3 languages is an unnecessary luxury in this town. It isn't even a luxury, but a sort of useless extra, like a 6th finger. We know a lot too much. Vershanin, well, I say, laughs. You know a lot too much. I don't think there can really be a town so dull and stupid as to have no place for a clever, cultured person. Let us suppose even that among the 100,000 inhabitants of this backward and uneducated town there are only 3 persons like yourself. It stands to reason that you won't be able to conquer that dark mob around you. Little by little, as you grow older, you will be bound to give way and lose yourselves in this crowd of 100,000 human beings. Their life will suck you up in itself, but still, you won't disappear, having influenced nobody later on others like you will come perhaps 6 of them, then 12, and so on, until at last your sort will be in the majority in 200 or 300 years' time. Life on this earth will be unimaginably beautiful and wonderful. Mankind needs such a life, and if it is not ours today, then we must look ahead for it. Wait, think, prepare for it. We must see and know more than our fathers and grandfathers saw and knew. Laughs, and you complain that you know too much. Masha takes off her hat. I'll stay to lunch. Irina sighs. Yes, all that ought to be written down. Andrei has gone out quietly. Tuzenbach, you say that many years later on life on this earth will be beautiful and wonderful. That's true, but to share in it now, even though at a distance, we must prepare by work. Vershanin gets up. Yes, what a lot of flowers you have. Looks round. It's a beautiful flat. I envy you. I've spent my whole life in rooms with 2 chairs, 1 sofa, and fires, which always smoke. I've never had flowers like these in my life. Rubs his hands. Well. Tuzenbach, yes, we must work. You are probably thinking to yourself, the German lets himself go. But I assure you I am a Russian. I can't even speak German. My father belonged to the Orthodox Church. Pause. Versionin walks about the stage. I often wonder, suppose we could begin life over again knowing what we were doing. Suppose we could use one life, already ended, as a sort of rough draft for another. I think that every one of us would try more than anything else not to repeat himself. At the very least, he would rearrange his manner of life. He would make sure of rooms like these with flowers and light. I have a wife and 2 daughters. My wife's health is delicate, and so on and so on. And if I had to begin life all over again, I would not marry. No. Enter Kulagin in a regulation jacket. Kulagin going up to Irina. Dear sister, allow me to congratulate you on the day sacred to your good angel, and to wish you sincerely, and from the bottom of my heart, good health, and all that one can wish for a girl of your years. And then let me offer you this book as a present. Gives it to her. It is the history of our high school during the last 50 years, written by myself. The book is worthless and written because I had nothing to do but read it all the same. Good day, gentlemen. To Versionin, my name is Kulagin. I am a master of the local high school. Note. He adds that he is a Nadvorny Sovnik, almost the same as a German Hofrat, an undistinguished civilian title, with no English equivalent to Irina in this book. You will find a list of all those who have taken the full course at our high school during these 50 years. Facile quad partui facient melira potens. Kisses, Masha. Irina, but you gave me one of these at Easter. Kulagin laughs. I couldn't have. Surely you'd better give it back to me in that case, or else give it to the colonel. Take it, Colonel. You'll read it some day when you're bored. Versionin, thank you. Prepares to go. I am extremely happy to have made the acquaintance of Olga. Must you go? No, not yet. Irina, you'll stop and have lunch with us, please do. Olga, yes please. Versionin, bows, I seem to have dropped in on your name day. Forgive me. I didn't know, and I didn't offer you my congratulations. Goes with Olga into the dining room. Kulagin, today is Sunday, the day of rest, so let us rest and rejoice, each in a manner compatible with his age and disposition. The carpets will have to be taken up for the summer and put away till the winter. Persian powder or naphthaline. The Romans were healthy because they knew both how to work and how to rest. They had mens sana in corpore sano. Their life ran along certain recognized patterns. Our director says the chief thing about each life is its pattern. Whoever loses his pattern is lost himself, and it's just the same in our daily life. Takes Masha by the waist, laughing. Masha loves me, my wife loves me, and you ought to put the window curtains away with the carpets. I'm feeling awfully pleased with life today. Masha, we've got to be at the director's at 4. They're getting up a walk for the pedagogues and their families. Masha, I shan't go. Kulagin, hurt my dear Masha, why not? Masha, I'll tell you later. Angrily, all right, I'll go, only please stand back steps away. Kulagin, and then we're to spend the evening at the director's. In spite of his ill health, that man tries above everything else to be sociable, a splendid, illuminating personality, a wonderful man. After yesterday's committee, he said to me, I am tired, Fedor Ilyich, I am tired. Looks at the clock, then at his watch. Your clock is 7 minutes fast. Yes, he said, I'm tired. Violin played off. Olga, let's go and have lunch. There's to be a masterpiece of baking. Kulagin, oh my dear Olga, my dear, yesterday I was working till 11 o'clock at night and got awfully tired. Today I am quite happy. Goes into dining room. My dear. Chebutikin puts his paper into his pocket and combs his beard. A pie, splendid. Masha severely to Chebutikin, only mind, Yure, not to drink anything today. Do you hear? It's bad for you. Chebutikin, oh, that's all right. I haven't been drunk for 2 years, and it's all the same anyway. Masha, Yure, not to dare to drink, all the same. Angrily, but so that her husband should not hear another dull evening at the director's. Confound it. Tuzenbach, I shouldn't go if I were you. It's quite simple. Chebutikin, don't go. Masha, yes, don't go. It's accursed, unbearable life. Goes into dining room. Chebutikin follows her. It's not so bad. Solny, going into the dining room. There. Tuzenbach, Vasily Vasilovich, that's enough. Be quiet. Solny, there. Kulagin, gaily, your health, Colonel. I'm a pedagogue, and not quite at home here. I'm Masha's husband. She's a good sort, a very good sort. Versionin, I'll have some of this black vodka. Drinks your health to Olga. I am very comfortable here. Only Irina and Tuzenbach are now left in the sitting room. Irina, Masha's out of sorts today. She married when she was 18, when he seemed to her the wisest of men, and now it's different. He's the kindest man, but not the wisest. Olga, impatiently, Andrei, when are you coming? Andrei, off 1 minute. Enters and goes to the table. Tuzenbach, what are you thinking about? Irina, I don't like this Solny of yours and I'm afraid of him, he only says silly things. Tuzenbach, he's a queer man, I'm sorry for him, though he vexes me, I think he's shy. When there are just the two of us he's quite all right and very good company. When other people are about he's rough and hectoring. Don't let's go in, let them have their meal without us, let me stay with you. What are you thinking of? Pause. You're 20, I am not yet 30, how many years are there left to us? With their long, long lines of days, filled with my love for you. Irina Nikolai Lvovich, don't speak to me of love. Tuzenbach does not hear I've a great thirst for life, struggle and work, and this thirst has united with my love for you, Irina, and you're so beautiful, and life seems so beautiful to me. What are you thinking about? Irina, you say that life is beautiful, yes, if only it seems so. The life of us three hasn't been beautiful, yet it has been stifling us as if it was weeds. I'm crying, I oughtn't. Dries her tears, smiles. We must work, work, that is why we are unhappy, and look at the world, so sadly, we don't know what work is. Our parents despised work. Enter Natalia Ivanova, she wears a pink dress and a green sash. Natasha, they're already at lunch, I'm late, carefully examines herself in a mirror, and puts herself straight. I think my hair's done all right. Sees Irina, dear Irina Sergeyevna, I congratulate you, kisses her firmly. And at length, you've so many visitors, I am really ashamed. How do you do, Baron? Olga enters from dining room, here's Natalia Ivanovna, how are you, dear? They kiss. Natasha, happy, returns, I am awfully shy, you've so many people here. Olga, all our friends, frightened in an undertone, you're wearing a green sash, my dear, you shouldn't. Natasha, is it a sign of anything? Olga, no, it simply doesn't go well, and it looks so queer. Natasha, in a tearful voice, yes, but it isn't really green, it's too dull for that. Goes into dining room with Olga. They have all sat down to lunch in the dining room, the sitting room is empty. Kuligin, I wish you a nice fiancé. Irina, it's quite time you married. Chebutikin, Natalia Ivanovna, I wish you the same. Kuligin, Natalia Ivanovna, has a fiancé already. Masha raps with her fork on a plate, let's all get drunk and make life purple for once. Kuligin, you've lost 3 good conduct marks. Vershinin, this is a nice drink, what's it made of? Solny black beetles. Irina, tearfully, foo, how disgusting. Olga, there is to be a roast turkey, and a sweet apple pie for dinner, thank goodness I can spend all day, and the evening at home. Yowl, come in the evening, ladies and gentlemen. Vershinin, and please may I come in the evening? Irina, please do. Natasha, they don't stand on ceremony here. Chebutikin, nature only brought us into the world that we should love laughs. Andrei, angrily, please don't, aren't you tired of it? Enter Fedotik and Rode with a large basket of flowers. Fedotik, they're lunching already. Rode, loudly and thickly, lunching, yes, so they are. Fedotik, wait a minute, takes a photograph, that's one, no, just a moment, takes another, that's 2, now we're ready. They take the basket and go into the dining room, where they have a noisy reception. Rode, loudly, congratulations and best wishes, lovely. Weather today simply perfect, was out walking with the high school students all the morning, I take their drills. Fedotik, you may move. Irina Sergeyevna takes a photograph, you look well today, takes a humming top out of his pocket. Here's a humming top, by the way, it's got a lovely note. Irina, how awfully nice. Masha, there stands a green oak by the sea, and a chain of bright gold is around it. Tearfully, what am I saying that for? I've had those words running in my head all day. Kuligin, there are 13 at table. Rode, aloud, surely you don't believe in that superstition? Laughter. Kuligin, if there are 13 at table, then it means there are lovers present, it isn't you, Ivan Romanovich, hang it all. Laughter. Chebutikin, I am a hardened sinner, but I really don't see why Natalia Ivanovna should blush. Loud laughter. Natasha runs out into the sitting room, followed by Andrei. Andrei, don't pay any attention to them, wait, do stop please. Natasha, I'm shy, I don't know what's the matter with me, and they're all laughing at me. It wasn't nice of me to leave the table like that, but I can't, covers her face with her hands. Andrei, my dear, I beg you, I implore you not to excite yourself. I assure you they're only joking, they're kind people, my dear good girl, they're all kind and sincere people. And they like both you and me. Come here to the window, they can't see us here. Looks round. Natasha, I am so unaccustomed to meeting people. Andrei, oh, your youth, your splendid, beautiful youth, my darling, don't be so excited, believe me, I am so happy, my soul is full of love, of ecstasy. They don't see us, they can't, why? Or when did I fall in love with you? Oh, I can't understand anything, my dear, my pure darling, be my wife, I love you, as never before they kiss. Two officers come in, and seeing the lovers kiss stop in astonishment. Curtain. Act Roman 2. Scene as before, it is 8p Roman 1000. Somebody is heard playing a concertina outside in the street. There is no fire. Natalia Ivanovna enters in indoor dress, carrying a candle. She stops by the door, which leads into Andrey's room. Natasha, what are you doing, Andrey? Are you reading? It's nothing, only Roman 1. She opens another door, and looks in, then closes it. Isn't there any fire? Andrey enters with book in hand. What are you doing, Natasha? Natasha, I was looking to see if there wasn't a fire. It's Shrovetide, and the servant is simply beside herself. I must look out that something doesn't happen. When I came through the dining room yesterday midnight, there was a candle burning. I couldn't get her to tell me who had lighted it. Puts down her candle. What's the time? Andrey looks at his watch. 8:15. Natasha and Olga and Irina aren't in yet. The poor things are still at work. Olga at the teacher's council, Irina at the telegraph office. Sighs. I said to your sister this morning, Irina, darling, you must take care of yourself. But she pays no attention. Did you say it was 8:15? I'm afraid little Barbie is quite Roman 99. Why is he so cold? He was feverish yesterday, but today he is quite cold. I am so frightened. Andrey, it's all right, Natasha, the boy is well. Natasha, still, I think we ought to put him on a diet. I am so afraid. And the entertainers were to be here after 9. They had better not come, Audrey. Andrey, I don't know, after all they were asked. Natasha, this morning, when the little boy woke up and saw me, he suddenly smiled. That means he knew me. Good morning, Barbie. I said, good morning, darling. And he laughed. Children understand, they understand very well. So I'll tell them, Andrey dear, not to receive the entertainers. Andrey hesitatingly, but what about my sisters? This is their flat. Natasha, they'll do as I want them. They are so kind. Going, I ordered sour milk. For supper the doctor says you must eat sour milk, and nothing else, or you won't get thin. Stops. Barbie is so cold. I am afraid his room is too cold for him. It would be nice to put him into another room till the warm weather comes. Irina's room, for instance, is just right for a child. It's dry, and has the sun all day. I must tell her she can share Olga's room. It isn't as if she was at home in the daytime. She only sleeps here. A pause. Andrey, darling, why are you so silent? Andrey, I was just thinking. There is really nothing to say. Natasha, yes, there was something I wanted to tell you. Oh yes, Ferapont has come from the council offices. He wants to see you. Andrey yawns. Call him here. Natasha goes out. Andrey reads his book, stooping over the candle she has left behind. Ferapont enters. He wears a tattered old coat with the collar up. His ears are muffled. Andrey, good morning, grandfather. What have you to say? Ferapont, the chairman sends a book and some documents or other here, hands him a book and a packet. Andrey, thank you, it's all right. Why couldn't you come earlier? It's past 8 now. Ferapont, what? Andrey, louder, I say, you've come late. It's past 8. Ferapont, yes, I came when it was still light. But they wouldn't let me in. They said you were busy. Well, what was I to do? If you're busy and I am in no hurry. He thinks that Andrey is asking him something. What? Andrey, nothing. Looks through the book. Tomorrow's Friday. I'm not supposed to go to work, but I'll Camille the same and do some work. It's dull at home. Pause. Oh my dear old man, how strangely life changes, and how it deceives. Today, out of sheer boredom, I took up this book called University Lectures, and I couldn't help laughing. My God, I am secretary of the local district council, the council which has Protopopov for its chairman. Yes, I am the secretary, and the summit of my ambitions is to become a member of the council. I to be a member of the local district council. I who dream every night that I am a professor of Moscow University, a famous scholar of whom all Russia is proud. Ferapont, I can't tell. I'm hard of hearing. Andrey, if you weren't, I don't suppose I should talk to you. I've got to talk to somebody, and my wife doesn't understand me, and I am a bit afraid of my sisters. I don't know why, unless it is that they may make fun of me and make me feel ashamed. I don't drink, I don't like public houses, but how I should like to be sitting just now in Tyastov's place in Moscow, or at the great Moscow, old fellow. Ferapont, Moscow, that's where a contractor was once telling that some merchants or other were eating pancakes. 1 ate 40 pancakes, and he went and died. He was saying either 40 or 50, I forget which. Andrey, in Moscow you can sit in an enormous restaurant where you don't know anybody, and where nobody knows you, and you don't feel all the same that you're a stranger. And here you know everybody, and everybody knows you and you're a stranger, and a lonely stranger. Farapont what in the same contractor was telling perhaps, he was laying that there was a cable stretching right across Moscow. Andrew what for? Farapont I can't tell the contractor said so. Andrew rubbish he reads were you ever in Moscow? Farapont after a pause no God did not lead me there pause shall I go? Andrew you may go goodbye Farapont goes goodbye reads you can come tomorrow, and fetch these documents go along pause he's gonna ring, yes stretches himself, and slowly goes into his own room. Behind the scene the nurse is singing a lullaby to the child Masha, and Vershinin come in, while they talk a maidservant lights candles, and a lamp. Masha I don't know pause I don't know of course habit counts for a great deal after father's death for instance it took us a long time to get used to the absence of orderlies, but apart from habit, it seems to me in all fairness that however it may be in other towns, the best and most educated people are army men. Vershinin I am thirsty I should like some tea. Masha glancing at her watch they'll bring some soon I was given in marriage when I was 18, and I was afraid of my husband because he was a teacher, and I'd only just left school. He then seemed to me frightfully wise and learned and important, and now unfortunately that has changed. Vershinin yes. Masha I don't speak of my husband I've grown used to him, but civilians in general are so often coarse impolite, uneducated their rudeness offends me, it angers me I suffer when I see that a man isn't quite sufficiently refined or delicate, or polite, I simply suffer agonies, when I happen to be among schoolmasters my husband's colleagues. Vershinin yes it seems to me that civilians and army men are equally interesting in this town, at any rate, it's all the same if you listen to a member of the local intelligentsia, whether to civilian or military he will tell you that he's sick of his wife sick of his house, sick of his estate sick of his horses. We Russians are extremely gifted in the direction of thinking on an exalted plane, but tell me why do we aim so low in real life why? Masha why? Vershinin why is a Russian sick of his children sick of his wife, and why are his wife and children sick of him? Masha you're a little downhearted today. Vershinin perhaps I haven't had any dinner I've had nothing since the morning my daughter is a little unwell, and when my girls are ill I get very anxious, and my conscience tortures me, because they have such a mother oh if you had seen her today what a trivial personality we began quarrelling at 7 in the morning, and at 9 I slammed the door and went out pause I never speak of her it's strange that I bear my complaints to you alone kisses her hand, don't be angry with me, I haven't anybody but you nobody at all pause. Masha what a noise in the oven just before father's death, there was a noise in the pipe just like that. Vershinin are you superstitious? Masha yes. Vershinin that strange kisses her hand you are a splendid wonderful woman splendid wonderful it is dark here, but I see your sparkling eyes. Masha sits on another chair there is more light here. Vershinin I love you I love your eyes your movements, I dream of them, splendid wonderful. Masha laughing when you talk to me like that I laugh I don't know why for I am afraid, don't repeat it please in an undertone no go on it's all the same to me, covers her face with her hands somebody's coming let's talk about something else. Irina and Tuzenbach come in through the dining room. Tuzenbach my surname is really triple I am called Baron Tuzenbach Kron Ultra, but I am Russian and Orthodox the same as you there is very little German left in me, unless perhaps it is the patience and the obstinacy with which I bore you I see you home every night. Irina how tired I am. Tuzenbach and ill come to the telegraph office to see you home every day for 10 or 20 years, until you drive me away he sees Masha and Vershinin, joyfully is that you how do you do? Irina well I am home at last to Masha a lady came today to telegraph to her brother in Saratov that her son died today, and she couldn't remember the address anyhow, so she sent the telegram without an address, just to Saratov she was crying, and for some reason or other I was rude to her I've no time, I said it was so stupid, are the entertainers coming tonight? Masha yes. Irina sitting down in an armchair, I want a rest I am tired. Tuzenbach smiling when you come home from your work, you seem so young and so unfortunate pause. Irina I am tired no, I don't like the telegraph office I don't like it. Masha you've grown thinner whistles a little and you look younger, and your face has become like a boy's. Tuzenbach that's the way she does her hair. Irina I must find another job this one won't do for me, what I wanted what I hoped to get just, that is lacking here labor without poetry, without ideas a knock on the floor, The doctor is knocking to Tusenbach. Will you knock, dear? I can't, I'm tired. Tusenbach knocks. Hell, come in a minute. Something ought to be done yesterday. The doctor and Andrei played cards at the club and lost money. Andrei seems to have lost 200 rubles. Masha with indifference, what can we do now? Irina, he lost money a fortnight ago. He lost money in December perhaps. If he lost everything, we should go away from this town. Oh my God, I dream of Moscow every night. I am just like a lunatic. Laughs. We go there in June. And before June there's still February, March, April, May, nearly half a year. Masha, only Natasha mustn't get to know of these losses. Irina, I expect it will be all the same to her. Chebutikhin, who has only just got out of bed, was resting after dinner, comes into the dining room and combs his beard. He then sits by the table and takes a newspaper from his pocket. Masha, here he is. Has he paid his rent? Irina laughs. No, he's been here 8 months and hasn't paid a kopeck, seems to have forgotten. Masha laughs. What dignity in his pose. They all laugh. A pause. Irina, why are you so silent? Alexander Ignatievich. Vershinin, I don't know, I want some tea. Half my life for a tumbler of tea. I haven't had anything since morning. Chebutikhin, Irina Sergeyevna. Irina, what is it? Chebutikhin, please come here. Venez Roman 100. Irina goes and sits by the table. I can't do without you. Irina begins to play patience. Vershinin, well, if we can't have any tea, let's philosophize at any rate. Tusenbach, yes, let's. About what? Vershinin, about what? Let us meditate about life, as it will be after our time, for example, in 200 or 300 years. Tusenbach, well, after our time, people will fly about in balloons. The cut of one's coat will change. Perhaps they'll discover a sixth sense and develop it. But life will remain the same, laborious, mysterious, and happy. And in 1,000 years' time, people will still be sighing life is hard, and at the same time they'll be just as afraid of death and unwilling to meet it as we are. Vershinin, thoughtfully, how can I put it? It seems to me that everything on earth must change little by little, and is already changing under our very eyes. After 200 or 300 years, after 1,000, actual time doesn't matter. A new and happy age will begin. We of course shall not take part in it, but we live and work, and even suffer today that it should come. We create it, and in that one object is our destiny, and if you like, our happiness. Masha laughs softly. Tusenbach, what is it? Masha, I don't know, I've been laughing all day ever since morning. Vershinin, I finished my education at the same point as you. I have not studied at universities. I read a lot, but I cannot choose my books, and perhaps what I read is not at all what I should, but the longer I love the more I want to know. My hair is turning white. I am nearly an old man now, but I know so little, oh so little, but I think I know the things that matter most, and that are most real. I know them well, and I wish I could make you understand that there is no happiness for us, that there should not and cannot be. We must only work, and happiness is only for our distant posterity. Pause. If not for me, then for the descendants of my descendants. Fedotik and Rode come into the dining room. They sit and sing softly, strumming on a guitar. Tusenbach, according to you, one should not even think about happiness, but suppose I am happy. Vershinin, no. Tusenbach moves his hands and laughs. We do not seem to understand each other. How can I convince you? Masha laughs quietly. Tusenbach continues, pointing at her. Yes, laugh to Vershinin. Not only after 2 or 3 centuries, but in 1,000,000 years life will still be as it was. Life does not change, it remains forever, following its own laws which do not concern us, or which at any rate you will never find out. Migrant birds, cranes for example, fly and fly, and whatever thoughts high or low enter their heads, they will still fly and not know why or where they fly, and will continue to fly. Whatever philosophers come to life among them, they may philosophize as much as they like, only they will fly. Masha, still, is there a meaning? Tusenbach, a meaning now. The snow is falling. What meaning? Pause. Masha, it seems to me that a man must have faith, or must search for a faith, or his life will be empty to live, and not to know why the cranes fly, why babies are born, why there are stars in the sky. Either you must know why you live, or everything is trivial, not worth a straw. A pause. Vershinin, still, I am sorry that my youth has gone. Masha Gogol says life in this world is a dull matter, my masters. Tusenbach, and I say it's difficult to argue with you, my masters, hang it all. Chebutikhin, reading Balzac was married at Berdyshev. Irina is singing softly. That's worth making a note of. He makes a note. Balzac was married at Berdyshev. Goes on reading. Irina laying out cards thoughtfully. Balzac was married at Berdyshev. Tuzenbach, the die is cast. I've handed in my resignation, Maria Sergeyevna. Masha, so I heard. I don't see what good it is. I don't like civilians. Tuzenbach, never mind, gets up. I'm not handsome. What use am I as a soldier? Well, it makes no difference. I shall work. If only just once in my life I could work, so that I could come home in the evening, fall exhausted on my bed, and go to sleep at once. Going into the dining room. Workmen, I suppose, do sleep soundly. Fedotik to Irina, I bought some colored pencils for you at Pizhikov's in the Moscow road, just now, and here is a little knife. Irina, you have got into the habit of behaving to me as if I am a little girl, but I am grown up. Takes the pencils, and the knife then with joy. How lovely. Fedotik, and I bought myself a knife. Look at it, one blade, another, a third, an ear scoop, scissors, nail cleaners. Rode loudly. Doctor, how old are you? Chebutikin, I 32. Laughter. Fedotik, ill show you another kind of patience. Lays out cards. A samovar is brought in. Amphissa attends to it. A little later Natasha enters, and helps by the table. Solny arrives, and after greetings sits by the table. Vershanin, what a wind. Masha, yes, I am tired of winter. I've already forgotten what summer's like. Irina, it's coming out. I see we're going to Moscow. Fedotik, no, it won't come out. Look, the 8 was on the 2 of spades. Laughs. That means you won't go to Moscow. Chebutikin, reading paper. Tsitsiga, smallpox is raging here. Amphissa, coming up to Masha. Masha, have some tea. Little mother to Vershanin, please have some, sir. Excuse me, but I've forgotten your name. Masha, bring some here. Nurse, I shan't go over there. Irina, nurse. Amphissa, coming. Natasha to Solny, children at the breast understand perfectly. I said, good morning, Bobby. Good morning, dear. And he looked at me in quite an unusual way. You think it's only the mother in me that is speaking. I assure you that isn't so. He's a wonderful child. Solny, if he was my child, I'd roast him on a frying pan and eat him. Takes his tumbler into the drawing room and sits in a corner. Natasha covers her face in her hands. Vulgar, ill-bred man. Masha, he's lucky who doesn't notice whether it's winter now or summer. I think that if I were in Moscow, I shouldn't mind about the weather. Vershanin, a few days ago, I was reading the prison diary of a French minister. He had been sentenced on account of the Panama scandal. With what joy, what delight, he speaks of the birds he saw through the prison windows, which he had never noticed. While he was a minister, now of course that he is at liberty, he notices birds no more than he did before. When you go to live in Moscow, you'll not notice it. In just the same way there can be no happiness for us, it only exists in our wishes. Tuzenbach takes cardboard box from the table. Where are the pastries? Irina, Solny has eaten them. Tuzenbach, all of them. Amphissa, serving tea. There's a letter for you. Vershanin, for me. Takes the letter from my daughter. Reads, yes, of course. I will go quietly. Excuse me, Maria Sergeyevna. I shan't have any tea. Stands up, excited. That eternal story. Masha, what is it? Is it a secret? Vershanin, quietly. My wife has poisoned herself again. I must go. I'll go out quietly. It's all awfully unpleasant. Kisses Masha's hand. My dear, my splendid good woman. I'll go this way. Quietly exit. Amphissa, where has he gone? And Id served tea. What a man. Masha angrily, be quiet, you bother so one can't have a moment's peace. Goes to the table with her cup. I am tired of you, old woman. Amphissa, my dear, why are you offended? Andrew's voice. Amphissa. Amphissa, mocking Amphissa. He sits there and exit. Masha in the dining room, by the table, angrily, let me sit down. Disturbs the cards on the table. Here you are spreading your cards out. Have some tea. Irina, you are cross. Masha. Masha, if I am cross, then don't talk to me. Don't touch me. Chebutikin, don't touch her. Don't touch her. Masha, you're 60, but you're like a boy, always up to some beastly nonsense. Natasha sighs, dear Masha, why use such expressions? With your beautiful exterior you would be simply fascinating in good society. I tell you so directly. If it wasn't for your words, je vous prie pardonnez, moi mais vous avez des manières, un peu grossières. Tuzenbach, restraining his laughter, give me, there's some cognac, I think. Natasha, ill parrot, quemone barbic déjà ni dort pas. He has awakened, he isn't well today. I'll go to him. Excuse me, exit. Irina, where has Alexander Ignatievich gone? Masha, home. Something extraordinary has happened to his wife again. Tuzenbach goes to Solny with a cognac flask in his hands. You go on sitting by yourself, thinking of something goodness knows. What, come and let's make peace, let's have some cognac. They drink, I expect. I'll have to play the piano all night, some rubbish most likely, well so be it. Solney, why make peace? I haven't quarrelled with you. Tusenbach, you always make me feel as if something has taken place between us. You've a strange character, you must admit. Solney declaims I am strange, but who is not? Don't be angry, Aliko. Tusenbach, and what has Aliko to do with it? Pause. Solney, when I am with one other man, I behave just like everybody else, but in company I am dull and shy, and talk all manner of rubbish, but I am more honest and more honourable than very, very many people, and I can prove it. Tusenbach, I often get angry with you, you always fasten on to me in company, but I like you all the same. I am going to drink my fill tonight, whatever happens, drink now. Solney, let's drink. They drink. I never had anything against you, Baron, but my character is like Lermontov's in a low voice. I even rather resemble Lermontov, they say, takes a scent bottle from his pocket and scents his hands. Tusenbach, I've sent in my resignation, basta. I've been thinking about it for 5 years, and at last made up my mind I shall work. Solney declaims, do not be angry, Aliko, forget thy dreams of yore. While he is speaking, Andrei enters quietly with a book, and sits by the table. Tusenbach, I shall work. Chebutykin going with Irina into the dining room, and the food was also real Caucasian onion soup, and for a roast some chehotma. Solney, cheremsha, note a variety of garlic isn't meat at all, but a plant, something like an onion. Chebutykin, no, my angel, chehotma isn't onion but roast mutton. Solney, and I tell you chehotma is a sort of onion. Chebutykin, and I tell you chehotma is mutton. Solney, and I tell you cheremsha is a sort of onion. Chebutykin, what's the use of arguing? You've never been in the Caucasus, and never ate any chehotma. Solney, I never ate it because I hate it, it smells like garlic. Andrei imploring, please, please, I ask you. Tusenbach, when are the entertainers coming? Irina, they promised for about 9, that is quite soon. Tusenbach embraces Andrei. Oh, my house, my new-built house. Andrei dances and sings Nullabuilt of Maplewood. Chebutykin dances. Its walls are like a sieve, laughter. Tusenbach kisses Andrei, hang it all, let's drink, Andrei, old boy, let's drink with you, and I'll go with you, Andrei, to the University of Moscow. Solney, which one? There are 2 universities in Moscow. Andrei, there's 1 university in Moscow. Solney, 2, I tell you. Andrei, don't care if there are 3, so much the better. Solney, there are 2 universities in Moscow. There are murmurs and hushes, there are 2 universities in Moscow, the old one and the new one. And if you don't like to listen, if my words annoy you, then I need not speak. I can even go into another room, exit. Tusenbach, bravo, bravo, laughs, come on now, I am going to play funny man. Solney goes to the piano and plays a waltz. Masha dancing solo, the Baron's drunk, the Baron's drunk, the Baron's drunk. Natasha comes in. Natasha to Chebutykin, Ivan Romanovich. Says something to Chebutykin, then goes out quietly. Chebutykin touches Tusenbach on the shoulder, and whispers something to him. Irina, what is it? Chebutykin, time for us to go, goodbye. Tusenbach, good night, it's time we went. Irina, but really the entertainers. Andrei in confusion, there won't be any entertainers, you see, dear. Natasha says that Bobby isn't quite well, and so in a word I don't care, and it's absolutely all one to me. Irina shrugging her shoulders, Bobby ill. Masha, what is she thinking of? Well, if they are sent home, I suppose they must go to Irina. Bobby's all right, it's she herself here, taps her forehead, little bourgeoise. Andrei goes to his room through the right-hand door. Chebutykin follows him in the dining room, they are saying goodbye. Fedotik, what a shame, I was expecting to spend the evening here, but of course if the little baby is Roman 99, I'll bring him some toys tomorrow. Rode loudly, I slept late after dinner today, because I thought I was going to dance all night, it's only 9 o'clock now. Masha, let's go into the street, we can talk there, then we can settle things. Goodbyes and good nights are heard. Tusenbach, merry laughter is heard. All go out, Amphissa, and the maid clear the table, and put out the lights. The nurse sings. Andrei wearing an overcoat and a hat, and Chebutykin enter silently. Chebutykin, I never managed to get married because my life flashed by like lightning, and because I was madly in love with your mother who was married. Andrei, one shouldn't marry, one shouldn't, because it's dull. Chebutykin, so there I am in my loneliness. Say what you will, loneliness is a terrible thing, old fellow, though really of course it absolutely doesn't matter. Andri, let's be quicker. Chebutikin, what are you in such a hurry, for we shall be in time. Andri, I am afraid my wife may stop me. Chebutikin, ah. Andri, I shan't play tonight, I shall only sit and look on, I don't feel very well, what am I to do for my asthma, Ivan Romanovich? Chebutikin, don't ask me, I don't remember, old fellow, I don't know. Andri, let's go through the kitchen. They go out. A bell rings, then a second time voices and laughter are heard. Irina enters. What's that? Amphissa whispers the entertainer's bell. Irina, tell them there's nobody at home, nurse, they must excuse us. Amphissa goes out. Irina walks about the room deep in thought. She is excited. Solny enters. Solny in surprise, there's nobody here, where are they all? Irina, they've gone home. Solny, how strange, are you here alone? Irina, yes, alone. A pause. Goodbye. Solny, just now I behaved tactlessly with insufficient reserve, but you are not like all the others, you are noble and pure, you can see the truth, you alone can understand me, I love you deeply beyond measure, I love you. Irina, goodbye, go away. Solny, I cannot live without you, follows her. Oh, my happiness through his tears, oh, joy, wonderful, marvelous, glorious eyes, such as I have never seen before. Irina, coldly, stop it, Vasily Vasilovich. Solny, this is the first time I speak to you of love, and it is as if I am no longer on the earth, but on another planet. Wipes his forehead. Well, never mind, I can't make you love me by force, of course, but I don't intend to have any more favored rivals, no, I swear to you by all the saints I shall kill my rival, oh beautiful one. Natasha enters with a candle. She looks in through one door, then through another, and goes past the door leading to her husband's room. Natasha hears Andri. Let him go on reading. Excuse me, Vasily Vasilovich, I did not know you were here. I am engaged in domesticities. Solny, it's all the same to me. Goodbye. Exit. Natasha, you're so tired, my poor dear girl. Kisses Irina. If you only went to bed earlier. Irina, is Barbie asleep? Natasha, yes, but restlessly. By the way, dear, I wanted to tell you, but either you weren't at home, or I was busy. I think Barbie's present nursery is cold and damp, and your room would be so nice for the child. My dear darling girl, do change over to Olga's for a bit. Irina, not understanding where. The bells of a troika are heard as it drives up to the house. Natasha, you and Olga can share a room for the time being, and Barbie can have yours. He's such a darling today. I said to him, Barbie, you're mine, and he looked at me with his dear little eyes. A bell rings. It must be Olga. How late she is. The maid enters and whispers to Natasha, Protopopov. What a queer man to do such a thing. Protopopov's come and wants me to go for a drive with him in his troika. Laughs. How funny these men are. A bell rings. Somebody has come. Suppose I did go and have half an hour's drive to the maid say, I shan't be long. Bell rings. Somebody's ringing. It must be Olga. Exit. The maid runs out. Irina sits deep in thought. Kuligin and Olga enter, followed by Vershinin. Kuligin, well, there you are, and you said there was going to be a party. Vershinin, it's queer, I went away not long ago, half an hour ago, and they were expecting entertainers. Irina, they've all gone. Kuligin, has Masha gone too? Where has she gone? And what's Protopopov waiting for downstairs in his troika? Whom is he expecting? Irina, don't ask questions, I am tired. Kuligin, oh, you're all whimsies. Olga, my committee meeting is only just over. I'm tired out. Our chairwoman is ill, so I had to take her place. My head is aching. Sits. Andri lost 200 rubles at cards yesterday. The whole town is talking about it. Kuligin, yes, my meeting tired me too. Sits. Vershinin, my wife took it into her head to frighten me just now by nearly poisoning herself. It's all right now, and I'm glad I can rest now. But perhaps we ought to go away. Well, my best wishes, Fyodor Ilyich. Let's go somewhere together. I absolutely can't stop at home. Come on. Kuligin, I am tired. I won't go. Gets up. I am tired. Has my wife gone home? Irina, I suppose so. Kuligin kisses Irina's hand. Goodbye. I am going to rest all day tomorrow. And the day after. Best wishes. Going. I should like some tea. I was looking forward to spending the whole evening in pleasant company. Ando phalacum hominum spem. Accusative case, after an interjection. Vershinin, then I'll go somewhere by myself. Exit with Kuligin whistling. Olga, I've such a headache. Andri has been losing money. The whole town is talking. I'll go and lie down. Going. I am free tomorrow. Oh my God. What a mercy. I am free tomorrow. I am free the day after. Oh my head. Exit. Irina alone, they've all gone, nobody's left. A concertina is being played in the street, the nurse sings. Natasha in fur coat and cap steps across the dining room, followed by the maid. I'll be back in half an hour, I am only going for a little drive. Exit. Irina alone in her misery to Moscow, Moscow, Moscow. Curtain. Act Roman 3. The room shared by Olga and Irina, beds screened off on the right, and left. It is past 2 Roman 1000 behind the stage. A fire alarm is ringing. It has apparently been going for some time. Nobody in the house has gone to bed, yet Masha is lying on a sofa, dressed as usual in black. Enter Olga and Amphissa. Amphissa, now they are downstairs, sitting under the stairs. I said to them, won't you come up? I said you can't go on like this. And they simply cried, we don't know where father is. They said he may be burnt up by now. What an idea. And in the yard, there are some people also undressed. Olga takes a dress out of the cupboard. Take this grey dress and this, and the blouse as well. Take the skirt too, nurse. My God, how awful it is. The whole of the Kursanovsky road seems to have burned down. Take this. And this throws clothes into her hands. The poor Vershanins are so frightened. Their house was nearly burnt. They ought to come here for the night. They shouldn't be allowed to go home. Poor Fedotik is completely burnt out. There's nothing left. Amphissa, couldn't you call Ferapont? Olga dear, I can hardly manage. Olga rings. They'll never answer at the door. Come here. Whoever there is. Through the open door can be seen a window red with flame. A fire engine is heard passing the house. How awful this is. And how I am sick of it. Ferapont enters. Take these things down. The Kolotilin girls are down below, and let them have them. This too. Ferapont, yes, Roman 1000 in the year 12 Moscow was burning too. Oh my God, the Frenchmen were surprised. Olga, go on, go on. Ferapont, yes, Roman 1000. Exit. Olga, nurse dear, let them have everything. We don't want anything. Give it all to them. Nurse, I'm tired. I can hardly keep on my legs. The Vershanins mustn't be allowed to go home. The girls can sleep in the drawing room, and Alexander Ignatievich can go downstairs to the Baron's flat. Fedotik can go there too, or else into our dining room. The doctor is drunk, beastly drunk, as if on purpose, so nobody can go to him. Vershanin's wife too may go into the drawing room. Amphissa, tired. Olga dear girl, don't dismiss me, don't dismiss me. Olga, you're talking nonsense. Nurse, nobody is dismissing you. Amphissa puts Olga's head against her bosom. My dear precious girl, I'm working, I'm toiling away, I'm growing weak, and they'll all say go away. And where shall I go where I'm 81 years old? Olga, you sit down. Nurse dear, you're tired. Poor dear, makes her sit down. Rest dear, you're so pale. Natasha comes in. Natasha, they are saying that a committee to assist the sufferers from the fire must be formed at once. What do you think of that? It's a beautiful idea. Of course the poor ought to be helped. It's the duty of the rich. Barbie and little Sophie are sleeping, as if nothing at all was the matter. There's such a lot of people here, the place is full of them. Wherever you go there's influenza in the town now. I am afraid the children may catch it. Olga, not attending in this room. We can't see the fire, it's quiet here. Natasha, yes, I suppose I'm all untidy before the looking-glass. They say I'm growing stout. It isn't true, certainly. It isn't. Masha's asleep. The poor thing is tired out. Coldly to Amphissa, don't dare to be seated in my presence. Get up out of this. Exit. Amphissa, a pause. I don't understand. What makes you keep on that old woman? Olga confusedly, excuse me, I don't understand either. Natasha, she's no good here. She comes from the country. She ought to live there. Spoiling her. I call it. I like order in the house. We don't want any unnecessary people here. Strokes her cheek. You're tired, poor thing. Our head mistress is tired. And when my little Sophie grows up and goes to school, I shall be so afraid of you. Olga, I shan't be head mistress. Natasha, they'll appoint you. Olga, it's settled. Olga, ill refuse the post. I can't, I'm not strong enough. Drinks water. You were so rude to nurse just now. I'm sorry. I can't stand it. Everything seems dark in front of me. Natasha, excited, forgive me. Olga, forgive me. I didn't want to annoy you. Masha gets up, takes a pillow, and goes out angrily. Olga, remember dear, we have been brought up in an unusual way perhaps, but I can't bear this. Such behavior has a bad effect on me. I get Roman 99. I simply lose heart. Natasha, forgive me, kisses her. Olga, even the least bit of rudeness, the slightest impoliteness, upsets me. Natasha, I often say too much, it's true, but you must agree dear that she could just as well live in the country. Olga, she has been with us for 30 years. Natasha, but she can't do any work now either. I don't understand. Or you don't want to understand me. She's no good for work. She can only sleep or sit about. Olga, and let her sit about. Natasha, surprised. What do you mean? She's only a servant crying. I don't understand you, Olga. I've got a nurse, a wet nurse. We've a cook, a housemaid. What do we want that old woman for as well? What good is she? Fire alarm behind the stage. Olga, I've grown 10 years older tonight. Natasha, we must come to an agreement. Olga, your place is the school, mineth home. You devote yourself to teaching, I to the household. And if I talk about servants, then I do know what I am talking about. I do know what I am talking about. And tomorrow there's to be no more of that old thief, that old hag stamping, that witch, and don't you dare to annoy me, don't you dare. Stopping short, really. If you don't move downstairs, we shall always be quarrelling. This is awful. Enter Kulagin. Kulagin, where's Masha? It's time we went home. The fire seems to be going down. Stretches himself. Only one block has burnt down. But there was such a wind that it seemed at first the whole town was going to burn. Sits, I'm tired out, my dear Olga. I often think that if it hadn't been for Masha, I should have married you. You are awfully nice. I am absolutely tired out. Listens. Olga, what is it? Kulagin, the doctor, of course, has been drinking hard. He's terribly drunk. He might have done it on purpose. Gets up. He seems to be coming here. Do you hear him? Yes, here. Laughs. What a man, really ill. Hide myself. Goes to the cupboard and stands in the corner. What a rogue. Olga, he hadn't touched a drop for 2 years, and now he suddenly goes and gets drunk. Retires with Natasha to the back of the room. Chebutykin enters, apparently sober. He stops, looks round, then goes to the washstand and begins to wash his hands. Chebutykin angrily, devil take them all, take them all. They think I'm a doctor and can cure everything, and I know absolutely nothing. I've forgotten all I ever knew. I remember nothing, absolutely nothing. Olga and Natasha go out unnoticed by him. Devil take it. Last Wednesday I attended a woman in Zasypan. She died, and it's my fault that she died. Yes, I used to know a certain amount 25 years ago, but I don't remember anything now. Nothing. Perhaps I'm not really a man, and am only pretending that I've got arms and legs and a head. Perhaps I don't exist at all, and only imagine that I walk and eat and sleep. Cries, oh, if only I didn't exist. Stops crying angrily. The devil only knows. Day before yesterday they were talking in the club. They said Shakespeare, Voltaire. I'd never read at all, and I put on an expression as if I had read, and so did the others. Oh, how beastly, how petty. And then I remembered the woman I killed on Wednesday, and I couldn't get her out of my mind, and everything in my mind became crooked, nasty, wretched, so I went and drank. Irina Vershinin and Tuzenbach enter. Tuzenbach is wearing new and fashionable civilian clothes. Irina, let's sit down here. Nobody will come in here. Vershinin, the whole town would have been destroyed if it hadn't been for the soldiers, good men. Rubs his hands appreciatively. Splendid people. Oh, what a fine lot. Kulagin, coming up to him, what's the time? Tuzenbach, it's past 3 now. It's dawning. Irina, they are all sitting in the dining room. Nobody is going, and that Solny of yours is sitting there. To Chebutykin, hadn't you better be going to sleep, doctor? Chebutykin, it's all right, thank you. Combs his beard. Kulagin laughs. Speaking's a bit difficult, eh? Ivan Romanovich pats him on the shoulder. Good man, in vino veritas, the ancients used to say. Tuzenbach, they keep on asking me to get up a concert in aid of the sufferers. Irina, as if one could do anything. Tuzenbach, it might be arranged if necessary. In my opinion, Maria Sergeyevna is an excellent pianist. Kulagin, yes, excellent. Irina, she's forgotten everything. She hasn't played for 3 years or 4. Tuzenbach, in this town, absolutely nobody understands music, not a soul except myself, but I do understand it, and assure you on my word of honor that Maria Sergeyevna plays excellently, almost with genius. Kulagin, you are right, Baron. I am awfully fond of Masha. She's very fine. Tuzenbach, to be able to play so admirably, and to realize at the same time that nobody can understand you. Kulagin sighs. Yes, but will it be quite all right for her to take part in a concert? Pause. You see, I don't know anything about it. Perhaps it will even be all to the good, although I must admit that our director is a good man, a very good man, even a very clever man still. He has such views. Of course it isn't his business, but still, if you wish it, perhaps I'd better talk to him. Chebutykin takes a porcelain clock into his hands and examines it. Vershinin, I got so dirty while the fire was on. I don't look like anybody on earth. Pause. Yesterday I happened to hear casually that they want to transfer our brigade to some distant place. Some said to Poland, others to Chita. Tuzenbach, I heard so too. Well, if it is so, the town will be quite empty. Irina, and well, go away too. Chebutichin drops the clock, which breaks to pieces to smithereens. A pause. Everybody is pained and confused. Kuligin gathering up the pieces to smash such a valuable objecto. Ivan Romanovich, a very bad mark for your misbehavior. Irina, that clock used to belong to our mother. Chebutichin, perhaps to your mother perhaps. I didn't break it, it only looks as if I broke it perhaps. We only think that we exist when really, we don't. I don't know anything, nobody knows anything at the door. What are you looking at? Natasha has a little romance with Protopopov. And you don't see it there, you sit and see nothing, and Natasha has a little romance with Protopopov. Sings, won't you please, accept this date, exit. Versionin, yes, laughs, how strange everything really is. Pause. When the fire broke out I hurried off home. When I get there I see the house is whole, uninjured, and in no danger, but my two girls are standing by the door, in just their underclothes. Their mother isn't there. The crowd is excited, horses and dogs are running about, and the girls' faces are so agitated, terrified, beseeching, and I don't know what else. My heart was pained when I saw those faces. My God, I thought what these girls will have to put up with if they live long. I caught them up and ran, and still kept on thinking the one thing what they will have to live through in this world. Fire alarm. A pause. I come here and find their mother shouting and angry. Masha enters with a pillow and sits on the sofa, and when my girls were standing by the door in just their underclothes, and the street was red from the fire, there was a dreadful noise, and I thought that something of the sort used to happen many years ago, when an enemy made a sudden attack and looted and burned, and at the same time, what a difference there really is between the present and the past, and when a little more time has gone by in 200 or 300 years, perhaps people will look at our present life with just the same fear and the same contempt, and the whole past will seem clumsy and dull, and very uncomfortable and strange. Oh, indeed, what a life there will be, what a life. Laughs. Forgive me, I've dropped into philosophy again. Please let me continue. I do awfully want to philosophize, it's just how I feel at present. Pause. As if they are all asleep. As I was saying, what a life there will be. Only just imagine, there are only 3 persons like yourselves in the town just now, but in future generations, there will be more and still more, and the time will come when everything will change and become as you would have it. People will live as you do, and then you too will go out of date. People will be born who are better than you. Laughs. Yesterday, I am quite exceptionally in the vein. I am devilishly keen on living. Sings, the power of love all ages know. From its assaults great good does grow. Laughs. Masha trumtumtum. Version in tumtum. Masha trarara. Version in tratata. Laughs. Enter fedetic. Fedetic dancing. I am burnt out down to the ground. Laughter. Irina, I don't see anything funny about it. Is everything burnt? Fedetic laughs. Absolutely nothing left at all. The guitar's burnt, and the photographs are burnt, and all my correspondence, and I was going to make you a present of a notebook, and that's burnt too. Solny comes in. Irina, no, you can't come here. Vasily Vassilovich, please go away. Solny, why can the Baron come here and I can't? Versionin, we really must go. How's the fire? Solny, they say it's going down. No, I absolutely don't see why the Baron can, and I can't sense his hands. Versionin trumtumtum. Masha trumtum. Versionin laughs to Solny, let's go into the dining room. Solny, very well, make a note of it. If I should try to make this clear, the geese would be annoyed. I fear. Looks at Tuzenbach. There goes out with Versionin and Fedetic. Irina, how Solny smelt of tobacco. In surprise, the Baron's asleep. Baron. Tuzenbach waking. I am tired. I must say the brickworks. No, I am not wandering, I mean it. I am going to start work soon at the brickworks. I've already talked it over tenderly to Irina. You're so pale and beautiful and charming. Your paleness seems to shine through the dark air, as if it was a light. You are sad, displeased with life. Oh, come with me, let's go and work together. Masha, Nikolai Elvovich, go away from here. Tuzenbach laughs. Are you here? I didn't see you. Kisses Irina S. hand. Goodbye. Ill go. I look at you now, and I remember as if it was long ago your name day, when you cheerfully and merrily were talking about the joys of labor, and how happy life seemed to me. Then what has happened to it? Now kisses her hand. There are tears in your eyes. Go to bed now. It is already day. The morning begins. If only I was allowed to give my life for you. Masha, Nikolai Elvovich, go away. What business? Tuzenbach, I am off. Exit. Masha lies down. Are you asleep, Fedor? Kuligin, A. Masha, shouldn't you go home? Kuligin, my dear Masha, my darling Masha. Irina, she's tired out. You might let her rest. Fedya. Kulagin, ill go at once my wife's, a good splendid I love you my only one. Masha angrily, amo armors amet amamus almatis ament. Kulagin laughs, no, she really is wonderful, I've been your husband 7 years, and it seems as if I was only married yesterday, on my word. No, you really are a wonderful woman, I am satisfied, I am satisfied, I am satisfied. Masha, I am bored, I am bored, I am bored, sits up, but I can't get it out of my head, it's simply disgraceful, it has been gnawing away at me, I can't keep silent, I mean about Andrei. He has mortgaged this house with the bank, and his wife has got all the money, but the house doesn't belong to him alone. But to the 4 of us he ought to know that if he's an honourable man. Kulagin, what's the use, Masha, Andrei is in debt, all round, well, let him do as he pleases. Masha, it's disgraceful anyway, lies down. Kulagin, you and I are not poor, I work, take my classes, give private lessons, I am a plain, honest man, omnia me mecum porto as they say. Masha, I don't want anything, but the unfairness of it disgusts me, pause, you go Fedor. Kulagin kisses her, you're tired, just rest for half an hour and ill sit, and wait for you sleep going, I'm satisfied, I'm satisfied, I'm satisfied, exit. Irina, yes really our Andrei has grown smaller, how he's snuffed out and aged with that woman, he used to want to be a professor. And yesterday he was boasting that at last he had been made a member of the district council, he is a member, and Protopopov is chairman, the whole town talks and laughs about it, and he alone knows and sees nothing, and now everybody's gone to look at the fire, but he sits alone in his room, and pays no attention, only just plays on his fiddle nervily, oh, it's awful, 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 weeps, I can't bear it any longer, I can't. Olga comes in, and clears up at her little table. Irina is sobbing loudly, throw me out, I can't bear any more. Olga alarmed, what is it, dear? Irina sobbing, where has everything gone, where is it all, oh my God, I've forgot. Everything, I don't remember what is the Italian for window, or well, for ceiling, I forget everything, every day I forget it, and life passes, and will never return, and well never go away to Moscow, I see that well never go. Olga, dear. Irina controlling herself, oh I am unhappy, I can't work, I shan't work enough, I used to be a telegraphist, now I work at the town council offices, and I have nothing but hate and contempt for all they give me to do. I am already 23, I have already been at work for a long while, and my brain has dried up and I've grown thinner, plainer, older, and there is no relief of any sort, and time goes, and it seems all the while as if I am going away from the real, the beautiful life, farther and farther away down some precipice. I am in despair, and I can't understand how it is that I am still alive, that I haven't killed myself. Olga, don't cry, dear girl, don't cry, I suffer too. Irina, I am not crying enough, look, I am not crying any more, enough. Olga dear, I tell you as a sister and a friend, if you want my advice, marry the Baron. Irina cries softly, you respect him, you think highly of him, it is true that he is not handsome, but he is so honourable and clean. People don't marry from love, but in order to do one's duty, I think so at any rate, and I'd marry without being in love whoever he was. I should marry him so long as he was a decent man, even if he was old. Irina, I was always waiting until we should be settled in Moscow. There, I should meet my true love. I used to think about him and love him, but it's all turned out to be nonsense, all nonsense. Olga embraces her sister, my dear beautiful sister. I understand everything. When Baron Nikolai Lvovich left the army and came to us in evening dress, note Roman 1e in the correct dress, for making a proposal of marriage, he seemed so bad-looking to me that I even started crying. He asked, what are you crying for? How could I tell him? But if God brought him to marry you, I should be happy. That would be different, quite different. Natasha with a candle walks across the stage from right to left, without saying anything. Masha sitting up, she walks as if she set something on fire. Olga, Masha, you're silly, you're the silliest of the family, please, forgive me for saying so, pause. Masha, I want to make a confession, dear sisters, my soul is in pain, I will confess to you, and never again to anybody. I'll tell you this minute softly, it's my secret. But you must know everything, I can't be silent, pause. I love that man. You saw him only just now, why don't I say it in one word? I love Vershinin. Olga goes behind her screen, stop, that I don't hear you in any case. Masha, what am I to do? Takes her head in her hands. First, he seemed queer to me, then I was sorry for him, then I fell in love with him, fell in love with his voice, his words, his misfortunes, his 2 daughters. Olga behind the screen, I'm not listening, you may talk any nonsense you like, it will be all the same, I shan't hear. Masha, oh Olga, you are foolish, I am in love, that means that is to be my fate, it means that is to be my lot. And he loves me, it is all awful, yes it isn't good is it takes Irina's hand, and draws her to her. Oh my dear, how are we going to live through our lives? What is to become of us when you read a novel? It all seems so old and easy. But when you fall in love yourself, then you learn that nobody knows anything and each must decide for himself. My dear ones, my sisters, I've confessed. Now, I shall keep silence like the lunatics in Gogol's story. I am going to be silent. Andry enters, followed by Ferapont. Andry angrily, what do you want? I don't understand. Ferapont at the door, impatiently, I've already told you 10 times, Andrei Sergeyevich. Andrei, in the first place, I am not Andrei Sergeyevich, but so note quite literally your high honor to correspond to Andrei's rank as a civil servant. Ferapont, the firemen, sir, ask if they can go across your garden to the river, else they go right round, it's a nuisance. Andrei, all right, tell them it's all right. Exit Ferapont, I'm tired of them. Where is Olga? Olga comes out from behind the screen. I came to you for the key of the cupboard, I lost my own, you've got a little key. Olga gives him the key. Irina goes behind her screen. Pause. What a huge fire, it's going down now. Hang it all, that Ferapont made me so angry that I talked nonsense to him, sir. Indeed. A pause. Why are you so silent, Olga? Pause. It's time you stopped all that nonsense and behaved as if you were properly alive. You are here, Masha. Irina is here. Well, since we're all here, let's come to a complete understanding once and for all. What have you against me? What is it? Olga, please don't. Audrey dear, we'll talk tomorrow. Excited. What an awful night. Andrei, much confused. Don't excite yourself, I ask you in perfect calmness. What have you against me? Tell me straight. Version in S voice trumtumtum. Masha stands loudly tratata to Olga. Goodbye, Olga. God bless you. Goes behind screen and kisses Irina. Sleep well. Goodbye, Andrei. Go away now. They're tired. You can explain tomorrow. Exit. Andrei, I'll only say this and go just now. In the first place, you've got something against Natasha, my wife. I've noticed it since the very day of my marriage. Natasha is a beautiful and honest creature, straight and honorable. That's my opinion. I love and respect my wife. Understand it? I respect her and I insist that others should respect her too. I repeat, she's an honest and honorable person, and all your disapproval is simply silly. Pause. In the second place, you seem to be annoyed because I am not a professor and am not engaged in study, but I work for the Zemstvo. I am member of the district council, and I consider my service as worthy and as high as the service of science. I am a member of the district council, and I am proud of it, if you want to know. Pause. In the third place, I have still this to say, that I have mortgaged the house without obtaining your permission, for that I am to blame and ask to be forgiven. My debts led me into doing it. 35,000. I do not play at cards any more. I stopped long ago. But the chief thing I have to say in my defense is that you girls receive a pension, and I don't. My wages, so to speak. Pause. Kuligin at the door is Masha. They're excitedly. Where is she? It's queer. Exit. Andrei, they don't hear. Natasha is a splendid, honest person, walks about in silence, then stops. When I married, I thought we should be happy, all of us. But my God weeps. My dear, dear sisters, don't believe me. Exit. Fire alarm. The stage is clear. Irina behind her screen. Olga, who's knocking on the floor. Olga, it's Dr. Ivan Romanovich. He's drunk. Irina, what a restless night. Pause. Olga looks out. Did you hear? They are taking the brigade away from us. It's going to be transferred to some place far away. Olga, it's only a rumor. Irina, then we shall be left alone. Olga, well. Irina, my dear darling sister, I highly value the Baron. He's a splendid man. I'll marry him. I'll consent. Only let's go to Moscow. I implore you, let's go. There's nothing better than Moscow on earth. Let's go, Olga, let's go. Curtain. Act Roman 4. The old garden at the house of the Prosorovs. There is a long avenue of firs at the end of which the river can be seen. There is a forest on the far side of the river. On the right is the terrace of the house. Bottles and tumblers are on a table here. It is evident that champagne has just been drunk. It is midday. Every now and again, passers-by walk across the garden from the road to the river. 5 soldiers go past rapidly. Chebutikin, in a comfortable frame of mind, which does not desert him throughout the act, sits in an armchair in the garden waiting to be called. He wears a peaked cap and has a stick. Irina Kuligin, with a cross hanging from his neck, and without his mustaches, and Tuzenbach are standing on the terrace seeing off Fedotik and Rode, who are coming down into the garden. Both officers are in service uniform. Tuzenbach exchanges kisses with Fedotik. You're a good sort, we got on so well together. Exchanges kisses with Rode once again. Goodbye, old man. Irina, au revoir. Fedotic, it isn't au revoir, it's goodbye, well, never meet again. Kulagin, who knows, wipes his eyes, smiles, here I've started crying. Irina, well, meet again sometime. Fedotic, after 10 years or 15, well, hardly know one another, then well, say how do you do coldly, takes a snapshot, keep still once more for the last time. Road, embracing Tuzenbach, we shan't meet again, kisses Irina's hand, thank you for everything, for everything. Fedotic, grieved, don't be in such a hurry. Tuzenbach, we shall meet again, if God wills it right to us, be sure to write. Road, looking round the garden, goodbye trees, shouts Yoho, pause, goodbye Eka. Kulagin, best wishes, go and get yourselves wives there in Poland, your Polish wife will clasp you, and call you Kochanku, note darling, laughs. Fedotic, looking at the time, there's less than an hour left, Solny is the only one of our battery who is going on the barge, the rest of us are going with the main body, 3 batteries are leaving today, another 3 tomorrow, and then the town will be quiet and peaceful. Tuzenbach, and terribly dull. Road, and where is Maria Sergeyevna? Kulagin, Masha is in the garden. Fedotic, wed like to say goodbye to her. Road, goodbye, I must go or else ill start weeping, quickly embraces Kulagin and Tuzenbach, and kisses Irina's hand, we've been so happy here. Fedotic to Kulagin, here's a keepsake for you, a notebook, with a pencil, well, go to the river from here, they go aside, and both look round. Road shouts Yoho. Kulagin shouts goodbye. At the back of the stage, Fedotic and Road meet Masha, they say goodbye, and go out with her. Irina, they've gone, sits on the bottom step of the terrace. Chebutikin, and they forgot to say goodbye to me. Irina, but why is that? Chebutikin, I just forgot somehow, though I'll soon see them again. I'm going tomorrow, yes, just 1 day left, I shall be retired in a year. Then I'll come here again, and finish my life near you. I've only 1 year before I get my pension, puts 1 newspaper into his pocket, and takes another out. I'll come here to you, and change my life, radically. I'll be so quiet, so agreeable, respectable. Irina, yes, you ought to change your life, dear man, somehow or other. Chebutikin, yes, I feel it, sings softly Tararabumdi. Kulagin, we want reform, Ivan Romanovich, we want reform him. Chebutikin, if only I was apprenticed to you, then I'd reform. Irina, Fedor has shaved his mustache, I can't bear to look at him. Kulagin, well, what about it? Chebutikin, I could tell you what your face looks like now, but it wouldn't be polite. Kulagin, well, it's the custom, it's modus vivendi, our director is clean-shaven, and so I too, when I received my inspectorship, had my mustaches removed. Nobody likes it, but it's all one to me, I am satisfied, whether I've got mustaches or not, I'm satisfied. Sits. At the back of the stage, Andrei is wheeling a perambulator containing a sleeping infant. Irina, Ivan Romanovich, be a darling, I'm awfully worried you were out on the boulevard last night, tell me what happened. Chebutikin, what happened? Nothing, quite a trifling matter, reads paper of no importance. Kulagin, they say that Solny and the Baron met yesterday on the boulevard near the theatre. Tuzenbach, stop, what right, waves his hand and goes into the house. Kulagin, near the theatre, Solny started behaving offensively to the Baron, who lost his temper and said something nasty. Chebutikin, I don't know, it's all bunkum. Kulagin, at some seminary or other a master wrote bunkum on an essay, and the student couldn't make the letters out, thought it was a Latin word. Luckham laughs, awfully funny, that they say that Solny is in love with Irina, and hates the Baron. That's quite natural. Irina is a very nice girl, she's even like Masha, she's so thoughtful, only Irina, your character, is gentler, though Masha's character too is a very good one. I am very fond of Masha. Shouts of Yoho are heard behind the stage. Irina shudders, everything seems to frighten me today. Pause, I've got everything ready, and I send my things off after dinner. The Baron and I will be married tomorrow, and tomorrow we go away to the brickworks, and the next day I go to the school, and the new life begins. God will help me. When I took my examination for the teacher's post, I actually wept for joy and gratitude. Pause, the cart will be here in a minute for my things. Kulagin, somehow or other all this doesn't seem at all serious, as if it was all ideas and nothing really serious. Still, with all my soul I wish you happiness. Chebutikin, with deep feeling, my splendid, my dear precious girl, you've gone on far ahead. I won't catch up with you, I am left behind like a migrant bird, grown old and unable to fly. Fly, my dear, fly, and God be with you. Pause, it's a pity you shaved your mustaches, Fedor Ilyich. Kuligin, oh drop it sighs, today the soldiers will be gone, and everything will go on as in the old days. Say what you will, Masha is a good honest woman, I love her very much. And thank my fate for her people have such different fates. There's a Chekhov who works in the excise department. Here he was at school with me. He was expelled from the 5th class of the high school for being entirely unable to understand consecutivism. He's awfully hard up now and in very poor health. And when I meet him I say to him, how do you do consecutivism? Yes, he says precisely consecutivism and coughs. But I've been successful all my life, I'm happy. And I even have a Stanislaus cross of the 2nd class. And now I myself teach others that consecutivism. Of course I am a clever man, much cleverer than many, but happiness doesn't only lie in that. The Maiden's Prayer is being played on the piano in the house. Irina, tomorrow night I shan't hear that Maiden's Prayer anymore, and I shan't be meeting Protopopov. Protopopov is sitting there in the drawing room, and he came today. Kuligin, hasn't the headmistress come yet? Irina, no, she has been sent for. If you only knew how difficult it is for me to live alone without Olga. She lives at the high school, she a headmistress busy all day with her affairs, and I am alone bored with nothing to do, and hate the room I live in. I've made up my mind, if I can't live in Moscow, then it must come to this, it's fate, it can't be helped, it's all the will of God, that's the truth. Nikolai Lvovich made me a proposal, well I thought it over, and made up my mind. He's a good man, it's quite remarkable how good he is. And suddenly my soul put out wings, I became happy and light-hearted, and once again the desire for work came over me. Only something happened yesterday, some secret dread has been hanging over me. Chebutikin, Luckham, rubbish. Natasha at the window, the headmistress. Kuligin, the headmistress has come, let's go. Exit with Irina into the house. Chebutikin, it is my washing day, Tarara Boomdi. Masha approaches. Andrei is wheeling a perambulator at the back. Masha, here you are sitting here doing nothing. Chebutikin, what then? Masha sits, nothing. Pause. Did you love my mother? Chebutikin, very much. Masha, and did she love you? Chebutikin, after a pause, I don't remember that. Masha is my man here. When our cook Martha used to ask about her gendarme, she used to say, my man, is he here? Chebutikin, not yet. Masha, when you take your happiness in little bits, in snatches, and then lose it as I have done, you gradually get coarser, more bitter points to her bosom. I am boiling in here. Looks at Andrei with the perambulator. There's our brother Andrei, all our hopes in him have gone. There was once a great bell, 1,000 persons were hoisting it, much money and labour had been spent on it, when it suddenly fell, and was broken suddenly for no particular reason. Andrei is like that. Andrei, when are they going to stop making such a noise in the house? It's awful. Chebutikin, they won't be much longer. Looks at his watch. My watch is very old-fashioned, it strikes the hours, wins the watch, and makes it strike. The 1st, 2nd and 5th batteries are to leave at 1 o'clock precisely. Pause, and I go tomorrow. Andrei, for good. Chebutikin, I don't know, perhaps I'll return in a year. The devil only knows. It's all one. Somewhere a harp and violin are being played. Andrei, the town will grow empty, it will be as if they put a cover over it. Pause. Something happened yesterday, by the theatre, the whole town knows of it, but I don't. Chebutikin, nothing, a silly little affair. Solny started irritating the Baron, who lost his temper, and insulted him, and so at last Solny had to challenge him. Looks at his watch. It's about time, I think at 12:30 in the public wood, that one you can see from here across the river. Pif-Paf laughs. Solny thinks he's Lermontov, and even writes verses. That's all very well, but this is his 3rd duel. Masha, whose? Chebutikin, Solny's. Masha and the Baron. Chebutikin, what about the Baron? Pause. Masha, everything's all muddled up in my head, but I say it ought not to be allowed. He might wound the Baron or even kill him. Chebutikin, the Baron is a good man, but one Baron more or less, what difference does it make? It's all the same. Beyond the garden somebody shouts, Ko-hallo, you wait, that's Iskay-Vortsov shouting, one of the seconds. He's in a boat. Pause. Andrei, in my opinion, it's simply immoral to fight in a duel, or to be present even in the quality of a doctor. Chebutikin, it only seems, so we don't exist. There's nothing on earth, we don't really live, it only seems that we live. Does it matter anyway? Masha, you talk and talk the whole day long, going you live in a climate like this where it might snow any moment, and there you talk. Stops. I won't go into the house, I can't go there. Tell me, when Vershinin goes along the avenue, the migrant birds are already on the wing, looks up, swans or geese. My dear, happy things. Exit. Andri, our house will be empty, the officers will go away, you are going, my sister is getting married, and I alone will remain in the house. Chebutikhin and your wife. Ferapont enters with some documents. Andri, a wife's a wife, she's honest, well-bred, yes, and kind, but with all that there is still something about her that degenerates her into a petty, blind, even in some respects misshapen animal. In any case, she isn't a man, I tell you as a friend, as the only man to whom I can lay bare my soul. I love Natasha, it's true, but sometimes she seems extraordinarily vulgar, and then I lose myself, and can't understand why I love her so much, or at any rate used to love her. Chebutikhin rises, I'm going away tomorrow, old chap, and perhaps we'll never meet again, so here's my advice, put on your cap, take a stick in your hand, go on, and on without looking round, and the farther you go the better. Solny goes across the back of the stage, with 2 officers, he catches sight of Chebutikhin, and turns to him, the officers go on. Solny, doctor, it's time, it's 12:30, already shakes hands with Andri. Chebutikhin, half a minute, I am tired of the lot of you, to Andri, if anybody asks for me say I'll be back soon, sighs, oh. Solny, he didn't have the time to sigh, the bear sat on him, heavily goes up to him, what are you groaning about, old man? Chebutikhin, stop it. Solny, how's your health? Chebutikhin, angry, mind your own business. Solny, the old man is unnecessarily excited, I won't go far ill, only just bring him down like a snipe, takes out his scent bottle, and scents his hands, I've poured out a whole bottle of scent today, and they still smell of a dead body. Pause, yes, you remember the poem. But he, the rebel, seeks the storm, as if the storm will bring him rest. Chebutikhin, yes. He didn't have the time to sigh. The bear sat on him heavily. Exit with Solny. Shouts are heard, Andri and Ferapont come in. Ferapont, documents to sign. Andri, irritated, go away, leave me please, goes away with the perambulator. Ferapont, that's what documents are for, to be signed, retires to back of stage. Enter Irina with Tuzenbach in a straw hat. Kuligin walks across the stage shouting, ko Masha ko. Tuzenbach, he seems to be the only man in the town who is glad that the soldiers are going. Irina, one can understand that. Pause, the town will be empty. Tuzenbach, my dear, I shall return soon. Irina, where are you going? Tuzenbach, I must go into the town and then see the others off. Irina, it's not true, Nikolai, why are you so absent-minded today? Pause, what took place by the theatre yesterday? Tuzenbach, making a movement of impatience, in an hour's time, I shall return and be with you again, kisses her hands, my darling, looking her closely in the face, it's 5 years now, since I fell in love with you, and still I can't get used to it. And you seem to me to grow more and more beautiful, what lovely wonderful hair, what eyes. I am going to take you away tomorrow. We shall work, we shall be rich, my dreams will come true. You will be happy, there's only one thing, only you don't love me. Irina, it isn't in my power, I shall be your wife, I shall be true to you and obedient to you, but I can't love you, what can I do? Cries, I have never been in love in my life. Oh, I used to think so much of love, I have been thinking about it for so long, by day and by night, but my soul is like an expensive piano which is locked, and the key lost. Pause, you seem so unhappy. Tuzenbach, I didn't sleep at night, there is nothing in my life so awful as to be able to frighten me, only that lost key torments my soul, and does not let me sleep. Say something to me. Pause, say something to me. Irina, what can I say? What? Tuzenbach, anything. Irina, don't. Pause. Tuzenbach, it is curious how silly, trivial little things sometimes for no apparent reason become significant. At first you laugh at these things, you think they are of no importance, you go on, and you feel that you haven't got the strength to stop yourself. Oh, don't, let's talk about it. I am happy. It is as if for the first time in my life I see these firs, maples, beeches, and they all look at me inquisitively, and, wait, what beautiful trees, and how beautiful, when one comes to think of it, life must be near them. A shout of "Co" in the distance. It's time I went. There's a tree which has dried up, but it still sways in the breeze with the others. And so it seems to me that if I die, I shall still take part in life in one way or another. Goodbye, dear. Kisses her hands. The papers which you gave me are on my table under the calendar. Irina, I am coming with you. Tuzenbach, nervously, no. He goes quickly and stops in the avenue. Irina, what is it? Tuzenbach, not knowing what to say, I haven't had any coffee today, tell them to make me some. He goes out quickly. Irina stands deep in thought, then she goes to the back of the stage, and sits on a swing. Andrei comes in with the perambulator and Ferapont also appears. Ferapont: Andrei Sergeyevich, it isn't as if the documents were mine, they are the government's, I didn't make them. Andrei: oh, what has become of my past, and where is it? I used to be young, happy, clever. I used to be able to think and frame clever ideas. The present and the future seem to me full of hope. Why do we almost before we have begun to live become dull, grey, uninteresting, lazy, apathetic, useless, unhappy? This town has already been in existence for 200 years, and it has 100,000 inhabitants, not one of whom is in any way different from the others. There has never been now, or at any other time, a single leader of men, a single scholar, an artist, a man of even the slightest eminence who might arouse envy or a passionate desire to be imitated. They only eat, drink, sleep, and then they die. More people are born and also eat, drink, sleep, and so as not to go silly from boredom, they try to make life manicided with their beastly backbiting, vodka cards and litigation. The wives deceive their husbands, and the husbands lie and pretend they see nothing and hear nothing, and the evil influence irresistibly oppresses the children, and the divine spark in them is extinguished, and they become just as pitiful corpses, and just as much like one another as their fathers and mothers. Angrily, to Ferapont: what do you want? Ferapont: what documents want signing? Andrei: I am tired of you. Ferapont, handing him papers. The hall porter from the law courts was saying just now that in the winter there were 200 degrees of frost in Petersburg. Andrei: the present is beastly, but when I think of the future, how good it is. I feel so light, so free. There is a light in the distance. I see freedom. I see myself and my children freeing ourselves from vanities, from kvass, from goose baked with cabbage, from after-dinner naps, from base idleness. Ferapont: he was saying that 2,000 people were frozen to death. The people were frightened, he said, in Petersburg or Moscow. I don't remember which. Andrei, overcome by a tender emotion: my dear sisters, my beautiful sisters, crying. Masha, my sister. Natasha at the window, who's talking so loudly out here. Is that you, Andrei? Yowl, wake little Sophie. Il n'y faut pas faire du bruit. La Sophie est dormi déjà, vous eats un hours. Angrily, if you want to talk, then give the perambulator and the baby to somebody else. Ferapont: take the perambulator. Ferapont: yes, Roman 1000 takes the perambulator. Andrei, confused: I'm speaking quietly. Natasha at the window, nursing her boy. Barbie, naughty Barbie, bad little Barbie. Andrei, looking through the papers: all right, ill, look them over and sign if necessary, and you can take them back to the offices. Goes into house reading papers. Ferapont takes the perambulator to the back of the garden. Natasha at the window: Barbie, what's your mother's name, dear dear? And who's this? That's Aunt Olga. Say to your aunt, how do you do, Olga? Two wandering musicians, a man and a girl, are playing on a violin and a harp. Version in Olga and Anfisa come out of the house and listen for a minute in silence. Irina comes up to them. Olga: our garden might be a public thoroughfare from the way people walk and ride across it. Nurse: give those musicians something. Anfisa gives money to the musicians. Go away, with God's blessing on you. The musicians bow and go away. A bitter sort of people, you don't play on a full stomach. To Irina: how do you do? Arisha kisses her. Well, little girl, here I am, still alive in the high school together with little Olga in her official apartments. So the Lord has appointed for my old age, sinful woman, that I am. I've never lived like that in my life before. A large flat, government property, and I've a whole room and bed to myself, all government property. I wake up at nights and oh God and Holy Mother, there isn't a happier person than I. Vershanin looks at his watch. We are going soon, Olga Sergeyevna. It's time for me to go. Pause. I wish you every. Where's Maria Sergeyevna? Irina: she's somewhere in the garden. I'll go and look for her. Vershanin: if you'll be so kind, I haven't time. Anfisa: I'll go and look too. Shouts little Masha. Ko goes out with Irina down into the garden. Ko. Vershanin: everything comes to an end, and so we too must part. Looks at his watch. The town gave us a sort of farewell breakfast. We had champagne to drink, and the mayor made a speech, and I ate and listened, but my soul was here all the time. Looks round the garden. I am so used to you now. Olga: shall we ever meet again? Vershanin: probably not. Pause. My wife and both my daughters will stay here another 2 months if anything happens, or if anything has to be done. Olga: yes, of course, you need not worry. Pause. Tomorrow there won't be a single soldier left in the town. It will all be a memory, and of course for us a new life will begin. Pause. None of our plans are coming right. I didn't want to be a headmistress, but they made me one all the same. It means there's no chance of Moscow. Versionin, well, thank you for everything, forgive me, if I've said such an awful lot, forgive me for that too, don't think badly of me. Olga wipes her eyes, why isn't Masha coming? Versionin, what else can I say in parting, can I philosophize about anything? Laughs, life is heavy to many of us, it seems dull and hopeless, but still, it must be acknowledged that it is getting lighter and clearer. And it seems that the time is not far off when it will be quite clear. Looks at his watch. It's time. I went. Mankind used to be absorbed in wars, and all its existence was filled with campaigns, attacks, defeats. Now we've outlived all that, leaving after us a great waste place, which there is nothing to fill with at present. But mankind is looking for something, and will certainly find it. Oh, if it only happened more quickly. Pause. If only education could be added to industry, and industry to education. Looks at his watch. It's time I went. Olga, here she comes. Enter Masha. Versionin, I came to say goodbye. Olga steps aside a little so as not to be in their way. Masha looking him in the face. Goodbye, prolonged kiss. Olga, don't. Masha is crying bitterly. Versionin, write to me, don't forget, let me go, it's time. Take her, Olga Sergeyevna, it's time, I am late. He kisses Olga's hand in evident emotion, then embraces Masha once more and goes out quickly. Olga, don't. Masha, stop dear. Kuligin enters. Kuligin, confused, never mind, let her cry, let her, my dear Masha, my good Masha. You're my wife and I am happy. Whatever happens I am not complaining, I don't reproach you at all. Olga is a witness to it. Let's begin to live again, as we used to, and not by a single word or hint. Masha restraining her sobs, there stands a green oak by the sea, and a chain of bright gold is around it. I am going off my head, there stands a green oak by the sea. Olga, don't. Masha, don't, give her some water. Masha, I'm not crying anymore. Kuligin, she's not crying anymore, she's a good. A shot is heard from a distance. Masha, there stands a green oak by the sea, and a chain of bright gold is around it. An oak of green gold. I'm mixing it up, drink some water, life is dull, I don't want anything more now, it'll be all right in a moment. It doesn't matter, what do those lines mean? Why do they run in my head? My thoughts are all tangled. Irina enters. Olga, be quiet, Masha, there's a good girl, let's go. Masha angrily, I shan't go in there, sobs, but controls herself at once. I am not going to go into the house, I won't go. Irina, let's sit here together, and say nothing, I am going away tomorrow. Pause. Kuligin, yesterday I took away these whiskers, and this beard from a boy in the 3rd class. He puts on the whiskers and beard, don't I look like the German master? Laughs, don't I? The boys are amusing. Masha, you really do look like that German of yours. Olga laughs, yes. Masha weeps. Irina, don't. Masha. Kuligin, it's a very good likeness. Enter Natasha. Natasha to the maid, what Mihail Ivanich Protopopov will sit with little Sophie, and Andrei Sergeyevich can take little Bobby out. Children are such a bother to Irina. Irina, it's such a pity you're going away tomorrow, do stop. Just another week. Sees Kuligin and screams. He laughs and takes off his beard and whiskers. How you frighten me to Irina, I've grown used to you, and do you think it will be easy for me to part from you? I am going to have Andrei and his violin put into your room, let him fiddle away in there, and well, put little Sophie into his room. The beautiful lovely child, what a little girlie today, she looked at me with such pretty eyes, and said, Mama. Kuligin, a beautiful child, it's quite true. Natasha, that means I shall have the place to myself tomorrow. Sighs, in the first place, I shall have that avenue of fir trees cut down then, that maple, it's so ugly at nights. To Irina, that belt doesn't suit you at all, dear, it's an error of taste, and I'll give orders to have lots and lots of little flowers planted here, and they'll smell severely. Why is there a fork lying about here on the seat going towards the house? To the maid, why is there a fork lying about here on the seat, I say? Shouts, don't you dare to answer me. Kuligin, temper, a march is played off, they all listen. Olga, they're going. Chebutikin comes in. Masha, they're going. Well, bon voyage to her husband, we must be going home, where's my coat and hat? Kuligin, I took them in, I'll bring them in a moment. Olga, yes, now we can all go home, it's time. Chebutikin, Olga Sergeyevna. Olga, what is it? Pause, what is it? Chebutikin, nothing, I don't know how to tell you, whispers to her. Olga, frightened, it can't be true. Chebutikin, yes, such a story, I am tired out, exhausted, I won't say any more. Sadly still, it's all the same. Masha, what's happened? Olga embraces Irina. This is a terrible day. I don't know how to tell you, dear. Irina, what is it? Tell me quickly, what is it, for God's sake, cries. Chebutikin, the Baron was killed in the duel just now. Irina cries softly, I knew it, I knew it. Chebutikin sits on a bench at the back of the stage. I am tired, takes a paper from his pocket. Let M cry, sings softly, Tarabumdi. It is my washing day, isn't it all the same? The three sisters are standing pressing against one another. Masha, oh how the music plays, they are leaving us, one has quite left us, quite. And forever we remain alone to begin our life over again. We must live, we must live. Irina puts her head on Olga's bosom. There will come a time when everybody will know why, for what purpose there is all this suffering, and there will be no more mysteries. But now we must live, we must work, just work. Tomorrow I'll go away alone and I'll teach, and give my whole life to those who perhaps need it. It's autumn now, soon it will be winter, the snow will cover everything, and I shall be working. Olga embraces both her sisters. The bands are playing so gaily, so bravely, and one does so want to live. Oh my God, time will pass on, and we shall depart forever, we shall be forgotten. They will forget our faces, voices, and even how many there were of us, but our sufferings will turn into joy for those who will live after us. Happiness and peace will reign on earth, and people will remember with kindly words and bless those who are living now. Oh dear sisters, our life is not yet at an end. Let us live, the music is so gay, so joyful, and it seems that in a little while we shall know why we are living, why we are suffering, if we could only know, if we could only know. The music has been growing softer and softer. Kuligin, smiling, happily brings out the hat and coat. Andrei wheels out the perambulator in which Barbie is sitting. Chebutikin sings softly, Tara Rabumdi. It is my washing day, reads a paper. It's all the same, it's all the same. Olga, if only we could know, if only we could know. Curtain. The Cherry Orchard. A comedy in 4 acts. Characters as Lubov Andreevna Ramsky, Mme Ramsky, a landowner. Anya, her daughter, aged 17. Varia Barbara, her adopted daughter, aged 27. Leonid Andreevich Giv, Mme Ramsky's brother. Ermolai Alexeyevich Lopakin, a merchant. Peter Sergeyevich Trofimov, a student. Boris Borisovich Simonov Piskin, a landowner. Charlotta Ivanovna, a governess. Simeon Pantelevich Epikhodov, a clerk. Dunyasha Avditia Fedorovna, a maidservant. Fiers, an old footman, aged 87. Yasha, a young footman. A tramp. A station master. Post office clerk. Guests. A servant. The action takes place on Mme Ramsky's estate. Act 1. A room which is still called the nursery. One of the doors leads into Anya's room. It is close on sunrise. It is May. The cherry trees are in flower, but it is chilly in the garden. There is an early frost. The windows of the room are shut. Dunyasha comes in with a candle and Lopakin with a book in his hand. Lopakin, the train's arrived, thank God. What's the time? Dunyasha, it will soon be 2. Blows out candle. It is light already. Lopakin, how much was the train late? 2 hours at least. Yawns and stretches himself. I have made a rotten mess of it. I came here on purpose to meet them at the station, and then overslept myself in my chair. It's a pity, I wish you'd wakened me. Dunyasha, I thought you'd gone away listening. I think I hear them coming. Lopakin listens. No, they've got to collect their luggage. And so on. Pause. Lubov Andreevna has been living abroad for 5 years. I don't know what she'll be like now. She's a good sort, an easy, simple person. I remember when I was a boy of 15, my father, who is dead, used to keep a shop in the village here, hit me on the face with his fist, and my nose bled. We had gone into the yard together for something or other, and he was a little drunk. Lubov Andreevna, as I remember her now, was still young and very thin, and she took me to the washstand here in this very room, the nursery. She said, don't cry, little man. It'll be all right in time for your wedding. Pause. Little man, my father was a peasant, it's true, but here I am in a white waistcoat and yellow shoes, a pearl out of an oyster. I am rich now with lots of money, but just think about it and examine me and you'll find I'm still a peasant down to the marrow of my bones. Turns over the pages of his book. Here I've been reading this book, but I understood nothing. I read and fell asleep. Pause. Dunyasha, the dogs didn't sleep all night. They know that they're coming. Lopakin, what's up with you? Dunyasha. Dunyasha, my hands are shaking. I shall faint. Lopakin, you're too sensitive. Dunyasha, you dress just like a lady. And you do your hair like one too, you oughtn't, you should know your place. Epikhodov enters with a bouquet. He wears a short jacket and brilliantly polished boots which squeak audibly. He drops the bouquet as he enters, then picks it up. The gardener sent these, says they're to go into the dining room, gives the bouquet to Dunyasha. Lopakin and Yowl, bring me some kvass. Dunyasha, very well, exit. Epikhodov, there's a frost this morning, 3 degrees, and the cherry trees are all in flower. I can't approve of our climate size. I can't, our climate is indisposed to favor us even this once. And Ermolai Alexeyevich, allow me to say to you, in addition, that I bought myself some boots 2 days ago, and I beg to assure you that they squeak in a perfectly unbearable manner. What shall I put on them? Lopakin, go away, you bore me. Epikhodov, some misfortune happens to me every day, but I don't complain, I'm used to it. And I can smile. Dunyasha comes in and brings Lopakin some kvass. I shall go knocks over a chair there, triumphantly there, you see, if I may use the word, what circumstances I am in, so to speak, it is even simply marvelous. Exit. Dunyasha, I may confess to you, Ermolai Alexeyevich, that Epikhodov has proposed to me. Lopakin, Dunyasha, I don't know what to do about it. He's a nice young man, but every now and again, when he begins talking, you can't understand a word he's saying. I think I like him. He's madly in love with me. He's an unlucky man. Every day something happens. We tease him about it. They call him 22 troubles. Lopakin listens. There they come, I think. Dunyasha, they're coming. What's the matter with me? I am cold all over. Lopakin, there they are, right enough. Let's go and meet them. Will she know me? We haven't seen each other for 5 years. Dunyasha, excited, I shall faint in a minute. Oh, I am fainting. 2 carriages are heard driving up to the house. Lopakin and Dunyasha quickly go out. The stage is empty. A noise begins in the next room. Fiers, leaning on a stick, walks quickly across the stage. He has just been to meet Lyubov Andreevna. He wears an old-fashioned livery and a tall hat. He is saying something to himself, but not a word of it can be made out. The noise behind the stage gets louder and louder. A voice is heard. Let's go in there. Enter Lyubov Andreevna, Anya, and Charlotta Ivanovna, with a little dog on a chain, and all dressed in travelling clothes. Varya in a long coat, and with a kerchief on her head. Give Simonov, Piskin, Lopakin, Dunyasha with a parcel and an umbrella, and a servant with luggage all cross the room. Anya, let's come through here. Do you remember what this room is, mother? Lyubov joyfully, through her tears, the nursery. Varya, how cold it is. My hands are quite numb. To Lyubov Andreevna, your rooms, the white one and the violet one, are just as they used to be, mother. Lyubov, my dear nursery, oh, you beautiful room, I used to sleep here when I was a baby. Weeps, and here I am like a little girl again. Kisses her brother Varya, then her brother again, and Varya is just as she used to be, just like a nun, and I knew. Dunyasha kisses her. Give, the train was 2 hours late. There now, how's that for punctuality? Charlotta to Piskin, my dog eats nuts too. Piskin, astonished to think of that now. All go out except Anya and Dunyasha. Dunyasha, we did have to wait for you. Takes off Anya's cloak and hat. Anya, I didn't get any sleep for 4 nights on the journey. I am awfully cold. Dunyasha, you went away during Lent when it was snowing and frosty, but now darling, laughs and kisses her. We did have to wait for you, my joy, my pet. I must tell you at once, I can't bear to wait a minute. Anya, tired, something else now. Dunyasha, the clerk Epikhodov proposed to me after Easter. Anya, always the same, puts her hair straight. I've lost all my hairpins. She is very tired and even staggers as she walks. Dunyasha, I don't know what to think about it. He loves me so much. Anya looks into her room in a gentle voice. My room, my windows, as if it'd never gone away. I am at home tomorrow morning. I'll get up and have a run in the garden. Oh, if I could only get to sleep. I didn't sleep the whole journey, I was so bothered. Dunyasha, Peter Sergeyevich came 2 days ago. Anya, joyfully, Peter. Dunyasha, he sleeps in the bathhouse. He lives there. He said he was afraid he'd be in the way. Looks at her pocket watch. I ought to wake him, but Barbara Mihailovna told me not to. Don't wake him, she said. Enter Varya, a bunch of keys on her belt. Varya, Dunyasha, some coffee quick, mother wants some. Dunyasha, this minute. Exit. Varya, well, you've come, glory be to God, home again, caressing her. My darling is back again. My pretty one is back again. Anya, I did have an awful time, I tell you. Varya, I can just imagine it. Anya, I went away in Holy Week. It was very cold. Then Charlotta talked the whole way, and would go on performing her tricks, Why did you tie Charlotta on to me? Varia, you couldn't go alone, darling, at 17. Anya, we went to Paris, it's cold there. And snowing, I talk French perfectly horribly. My mother lives on the 5th floor, I go to her. And find her there with various Frenchmen, women, an old ab with a book. And everything in tobacco smoke. And with no comfort at all. I suddenly became very sorry for mother, so sorry that I took her head in my arms and hugged her, and wouldn't let her go. Then mother started hugging me and crying. Varia weeping, don't say any more, don't say any more. Anya, she's already sold her villa near Menton, she's nothing left, nothing. And I haven't a kopeck left either, we only just managed to get here. And mother won't understand, we had dinner at a station. She asked for all the expensive things, and tipped the waiters 1 ruble each. And Charlotta too, Yasha wants his share too. It's too bad mother's got a footman now, Yasha, we've brought him here. Varia, I saw the wretch. Anya, how's business, has the interest been paid? Varia, not much chance of that. Anya, oh God, oh God. Varia, the place will be sold in August. Anya, oh God. Lopakin looks in at the door and moo exit. Varia, through her tears, id like to shakes her fist. Anya embraces Varia softly. Varia, has he proposed to you? Varia shakes head. But he loves you, why don't you make up your minds? Why do you keep on waiting? Varia, I think that it will all come to nothing, he's a busy man. I am not his affair, he pays no attention to me, bless the man, I don't want to see him. But everybody talks about our marriage, everybody congratulates me. And there's nothing in it at all, it's all like a dream. In another tone, you've got a brooch like a bee. Anya, sadly, mother bought it, goes into her room, and talks lightly like a child in Paris. I went up in a balloon. Varia, my darlings, come back, my pretty ones, come back. Dunyasha has already returned with the coffee pot, and is making the coffee. Varia stands near the door. I go about all day looking after the house. And I think all the time, if only you could marry a rich man, then I'd be happy and would go away somewhere by myself, then to Kiev, to Moscow, and so on from one holy place to another. I'd tramp and tramp, that would be splendid. Anya, the birds are singing in the garden. What time is it now? Varia, it must be getting on for 3 time you went to sleep, darling. Goes into Anya's room, splendid. Enter Yasha with a plaid shawl and a travelling bag. Yasha crossing the stage politely, may I go this way? Dunyasha, I hardly knew you. Yasha, you have changed abroad. Yasha, and who are you? Dunyasha, when you went away, I was only so high, showing with her hand, I am Dunyasha, the daughter of Theodore Kozledov. You don't remember? Yasha, oh, you little cucumber. Looks round and embraces her. She screams and drops a saucer. Yasha goes out quickly. Varia in the doorway in an angry voice, what's that? Dunyasha through her tears, I've broken a saucer. Varia, it may bring luck. Anya coming out of her room, we must tell mother that Peter's here. Varia, I told them not to wake him. Anya thoughtfully, father died 6 years ago. And a month later my brother Grisha was drowned in the river. Such a dear little boy of 7, mother couldn't bear it. She went away without looking round, shudders. How I understand her, if only she knew. Pause, and Peter Trofimov was Grisha's tutor, he might tell her. Enter Fiers in a short jacket and white waistcoat. Fiers goes to the coffee pot, nervously. The mistress is going to have some food here, puts on white gloves. Is the coffee ready? To Dunyasha, severely, you where's the cream? Dunyasha, oh dear me, rapid exit. Fiers fussing round the coffee pot, oh you bungler, murmurs to himself, back from Paris. The master went to Paris once in a carriage, laughs. Varia, what are you talking about? Fiers. Fiers, I beg your pardon, joyfully, the mistress is home again. I've lived to see her, don't care if I die now, weeps with joy. Enter Lubov Andreevna, Give Lopakin, and Simonov Piskin, the latter, in a long jacket of thin cloth, and loose trousers. Give coming in moves his arms and body about as if he is playing billiards. Lubov, let me remember now, red into the corner, twice into the center. Give right into the pocket. Once upon a time, you and I used both to sleep in this room, and now I am 51, it does seem strain. Lopakin, yes, time does go. Give, who does? Lopakin, I said that time does go. Give, it smells of patchouli here. Anya, I am going to bed, good night, mother kisses her. Lubov, my lovely little one, kisses her hand, glad to be at home, I can't get over it. Anya, good night, uncle. Give kisses her face and hands, God be with you, how you do resemble your mother to his sister, you were just like her at her age, Luba. Anya gives her hand to Lopakin and Piskin, and goes out shutting the door behind her. Lubov, she's awfully tired. Piskin, it's a very long journey. Varya to Lopukhin and Piskin, well, so's it's getting on for 3 quite time you went. Lubov laughs Yurei just the same as ever. Varya draws her close and kisses her. I'll have some coffee now. Then well all go. Fears lays a cushion under her feet. Thank you dear, I'm used to coffee, I drink it day and night. Thank you dear. Old man kisses Fears. Varya, I'll go and see if they've brought in all the luggage. Exit. Lubov, is it really I who am sitting here? Laughs. I want to jump about and wave my arms. Covers her face with her hands. But suppose I am dreaming? God knows I love my own country. I love it deeply. I couldn't look out of the railway carriage. I cried so much through her tears still. I must have my coffee. Thank you Fears. Thank you dear old man. I am so glad Yurei still with us. Fears, the day before yesterday. Give, he doesn't hear well. Lopukhin, I've got to go off to Kharkov by the 5 o'clock train. I am awfully sorry. I should like to have a look at you, to gossip a little. Yurei as fine looking as ever. Piskin breathes heavily, even finer looking, dressed in Paris fashions. Confound it all. Lopukhin, your brother Leonid Andreevich says I'm a snob, a usurer, but that is absolutely nothing to me. Let him talk, only I do wish you would believe in me, as you once did, that your wonderful touching eyes would look at me as they did before. Merciful God, my father was the serf of your grandfather, and your own father, but Yao, you more than anybody else did so much for me once upon a time that I've forgotten everything, and love you, as if you belonged to my family, and even more. Lubov, I can't sit still, I am not in a state to do it. Jumps up and walks about in great excitement. I'll never survive this happiness. You can laugh at me, I am a silly woman. My dear little cupboard, kisses. Cupboard, my little table. Give, nurse has died in your absence. Lubov sits and drinks coffee. Yes, bless her soul, I heard by letter. Give, and Anastasius has died too. Peter Koss has left me and now lives in town with the commissioner of police. Takes a box of sugar candy out of his pocket and sucks a piece. Piskin, my daughter Dashenka sends her love. Lopukhin, I want to say something very pleasant, very delightful to you. Looks at his watch. I am going away at once, I haven't much time, but I'll tell you all about it in 2 or 3 words. As you already know, your cherry orchard is to be sold to pay your debts, and the sale is fixed for August 22, but you needn't be alarmed, dear madam, you may sleep in peace. There's a way out. Here's my plan, please attend carefully. Your estate is only 13 miles from the town, the railway runs by, and if the cherry orchard and the land by the river are broken up into building lots, and are then leased off for villas, you'll get at least 25,000 rubles a year profit out of it. Give, how utterly absurd. Lubov, I don't understand you at all. Ermolai Alexeyevich. Lopukhin, you will get 25 rubles a year for each desiatin from the leaseholders at the very least, and if you advertise now, I am willing to bet that you won't have a vacant plot left by the autumn thale. All go. In a word, Yurei saved. I congratulate you, only of course, you'll have to put things straight and clean up. For instance, you'll have to pull down all the old buildings, this house, which isn't any use to anybody now, and cut down the old cherry orchard. Lubov, cut it down, my dear man, you must excuse me, but you don't understand anything at all. If there's anything interesting or remarkable in the whole province, it's this cherry orchard of ours. Lopukhin, the only remarkable thing about the orchard is that it's very large. It only bears fruit every other year, and even then you don't know what to do with them. Nobody buys any. Give, this orchard is mentioned in the encyclopedic dictionary. Lopukhin looks at his watch. If we can't think of anything and don't make up our minds to anything, then on August 22, both the cherry orchard and the whole estate will be up for auction. Make up your mind, I swear there's no other way out. I'll swear it again. Fears, in the old days 40 or 50 years back, they dried the cherries, soaked them and pickled them and made jam of them, and it used to happen that. Give, be quiet, Fears. Fears, and then we'd send the dried cherries off in carts to Moscow and Kharkov and money, and the dried cherries were soft, juicy, sweet, and nicely scented. They knew the way. Lubov, what was the way? Fears, they've forgotten, nobody remembers. Piskin to Lubov Andreevna, what about Paris, eh? Did you eat frogs? Lubov, I ate crocodiles. Piskin, to think of that now. Lopukhin, up to now in the villages, there were only the gentry and the labourers, and now the people who live in villas have arrived. All towns, now even small ones, are surrounded by villas, and it's safe to say that in 20 years' time, the villa resident will be all over the place. At present, he sits on his balcony and drinks tea, But it may well come to pass that hell begin to cultivate his patch of land, and then your cherry orchard will be happy, rich, splendid. Give angry what rot. Enter Varya and Yasha. Varya, there are 2 telegrams for you. Little mother picks out a key, and noisily unlocks an antique cupboard. Here they are. Lubov, they ray from Paris, tears them up without reading them. I've done with Paris. Give, and do you know, Luba, how old this case is? A week ago, I took out the bottom drawer, I looked, and saw figures burnt out in it. That case was made exactly 100 years ago. What do you think of that? What we could celebrate its jubilee. It hasn't a soul of its own, but still say what you will, it's a fine bookcase. Piskin, astonished. 100 years, think of that. Give, yes, it's a real thing. Handling it, my dear, an honored case. I congratulate you on your existence, which has already for more than 100 years been directed towards the bright ideals of good and justice. Your silent call to productive labor has not grown less in the 100 years weeping during which you have upheld virtue and faith in a better future to the generations of our race, educating us up to ideals of goodness and to the knowledge of a common consciousness. Pause. Lopukhin, yes. Lubov, you're just the same as ever. Leon. Give, a little confused. Off the white on the right into the corner pocket. Red ball goes into the middle pocket. Lopukhin looks at his watch. It's time I went. Yasha, giving Lubov Andreevna her medicine. Will you take your pills now? Piskin, you oughtn't to take medicines, dear madam. They do you neither harm nor good. Give them here, dear. Madam takes the pills, turns them out into the palm of his hand, blows on them, puts them into his mouth, and drinks some kvass there. Lubov, frightened. You're off your head. Piskin, I've taken all the pills. Lopukhin, gourmandizer, all laugh. Fears they were here in Easter week, and ate half a pailful of cucumbers. Mumbles. Lubov, what's he driving at? Varya, he's been mumbling away for 3 years. We're used to that. Yasha, senile decay. Charlotta Ivanovna crosses the stage dressed in white. She is very thin and tightly laced, has a lorgnette at her waist. Lopukhin, excuse me, Charlotta Ivanovna, I haven't said how do you do to you yet. Tries to kiss her hand. Charlotta takes her hand away. If you let people kiss your hand, then they'll want your elbow, then your shoulder, and then. Lopukhin, my luck's out today. All laugh. Show us a trick, Charlotta Ivanovna. Lubov Andreevna, Charlotta, do us a trick. Charlotta, it's not necessary. I want to go to bed. Exit. Lopukhin, we shall see each other in 3 weeks. Kisses. Lubov Andreevna's hand. Now goodbye, it's time to go. To give, see you again. Kisses Piskin. Au revoir, gives his hand to Varya, then to Fears. And to Yasha, I don't want to go away. To Lubov Andreevna, if you think about the villas and make up your mind, then just let me know and I'll raise a loan of 50,000 rubles at once. Think about it seriously. Varya, angrily, do go now. Lopukhin, I am going. Exit. Give, snob still, I beg pardon. Varya's going to marry him. He's Varya's young man. Varya, don't talk too much, uncle. Lubov, why not Varya? I should be very glad. He's a good man. Piskin, to speak the honest truth, he's a worthy man, and my Dashenka also says that she says lots of things, snores, but wakes up again at once. But still, dear madam, if you could lend me 240 rubles to pay the interest on my mortgage tomorrow. Varya, frightened, we haven't got it. Lubov, it's quite true, I've nothing at all. Piskin, ill find it all right. Laughs, I never lose hope. I used to think everything's lost. Now I am a dead man, when lo and behold a railway was built over my land, and they paid me for it, and something else will happen today or tomorrow. Dashenka may win 20,000 rubles. She's got a lottery ticket. Lubov, the coffee's all gone. We can go to bed. Fears, brushing, give S trousers in an insistent tone. You've put on the wrong trousers again. What am I to do with you? Varya, quietly, Anya's asleep. Opens window quietly. The sun has risen already. It isn't cold. Look, little mother, what lovely trees, and the air, the starlings are singing. Give, opens the other window. The whole garden's white. You haven't forgotten, Luba. There's that long avenue going straight like a stretched strap. It shines on moonlight nights. Do you remember? You haven't forgotten. Lubov looks out into the garden. Oh, my childhood days of my innocence in this nursery. I used to sleep. I used to look out from here into the orchard. Happiness used to wake with me every morning. And then it was just as it is now. Nothing has changed. Laughs from joy. It's all white. Oh, my orchard after the dark autumns and the cold winters. You're young again, full of happiness. The angels of heaven haven't left you. If only I could take my heavy burden off my breast and shoulders. If I could forget my past. Give yes and they'll sell this orchard to pay off debts, how strange it seems. Lubov, look, there's my dead mother going in the orchard, dressed in white, laughs from joy, that's she. Give where? Varia, God bless you, little mother. Lubov, there's nobody there. I thought I saw somebody on the right at the turning by the summer house. A white little tree bent down, looking just like a woman. Enter Trofimov, in a worn student uniform. And spectacles. What a marvelous garden, white masses of flowers, the blue sky. Trofimov, Lubov Andreevna, she looks round at him. I only want to show myself, and ill go away, kisses her hand warmly. I was told to wait till the morning, but I didn't have the patience. Lubov Andreevna looks surprised. Varia, crying, it's Peter Trofimov. Trofimov, Peter Trofimov, once the tutor of your Grisha, have I changed so much? Lubov Andreevna embraces him and cries softly. Give, confused, that's enough, Luba. Varia weeps, but I told you, Peter, to wait till tomorrow. Lubov, my Grisha, my boy Grisha, my son. Varia, what are we to do, little mother? It's the will of God. Trofimov softly through his tears, it's all right, it's all right. Lubov still weeping, my boy's dead. He was drowned. Why, my friend, softly, Anya's asleep in there. I am speaking so loudly, making such a noise. Well, Peter, what's made you look so bad? Why have you grown so old? Trofimov, in the train, an old woman called me a decayed gentleman. Lubov, you were quite a boy, then a nice little student, and now your hair is not at all thick, and you wear spectacles. Are you really still a student? Goes to the door. Trofimov, I suppose I shall always be a student. Lubov kisses her brother, then Varia, well, let's go to bed, and you've grown older, Leonid. Piskin follows her, yes, we've got to go to bed. Oh, my gout, ill stay the night here. If only, Lubov Andreevna, my dear, you could get me 240 rubles tomorrow morning. Give, still the same story. Piskin, 240 rubles, to pay the interest on the mortgage. Lubov, I haven't any money, dear man. Piskin, ill, give it back, it's a small sum. Lubov, well then Leonid will give it to you, let him have it, Leonid. Give, by all means, hold out your hand. Lubov, why not, he wants it, hell, give it back. Lubov Andreevna, Trofimov, Piskin and Fears go out. Give, Varia and Yasha remain. Give, my sister hasn't lost the habit of throwing money about to Yasha, stand off, do you smell of poultry? Yasha grins, you are just the same as ever, Leonid Andreevich. Give, really, to Varia, what's he saying? Varia to Yasha, your mother's come from the village, she's been sitting in the servant's room since yesterday, and wants to see you. Yasha, bless the woman. Varia, shameless man. Yasha, a lot of use there is in her coming, she might have come tomorrow, just as well exit. Varia, mother hasn't altered a scrap, she's just as she always was, shed, give away everything if the idea only entered her head. Give, yes, pause, if there's any illness for which people offer many remedies, you may be sure that particular illness is incurable. I think I work my brains to their hardest, I've several remedies, very many. And that really means I've none at all. It would be nice to inherit a fortune from somebody, it would be nice to marry our Anya, to a rich man, it would be nice to go to Yaroslav, and try my luck with my aunt, the countess. My aunt is very, very rich. Varia weeps, if only God helped us. Give, don't cry, my aunt's very rich. But she doesn't like us, my sister, in the first place, married an advocate, not a noble. Anya appears in the doorway. She not only married a man who was not a noble, but she behaved herself in a way which cannot be described as proper. She's nice and kind and charming, and I am very fond of her. But say what you will in her favor, and you still have to admit that she's wicked. You can feel it in her slightest movements. Varia whispers, Anya's in the door. Give, really, pause, it's curious, something's got into my right eye, I can't see properly out of it. And on Thursday when I was at the district court. Enter Anya. Varia, why aren't you in bed, Anya? Anya can't sleep, it's no good. Give, my darling, kisses Anya's face and hands, my child, crying, Ure, not my niece, Ure, my angel, Ure, my all, believe in me, believe. Anya, I do believe in you, uncle, everybody loves you and respects you, but uncle dear, you ought to say nothing no more than that. What were you saying just now about my mother, your own sister? Why did you say those things? Give, yes, covers his face with her hand. Yes, really, it was awful, save me, my God. And only just now I made a speech before a bookcase, it's so silly. And only when I'd finished I knew how silly it was. Varia, yes, uncle dear, you really ought to say less, keep quiet, that's all. Anya, you'd be so much happier in yourself if you only kept quiet. Give all right, ill be quiet, kisses their hands, ill be quiet. But let's talk business. On Thursday I was in the district court, and a lot of us met there together, and we began to talk of this, that, and the other, and now I think I can arrange a loan to pay the interest into the bank. Varia, if only God would help us. Give ill go on Tuesday, ill talk with them about it again. To Varia, don't howl. To Anya, your mother, will have a talk to Lopakin, he of course won't refuse. And when you've rested Yael, go to Yaroslav, to the countess your grandmother. So you see, well have 3 irons in the fire, and well be safe, well pay up the interest I'm certain. Put some sugar candy into his mouth. I swear on my honor, on anything you will, that the estate will not be sold excitedly. I swear on my happiness, here's my hand, you may call me a dishonorable wretch. If I let it go to auction, I swear by all I am. Anya, she is calm again, and happy. How good and clever you are, uncle embraces him. I'm happy now, I am happy, all's well. Enter Fears. Fears reproachfully, Leonid Andreevich, don't you fear God? When are you going to bed? Give soon you go away. Fears, ill undress myself. Well children, bye, I'll give you the details tomorrow. But let's go to bed now, kisses Anya and Varia. I am a man of the 80s, people don't praise those years much. But I can still say that I've suffered for my beliefs. The peasants don't love me for nothing, I assure you. We've got to learn to know the peasants, we ought to learn how. Anya, you're doing it again, uncle. Varia, be quiet, uncle. Fears angrily, Leonid Andreevich. Give, I'm coming, go to bed now. Off 2 cushions into the middle. I turn over a new leaf, exit. Fears goes out after him. Anya, I'm quieter now, I don't want to go to Yaroslav, I don't like grandmother, but I am calm now thanks to uncle. Sits down. Varia, it's time to go to sleep. Ill go, there's been an unpleasantness here, while you were away in the old servants' part of the house. As you know, only the old people live, little old Efim and Palia and Evsteiny and Karp. As well, they started letting some tramps or other spend the night. There I said nothing then. I heard that they were saying that I had ordered them to be fed on peas, and nothing else, from meanness, you see. And it was all Evsteiny's doing. Very well, I thought, if that's what the matter is, just you wait. So I call Evsteiny, yawns, he comes. What's this, I say. Evsteiny, you old fool, looks at Anya. Anya, dear, pause. She's dropped off, takes Anya's arm. Let's go to bye, come along. Leads her, my darling's gone to sleep, come on. They go. In the distance, the other side of the orchard, a shepherd plays his pipe. Trofimov crosses the stage and stops on seeing Varia and Anya. She's asleep, come on. Anya, quietly, half asleep. I'm so tired, all the bells, uncle dear, mother and uncle. Varia, come on dear, come on. They go into Anya's room. Trofimov, moved, my son, my spring. Curtain. Act 2. In a field, an old crooked shrine, which has been long abandoned. Near it, a well and large stones, which apparently are old tombstones, and an old garden seat. The road is seen to give estate on one side, rise dark poplars, behind them begins the cherry orchard. In the distance is a row of telegraph poles, and far away on the horizon are the indistinct signs of a large town, which can only be seen on the finest and clearest days. It is close on sunset. Charlotta, Yasha and Dunyasha are sitting on the seat. Epikhodov stands by and plays on a guitar. All seem thoughtful. Charlotta wears a man's old peaked cap. She has unslung a rifle from her shoulders and is putting to rights the buckle on the strap. Charlotta thoughtfully, I haven't a real passport, I don't know how old I am, and I think I'm young. When I was a little girl, my father and mother used to go round fairs and give very good performances, and I used to do the salto mortal and various little things, and when Papa and Mama died, a German lady took me to her and began to teach me. I liked it. I grew up and became a governess, and where I came from and who I am, I don't know. Who my parents were, perhaps they weren't married, I don't know. Takes a cucumber out of her pocket and eats. I don't know anything. Pause. I do want to talk, but I haven't anybody to talk to. I haven't anybody at all. Epikhodov plays on the guitar and sings. What is this noisy earth to me? What matter friends and foes? I do like playing on the mandolin. Dunyasha, that's a guitar, not a mandolin, looks at herself in a little mirror and powders herself. Epikhodov, for the enamored madman, this is a mandolin, sings. Oh, that the heart was warmed by all the flames of love returned. Yasha sings too. Charlotta, these people sing terribly, foo, like jackals. Dunyasha to Yasha, still, it must be nice to live abroad. Yasha, yes, certainly, I cannot differ from you. There yawns and lights a cigar. Epikhodov, that is perfectly natural. Abroad everything is in full complexity. Yasha, that goes without saying. Epikhodov, I am an educated man, I read various remarkable books, but I cannot understand the direction I myself want to go hither to live, or to shoot myself, as it was so in case. I always carry a revolver about with me, here it is shows a revolver. Charlotta, I've done now, Ilgo slings the rifle. You Epikhodov are a very clever man, and very terrible women must be madly in love with you. Brrr going, these wise ones are all so stupid. I've nobody to talk to, I am always alone, I've nobody at all, and I don't know who I am or why I live. Exit slowly. Epikhodov, as a matter of fact, independently of everything else, I must express my feeling among other things that fate has been as pitiless in her dealings with me as a storm is to a small ship. Suppose, let us grant I am wrong, then why did I wake up this morning to give an example, and behold an enormous spider on my chest, like that shows with both hands? And if I do drink some kvass, why is it that there is bound to be something of the most indelicate nature in it, such as a beetle paws? Have you read Buckle Paws? I should like to trouble you, Avditia Fedorovna, for 2 words. Dunny Asher, say on. Epikhodov, I should prefer to be alone with you. Sighs. Dunny Asher, shy, very well, only first bring me my little cloak, it's by the cupboard, it's a little damp here. Epikhodov, very well, ill bring it now, I know what to do with my revolver. Takes guitar, and exits strumming. Yasha 22, trouble's a silly man between you and me, and the gatepost yawns. Dunny Asher, I hope to goodness he won't shoot himself. Pause, I am so nervous, I am worried. I went into service when I was quite a little girl, and now I am not used to common life, and my hands are white as a lady's. I am so tender, and so delicate, now respectable, and afraid of everything. I am so frightened, and I don't know what will happen to my nerves if you deceive me. Yasha. Yasha kisses her little cucumber. Of course, every girl must respect herself, there's nothing I dislike more than a badly behaved girl. Dunny Asher, I am awfully in love with you. You're educated, you can talk about everything. Pause. Yasha yawns, yes, I think this, if a girl loves anybody, then that means she's immoral. Pause, it's nice to smoke a cigar out in the open air. Listens, somebody's coming, it's the mistress, and people with her. Dunny Asher embraces him. Suddenly, go to the house, as if you've been bathing in the river. Go by this path or they'll meet you, and will think I've been meeting you. I can't stand that sort of thing. Dunny Asher coughs quietly, my head's aching because of your cigar. Exit. Yasha remains sitting by the shrine. Enter Lyubov Andreevna, Giv, and Lopakin. Lopakin, you must make up your mind definitely, there's no time to waste. The question is perfectly plain. Are you willing to let the land for villas, or no? Just one word, yes or no, just one word. Lyubov, who's smoking horrible cigars, here sits. Giv, they built that railway that's made this place very handy. Sits, went to town and had lunch. Red in the middle, I'd like to go in now and have just one game. Lyubov, you'll have time. Lopakin, just one word, imploringly, give me an answer. Giv yawns, really. Lyubov looks in her purse. I had a lot of money yesterday, but there's very little today. My poor Varia feeds everybody on milk soup. To save money in the kitchen, the old people only get peas, and I spend recklessly. Drops the purse, scattering gold coins. There they are all over the place. Yasha, permit me to pick them up. Collects the coins. Lyubov, please do. Yasha, and why did I go and have lunch there? A horrid restaurant with band and tablecloths smelling of soap. Why do you drink so much, Leon? Why do you eat so much? Why do you talk so much? You talked again too much today in the restaurant, and it wasn't at all to the point about the 70s, and about decadence. And to whom talking? To the waiters about decadence. Lopakin, yes. Giv waves his hand. I can't be cured, that's obvious. Irritably, to Yasha, what's the matter? Why do you keep twisting about in front of me? Yasha laughs. I can't listen to your voice without laughing. Giv to his sister, either he or Roman 1. Lyubov, go away. Yasha, get out of this. Yasha gives purse to Lyubov Andreevna. I'll go at once, hardly able to keep from laughing this minute. Exit. Lopakin, that rich man Duriganov is preparing to buy your estate. They say he'll come to the sale himself. Lyubov, where did you hear that? Lopakin, they say so in town. Giv, our Yaroslav aunt has promised to send something, but I don't know when or how much. Lopakin, how much will she send? 100,000 rubles or 2 perhaps. Lyubov, I'd be glad of 10 or 15,000. Lopakin, you must excuse my saying so, but I've never met such frivolous people as you before, or anybody so unbusinesslike and peculiar. Here, I am telling you in plain language that your estate will be sold, and you don't seem to understand. Lyubov, what are we to do? Tell us what. Lopakin, I tell you every day, I say the same thing every day, both the cherry orchard and the land must be leased off for villas, and at once immediate lithe auction is staring you in the face, understand. Once you do definitely make up your minds to the villas, then you'll have as much money as you want, and you'll be saved. Lubov villas and villa residence, it's so vulgar, excuse me. Give, I entirely agree with you. Lopakin, I must cry or yell or faint, I can't stand it, you're too much for me to give you, old woman. Give, really. Lopakin, old woman going out. Lubov frightened, no, don't go away, do stop, be a dear please, perhaps we'll find some way out. Lopakin, what's the good of trying to think? Lubov, please don't go away, it's nicer when you're here, pause, I keep on waiting for something to happen, as if the house is going to collapse over our heads. Give, thinking deeply, double in the corner across the middle. Lubov, we have been too sinful. Lopakin, what sins have you committed? Give puts candy into his mouth, they say that I've eaten all my substance in sugar candies, laughs. Lubov, oh my sins, I've always scattered money about without holding myself in like a madwoman, and I married a man who made nothing but debts. My husband died of champagne, drank terribly, and to my misfortune, I fell in love with another man and went off with him, and just at that time it was my first punishment, a blow that hit me right on the head here in the river. My boy was drowned, and I went away, quite away, never to return, never to see this river again. I shut my eyes and ran without thinking, but he ran after me without pity, without respect. I bought a villa near Menton because he fell ill there, and for 3 years I knew no rest either by day or night. The sick man wore me out, and my soul dried up, and last year when they had sold the villa to pay my debts, I went away to Paris, and there he robbed me of all I had and threw me over, and went off with another woman. I tried to poison myself, it was so silly, so shameful, and suddenly I longed to be back in Russia, my own land, with my little girl. Wipes her tears, Lord, Lord, be merciful to me, forgive me my sins, punish me no more. Takes a telegram out of her pocket. I had this today from Paris. He begs my forgiveness. He implores me to return, tears it up, don't I hear music, listens. Give, that is our celebrated Jewish band, you remember, for violins, a flute, and a double bass. Lubov, so it still exists, it would be nice if they came along some evening. Lopakin listens, I can't hear, sings quietly for money. Will the Germans make a Frenchman of a Russian, laughs. I saw such an awfully funny thing at the theatre last night. Lubov, I'm quite sure there wasn't anything at all funny, you oughtn't to go and see plays, you ought to go and look at yourself. What a grey life you lead, what a lot you talk unnecessarily. Lopakin, it's true, to speak the straight truth, we live a silly life. Pause, my father was a peasant, an idiot, he understood nothing, he didn't teach me, he was always drunk, and always used a stick on me. In point of fact, I'm a fool, and an idiot too. I've never learned anything, my handwriting is bad, I write so that I'm quite ashamed before people like a pig. Lubov, you ought to get married, my friend. Lopakin, yes, that's true. Lubov, why not to our Varia, she's a nice girl. Lopakin, yes. Lubov, she's quite homely in her ways, works all day, and what matters most, she's in love with you, and you've liked her for a long time. Lopakin, well, I don't mind, she's a nice girl, pause. Give, I'm offered a place in a bank, 6,000 rubles a year, did you hear? Lubov, what's the matter with you, stay where you are. Enter Fears with an overcoat. Fears, to Give, please sir, put this on, it's damp. Give, putting it on, you're a nuisance, old man. Fears, it's all very well, you went away this morning without telling me, examining Lubov, how old you've grown, Fears. Fears, I beg your pardon. Lopakin, she says you've grown very old. Fears, I've been alive a long time, they were already getting ready to marry me before your father was born, laughs, and when the emancipation came, I was already first valet, only I didn't agree with the emancipation, and remained with my people, pause. I remember everybody was happy, but they didn't know why. Lopakin, it was very good for them in the old days, at any rate they used to beat them. Fears, not hearing, rather the peasants kept their distance from the masters, and the masters kept their distance from the peasants, but now everything's all anyhow, and you can't understand anything. Give, be quiet, Fears, I've got to go to town tomorrow, I've been promised an introduction to a general, who may lend me money on a bill. Lopakin, nothing will come of it, and you won't pay your interest, don't you worry. Lubov, he's talking rubbish, there's no general at all. Enter Trofimov, Anya and Varia. Give, here they are. Anya, mother's sitting down here. Lubov tenderly, come, my dears, embracing Anya and Varia. If you two only knew how much I love you, sit down next to me like that, all sit down. Lapakin, our eternal student, is always with the ladies. Trofimov, that's not your business. Lapakin, he'll soon be 50, and he's still a student. Trofimov, leave off your silly jokes. Lapakin, getting angry, silly. Trofimov, shut up, can't you? Lapakin laughs, I wonder what you think of me. Trofimov, I think, Ermolai Alexeyevich, that you're a rich man, and you'll soon be a millionaire, just as the wild beast which eats everything it finds is needed for changes to take place in matter, so you are needed too. Oh, laugh. Varia, better tell us something about the planets, Peter. Lubov Andreevna, no, let's go on with yesterday's talk. Trofimov, about what? Give, about the proud man. Trofimov, yesterday we talked for a long time, but we didn't come to anything in the end. There's something mystical about the proud man in your sense, perhaps you are right from your point of view, but if you take the matter simply without complicating it, then what pride can there be, what sense can there be in it? If a man is imperfectly made physiologically speaking, if in the vast majority of cases he is coarse and stupid, and deeply unhappy, we must stop admiring one another, we must work nothing more. Give, you'll die all the same. Trofimov, who knows, and what does it mean you'll die? Perhaps a man has 100 senses, and when he dies only the 5 known to us are destroyed, and the remaining 95 are left alive. Lubov, how clever of you, Peter. Lapakin, ironically, oh awfully. Trofimov, the human race progresses, perfecting its powers. Everything that is unattainable now will someday be near at hand and comprehensible. But we must work, we must help with all our strength those who seek to know what fate will bring. Meanwhile in Russia, only a very few of us work. The vast majority of those intellectuals, whom I know, seek for nothing, do nothing, and are at present incapable of hard work. They call themselves intellectuals, but they use thou and thee to their servants. They treat the peasants like animals. They learn badly, they read nothing seriously, they do absolutely nothing about science, they only talk about art, they understand little, they are all serious, they all have severe faces, they all talk about important things, they philosophize, and at the same time the vast majority of us, 99 out of 100, live like savages, fighting and cursing at the slightest opportunity, eating filthily, sleeping in the dirt, in stuffiness with fleas, stinks, smells, moral filth, and so on. And it's obvious that all our nice talk is only carried on to distract ourselves. And others tell me, where are those creches we hear so much of, and where are those reading rooms? People only write novels about them. They don't really exist, only dirt, vulgarity and Asiatic plagues really exist, I'm afraid. And I don't at all like serious faces, I don't like serious conversations. Let's be quiet sooner. Lapakin, you know I get up at 5 every morning, I work from morning till evening. I am always dealing with money me own and other people's, and I see what people are like. You've only got to begin to do anything to find out how few honest, honorable people. There are some times when I can't sleep. I think, oh Lord, you've given us huge forests, infinite fields, and endless horizons, and we living here ought really to be giants. Lubov, you want giants, do you? They're only good in stories, and even there they frighten one. Epikhodov enters at the back of the stage, playing his guitar thoughtfully. Epikhodov's there. Anya, thoughtfully. Epikhodov's there. Give, the sun's set, ladies and gentlemen. Trofimov, yes. Give, not loudly, as if declaiming, O nature, thou art wonderful, thou shinest with eternal radiance, O beautiful and indifferent one, thou, whom we call mother, thou containest in thyself existence and death, thou livest and destroyest. Varia, entreatingly, uncle dear. Anya, uncle, you're doing it again. Trofimov, you'd better double the red into the middle. Give, ill be quiet, ill be quiet. They all sit thoughtfully. It is quiet, only the mumbling of fears is heard. Suddenly, a distant sound is heard, as if from the sky, the sound of a breaking string, which dies away sadly. Lubov, what's that? Lapakin, I don't know, it may be a bucket fallen down a well somewhere, but it's some way off. Give, or perhaps it's some bird like a heron. Trofimov, or an owl. Lubov shudders, it's unpleasant, somehow a pause. Fears before the misfortune, the same thing happened, an owl screamed, and the samovar hummed without stopping. Give, before what misfortune? Fears before the emancipation, a pause. Lubov, you know, my friends, let's go in, it's evening now. To Anya, you've tears in your eyes. What is it? Little girl embraces her. Anya, it's nothing, mother. Trofimov, someone's coming. Enter a tramp in an old white peaked cap, and overcoat. He is a little drunk. Tramp, excuse me, may I go this way straight through to the station? Give, you may go along this path. Tramp, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Hiccups, lovely. Weather declaims, my brother, my suffering brother, come out on the Volga, you whose groans to Varia, mademoiselle, please, give a hungry Russian 30 kopecks. Varia screams frightened. Lopukhin angrily, there's manners everybody's got to keep. Lubov with a start, take this here, you are feels in her purse, there's no silver, it doesn't matter, here's gold. Tramp, I am deeply grateful to you. Exit laughter. Varia frightened, I am going, oh little mother at home, there's nothing for the servants to eat, and you gave him gold. Lubov, what is to be done with such a fool, as I am at home, ill, give you everything I've got. Ermolai Alexeyevich, lend me some more. Lopukhin, very well. Lubov, let's go, it's time, and Varia, we've settled your affair, I congratulate you. Varia crying, you shouldn't joke about this, mother. Lopukhin, oh feel me get thee to a nunnery. Give, my hands are all trembling, I haven't played billiards for a long time. Lopukhin, oh feel me nymph, remember me in thine orisons. Lubov, come along, it'll soon be supper time. Varia, he did frighten me, my heart is beating hard. Lopukhin, let me remind you, ladies and gentlemen, on August 22, the cherry orchard will be sold, think of that, think of that. All go out except Trofimov and Anya. Anya laughs, thanks to the tramp who frightened Barbara, we're alone now. Trofimov, Varia's afraid, we may fall in love with each other, and won't get away from us for days on end. Her narrow mind won't allow her to understand that we are above love to escape all the petty and deceptive things which prevent our being happy and free. That is the aim and meaning of our lives forward. We go irresistibly on to that bright star which burns there in the distance. Don't lag behind, friends. Anya clapping her hands, how beautifully you talk. Pause, it is glorious here today. Trofimov, yes, the weather is wonderful. Anya, what have you done to me, Peter? I don't love the cherry orchard as I used to. I loved it so tenderly. I thought there was no better place in the world than our orchard. Trofimov, all Russia is our orchard, the land is great and beautiful, there are many marvelous places in it. Pause, think, Anya, your grandfather, your great-grandfather, and all your ancestors were surf owners, they owned living souls, and now doesn't something human look at you from every cherry in the orchard, every leaf, and every stalk? Don't you hear voices? Oh, it's awful, your orchard is terrible. And when in the evening or at night you walk through the orchard, then the old bark on the trees sheds a dim light, and the old cherry trees seem to be dreaming of all that was 100-200 years ago, and are oppressed by their heavy visions. Still, at any rate, we've left those 200 years behind us. So far we've gained nothing at all. We don't yet know what the past is to be. To us we only philosophize, we complain that we are dull, or we drink vodka, for it's so clear that in order to begin to live in the present, we must first redeem the past, and that can only be done by suffering, by strenuous, uninterrupted labor. Understand that, Anya. Anya, the house in which we live has long ceased to be our house. I shall go away, I give you my word. Trofimov, if you have the housekeeping keys, throw them down the well, and go away, be as free as the wind. Anya enthusiastically, how nicely you said that. Trofimov, believe me, Anya, believe me, I'm not 30 yet, I am young, I am still a student, but I have undergone a great deal. I am as hungry as the winter, I am ill, I am shaken, I am as poor as a beggar, and where haven't I been? Fate has tossed me everywhere, but my soul is always my own every minute of the day, and the night it is filled with unspeakable presentiments. I know that happiness is coming, Anya, I see it already. Anya thoughtful, the moon is rising. Epikhodov is heard playing the same sad song on his guitar. The moon rises somewhere by the poplars. Varia is looking for Anya, and calling, Anya, where are you? Trofimov, yes, the moon has risen. Pause, there is happiness there, it comes nearer, and nearer. I hear its steps already, and if we do not see it we shall not know it, but what does that matter, others will see it. The voice of Varia, Anya, where are you? Trofimov, that's Varia again, angry, disgraceful. Anya, never mind, let's go to the river, it's nice there. Trofimov, let's go. They go out. The voice of Varia, Anya, Anya. Curtain. Act 3. A reception room cut off from a drawing room by an arched chandelier, lighted. A Jewish band, the one mentioned in Act Roman 2, is heard playing in another room. Evening in the drawing room. The grand round is being danced. Voice of Simonov Piskin. Promenade. A young pair dancers come into the reception room. The first pair are Piskin and Charlotta Ivanovna, the second Trofimov, and Lyubov Andreevna the third, Anya and the post office clerk the fourth, Varia and the station master. And so on. Varia is crying gently and wipes away her tears as she dances. Dunyasha is in the last pair. They go off into the drawing-room. Piskin, shouting grand rond balances. And les cavaliers, a genu et remercies vast dames fears in a dress coat, carries a tray with seltzer. Waiter across. Enter Piskin and Trofimov from the drawing-room. Piskin, I am full-blooded and have already had 2 strokes. It's hard for me to dance. But as they say, if you're in Rome, you must do as Rome does. I've got the strength of a horse. My dead father, who liked to joke peace to his bones, used to say, talking of our ancestors, that the ancient stock of the Simonov Piskins was descended from that identical horse that Caligula made a senator sits. But the trouble is I've no money. A hungry dog only believes in meat, snores, and wakes up again immediately, so Roman one only believe in money. Trofimov, yes, there is something equine about your figure. Piskin, well, a horse is a fine animal, you can sell a horse. Billiard playing can be heard in the next room. Varia appears under the arch. Trofimov teasing, Madame Lopakin, Madame Lopakin. Varia angry, decayed gentleman. Trofimov, yes, I am a decayed gentleman, and I am proud of it. Varia bitterly, we've hired the musicians, but how are they to be paid? Exit. Trofimov to Piskin, if the energy which you in the course of your life have spent in looking for money to pay interest had been used for something else, then I believe after all you'd be able to turn everything upside down. Piskin, Nietzsche, a philosopher, a very great, a most celebrated man, a man of enormous brain, says in his books that you can forge banknotes. Trofimov, and have you read Nietzsche? Piskin, well, Dashenka told me now I am in such a position, I wouldn't mind forging them. I've got to pay 310 rubles the day after tomorrow. I've got 130. Already feels his pockets, nervously. I've lost the money's gone. Crying. Where's the money? Joyfully, here it is behind the lining. I even began to perspire. Enter Lyubov Andreevna and Charlotta Ivanovna. Lyubov humming a Caucasian dance. Why is Leonid away so long? What's he doing in town? To Dunyasha, Dunyasha, give the musicians some tea. Trofimov, business is off, I suppose. Lyubov, and the musicians needn't have come, and we needn't have got up this ball. Well, never mind, sits and sings softly. Charlotta gives a pack of cards to Piskin. Here's a pack of cards, think of any one card you like. Piskin, I've thought of one. Charlotta, now shuffle. All right now, give them here. Oh my dear Mr. Piskin, einsway dre, now look, and you'll find it in your coat-tail pocket. Piskin takes a card out of his coat-tail pocket. 8 of spades, quite right, surprised, think of that now. Charlotta holds the pack of cards on the palm of her hand to Trofimov. Now tell me quickly, what's the top card? Trofimov, well, the queen of spades. Charlotta, right to Piskin, well, now what card's on top? Piskin, ace of hearts. Charlotta, right, claps her hands. The pack of cards vanishes. How lovely the weather is today, a mysterious woman's voice answers her, as if from under the floor. Oh yes, it's lovely. Whether, madam, you are so beautiful, you are my ideal voice, you madam please me very much too. Station master applauds. Madame ventriloquist, brave. Piskin, surprised, think of that now, delightful Charlotte Ivanovna, I am simply in love. Charlotta, in love, shrugging her shoulders. Can you love guter Mensch aber schlechter Musikant? Trofimov slaps Piskin on the shoulder. Oh you horse. Charlotta, attention please, here's another trick, takes a shawl from a chair. Here's a very nice plaid shawl, I am going to sell it. Shakes it, won't anybody buy it? Piskin, astonished, think of that now. Charlotta, einsway dre. She quickly lifts up the shawl which is hanging down. Anya is standing behind it. She bows and runs to her mother, hugs her, and runs back to the drawing-room amid general applause. Lyubov applauds. Bravo, bravo. Charlotta once again, einsway dre. Lifts the shawl. Varia stands behind it and bows. Piskin, astonished, think of that now. Charlotta, the end. Throws the shawl at Piskin, curtsies, and runs into the drawing-room. Piskin runs after her. Little wretch, what would you? Exit. Lyubov, Leonid hasn't come yet. I don't understand what he's doing so long in town. Everything must be over by now. The estate must be sold. Or if the sale never came off, then why does he stay so long? Varia tries to soothe her. Uncle has bought it, I am certain of it. Trofimov sarcastically, oh yes. Varia, grandmother sent him her authority for him to buy it in her name and transfer the debt to her. She's doing it for Anya, and I am certain that God will help us and uncle will buy it. Lubov grandmother sent 15,000 rubles from Yaroslav to buy the property in her name. Shwant trust usand that wasn't even enough to pay the interest. Covers her face with her hands. My fate will be settled today, my fate. Trofimov teasing Varya. Madame Lopakin. Varya angry. Eternal student, he's already been expelled twice from the university. Lubov, why are you getting angry? Varya, he's teasing you about Lopakin. Well, what of it? You can marry Lopakin. If you want to, he's a good interesting man. You needn't. If you don't want to, nobody wants to force you against your will, my darling. Varya, I do look at the matter seriously, little mother. To be quite frank, he's a good man, and I like him. Lubov, then marry him. I don't understand what you're waiting for. Varya, I can't propose to him myself. Little mother, people have been talking about him to me for 2 years now, but he either says nothing or jokes about it. I understand he's getting rich, he's busy, he can't bother about me. If I had some money, even a little, even only 100 rubles, I'd throw up everything and go away. I'd go into a convent. Trofimov, how nice. Varya to Trofimov, a student ought to have sense. Gently in tears, how ugly you are now, Peter, how old you've grown. To Lubov Andreevna, no longer crying. But I can't go on without working, little mother. I want to be doing something every minute. Enter Yasha. Yasha nearly laughing. Epikhodov's broken a billiard cue. Exit. Varya, why is Epikhodov here? Who said he could play billiards? I don't understand these people. Exit. Lubov, don't tease her, Peter, you see that she's quite unhappy without that. Trofimov, she takes too much on herself. She keeps on interfering in other people's business. The whole summer she's given no peace to me or to Anya. She's afraid we'll have a romance all to ourselves. What has it to do with her? As if I'd ever given her grounds to believe I'd stoop to such vulgarity. We are above love. Lubov, then I suppose I must be beneath love in agitation. Why isn't Leonid here? If I only knew whether the estate is sold or not. The disaster seems to me so improbable that I don't know what to think. I'm all at sea. I may scream or do something silly. Save me, Peter. Say something, say something. Trofimov, isn't it all the same whether the estate is sold today or isn't? It's been all up with it for a long time. There's no turning back. The path's grown over. Be calm, dear. You shouldn't deceive yourself for once in your life. At any rate, you must look the truth straight in the face. Lubov, what truth? You see where truth is and where untruth is, but I seem to have lost my sight and see nothing. You boldly settle all important questions. But tell me, dear, isn't it because you're young, because you haven't had time to suffer till you settled a single one of your questions? You boldly look forward, isn't it because you cannot foresee or expect anything terrible, because so far life has been hidden from your young eyes? You are bolder, more honest, deeper than we are. But think only, be just a little magnanimous and have mercy on me. I was born here, my father and mother lived here, my grandfather too. I love this house. I couldn't understand my life without that cherry orchard. And if it really must be sold, sell me with it. Embraces. Trofimov kisses his forehead. My son was drowned here, weeps. Have pity on me, good kind man. Trofimov, you know I sympathize with all my soul. Lubov, yes, but it ought to be said differently. Takes another handkerchief. A telegram falls on the floor. I am so sick at heart today. You can't imagine here, it's so noisy. My soul shakes at every sound. I shake all over. And I can't go away by myself. I'm afraid of the silence. Don't judge me harshly, Peter. I loved you as if you belonged to my family. I'd gladly let Anya marry you. I swear it. Only, dear, you ought to work, finish your studies. You don't do anything, only fate throws you about from place to place. It's so odd, isn't it true? Yes. And you ought to do something to your beard to make it grow better. Laughs. You are funny. Trofimov, picking up telegram. I don't want to be a Beau Brummel. Lubov, this telegram's from Paris. I get one every day. Yesterday and today that wild man is ill again. He's bad again. He begs for forgiveness and implores me to come, and I really ought to go to Paris to be near him. You look severe, Peter. But what can I do, my dear? What can I do? He's ill, he's alone, unhappy. And who's to look after him? Who's to keep him away from his errors, to give him his medicine punctually? And why should I conceal it and say nothing about it? I love him, that's plain. I love him. I love him. That love is a stone round my neck. I am going with it to the bottom. But I love that stone and can't live without it. Squeezes Trofimov's hand. Don't think badly of me, Peter. Don't say anything to me, don't say. Trofimov, weeping, for God's sake, forgive my speaking candidly, but that man has robbed you. Lubov, no, you oughtn't to say that. Stops her ears. Trofimov, but he's a wretch. You alone don't know it. He's a petty thief, a nobody. Lubov, angry but restrained. You're 26 or 27, and still a schoolboy of the second class. Trofimov, why not? Lubov, you ought to be a man at your age, you ought to be able to understand those who love, and you ought to be in love yourself. You must fall in love angry. Yes, you aren't pure, you're just a freak, a queer fellow, a funny growth. Trofimov in horror, what is she saying? Lubov, I'm above love, you're not above love, you're just what our fears calls a bungler not to have a mistress at your age. Trofimov in horror, this is awful, what is she saying, goes quickly up into the drawing room clutching his head. It's awful, I can't stand it, ill go away, exit, but returns at once, all is over between us, exit. Lubov shouts after him, Peter, wait, silly man, I was joking, Peter, somebody is heard going out, and falling downstairs noisily. Anya and Varya scream, laughter is heard immediately, what's that? Anya comes running in laughing. Anya, Peter's fallen downstairs, runs out again. Lubov, this Peter's a marvel. The station master stands in the middle of the drawing room and recites the Magdalene by Tolstoy he has listened to, but he has only delivered a few lines when a waltz is heard from the front room, and the recitation is stopped. Everybody dances. Trofimov, Anya, Varya and Lubov Andreevna come in from the front room. Lubov, well, Peter, you pure soul, I beg your pardon, let's dance. She dances with Peter. Anya and Varya dance. Fears enters and stands his stick by a side door. Yasha has also come in and looks on at the dance. Yasha, well, grandfather. Fears, I'm not well. At our balls some time back generals and barons and admirals used to dance, and now we send for post office clerks and the station master, and even they come as a favor. I am very weak. The dead master, the grandfather, used to give everybody sealing wax when anything was wrong. I've taken sealing wax every day for 20 years, and more perhaps, that's why I still. Yasha, I'm tired of you, grandfather yawns, if you'd only hurry up and kick the bucket. Fears, oh, you bungler, mutters. Trofimov and Lubov Andreevna dance in the reception room, then into the sitting room. Lubov, merci, ill, sit down, sits, I am tired. Enter Anya. Anya, excited, somebody in the kitchen was saying just now that the cherry orchard was sold today. Lubov, sold to whom? Anya, he didn't say to whom, he's gone now. Dances out into the reception room with Trofimov. Yasha, some old man was chattering about it a long time ago, a stranger. Fears, and Leonid Andreevich isn't here, yet he hasn't come, he's wearing a light demissace and overcoat. Hell catch cold, oh, these young fellows. Lubov, ill die of this, go and find out Yasha to whom it's sold. Yasha, oh, but he's been gone a long time. The old man laughs. Lubov, slightly vexed, why do you laugh, what are you glad about? Yasha, Epikhodov's too funny, he's a silly man, 22 troubles. Lubov, fears, if the estate is sold, where will you go? Fears, ill go wherever you order me to go. Lubov, why do you look like that, are you ill? I think you ought to go to bed. Fears, yes, with a smile, ill go to bed, and I'll hand things round, and give orders without me, I've the whole house on my shoulders. Yasha to Lubov Andreevna, I want to ask a favor of you, if y'all be so kind. If you go to Paris again, then please take me with you. It's absolutely impossible for me to stop here. Looking round in an undertone, what's the good of talking about it? You see for yourself that this is an uneducated country with an immoral population, and it's so dull, the food in the kitchen is beastly, and here's this Fears walking about mumbling various inappropriate things. Take me with you, be so kind. Enter Piskin. Piskin, I come to ask for the pleasure of a little waltz, dear lady. Lubov Andreevna goes to him. But all the same, you wonderful woman, I must have 180 little rubles from you. I must. They dance 180 little rubles. They go through into the drawing room. Yasha sings softly, oh, will you understand my soul's deep restlessness? In the drawing room, a figure in a grey top hat and in baggy check trousers is waving its hands and jumping about. There are cries of bravo, Charlotta Ivanovna. Dunyasha stops to powder her face. The young mistress tells me to dance. There are a lot of gentlemen, but few ladies, and my head goes round when I dance, and my heart beats. Fears, Nikolaevich, the post office clerk, told me something just now which made me catch my breath. The music grows faint. Fears, what did he say to you? Dunyasha, he says you're like a little flower. Yasha yawns, impolite, exit. Dunyasha, like a little flower, I am such a delicate girl, I simply love words of tenderness. Fears, you'll lose your head. Enter Epikhodov. Epikhodov, you Avditia Fedorovna, want to see me no more than if I was some insect size, oh life. Dunny Asher, what do you want? Epicodov, undoubtedly perhaps you may be right size, but certainly if you regard the matter from the aspect, then you, if I may say so, and you must excuse my candidness, have absolutely reduced me to a state of mind. I know my fate. Every day something unfortunate happens to me and I've grown used to it. A long time ago I even look at my fate with a smile. You gave me a word, and though Roman one. Dunny Asher, please, well, talk later on, but leave me alone now. I'm meditating now. Plays with her fan. Epicodov, every day something unfortunate happens to me and I, if I may so express myself, only smile, and even laugh. Varia enters from the drawing room. Varia, haven't you gone yet? Simeon, you really have no respect for anybody. To Dunny Asher. You go away, Dunny Asher. To Epicodov, you play billiards, and break a cue, and walk about the drawing room as if you were a visitor. Epicodov, you cannot, if I may say so, call me to order. Varia, I am not calling you to order, I am only telling you just walk about from place to place, and never do your work. Goodness only knows why we keep a clerk. Epicodov, offended whether I work or walk about or eat or play billiards, is only a matter to be settled by people of understanding, and my elders. Varia, you dare to talk to me like that? Furious, you dare? You mean that I know nothing? Get out of here this minute. Epicodov, nervous, I must ask you to express yourself more delicately. Varia, beside herself, get out this minute, get out. He goes to the door, she follows. 22 troubles. I don't want any sign of you here. I don't want to see anything of you. Epicodov has gone out, his voice can be heard outside. Ill, make a complaint against you. What, coming back? Snatches up the stick left by Fears. By the door, go, go, go. Ill, show. Are you going? Are you going? Well then, take that. She hits out as Lapakhin enters. Lapakhin, much obliged. Varia, angry but amused, I am sorry. Lapakhin, never mind, I thank you for my pleasant reception. Varia, it isn't worth any thanks. Walks away, then looks back and asks gently, I didn't hurt you, did I? Lapakhin, no, not at all. There'll be an enormous bump, that's all. Voices from the drawing room. Lapakhin's, returned Ermolai Alexeyevich. Piskin, now well, see what there is to see and hear what there is to hear. Kisses. Lapakhin, you smell of cognac, my dear, my soul, and we're all having a good time. Enter Lubov Andreevna. Lubov, is that you? Ermolai Alexeyevich, why were you so long? Where's Leonid? Lapakhin, Leonid Andreevich came back with me, he's coming. Lubov, excited, well, what is it, soul, tell me. Lapakhin, confused, afraid to show his pleasure. The sale ended up at 4 o'clock. We missed the train, and had to wait till 9:30. Sighs heavily. My head's going round a little. Enter Give in his right hand. He carries things he has bought with his left. He wipes away his tears. Lubov, Leon, what's happened? Leon, well, impatiently, in tears, quick, for the love of God. Give says nothing to her, only waves his hand to Fears, weeping. Here, take this here, are anchovies, herrings from Kerch. I've had no food today. I have had a time. The door from the billiard room is open, the clicking of the balls is heard. And Yasher's voice. 7:18. Give's expression changes. He cries no more. I am awfully tired, help me change my clothes. Fears goes out through the drawing room. Fears after him. Piskin, what happened? Come on, tell us. Lubov, is the cherry orchard sold? Lapakhin, it is sold. Lubov, who bought it? Lapakhin, I bought it. Lubov Andreevna is overwhelmed. She would fall if she were not standing by an armchair and a table. Varia takes her keys off her belt, throws them on the floor into the middle of the room, and goes out. Lapakhin, I bought it. Wait, ladies and gentlemen, please, my head's going round. I can't talk. Laughs. When we got to the sale, Duriganov was there already. Leonid Andreevich had only 15,000 rubles, and Duriganov offered 30,000 on top of the mortgage to begin with. I saw how matters were, so I grabbed hold of him and bid 40. He went up to 45. I offered 55. That means he went up by 5s, and I went up by 10s. Well, it came to an end. I bid 90 more than the mortgage, and it stayed with me. The cherry orchard is mine now. Mine roars with laughter. My God, the cherry orchard's mine. Tell me I'm drunk, or mad, or dreaming. Stamps his feet. Don't laugh at me. If my father and grandfather rose from their graves and looked at the whole affair, and saw how their Ermolai, their beaten and uneducated Ermolai, who used to run barefoot in the winter, how that very Ermolai has bought an estate, which is the most beautiful thing in the world. I've bought the estate where my grandfather and my father were slaves, where they weren't even allowed into the kitchen. I am asleep. It's only a dream, an illusion. It's the fruit of imagination. Wrapped in the fog of the unknown. Picks up the keys, nicely smiling. She threw down the keys she wanted to show. She was no longer mistress here. Jingles keys. Well, it's all one. Here's the band tuning up. Musicians play. I want to hear you. Come and look at Ermolai. Lappakin laying his axe to the cherry orchard. Come and look at the trees falling. Well-built villas here, and our grandsons and great-grandsons will see a new life here. Play on music. The band plays. Lubov Andreevna sinks into a chair and weeps bitterly. Lappakin continues reproachfully. Why did you take my advice, my poor dear woman? You can't go back now. Weeps. Oh, if only the whole thing was done with, if only our uneven, unhappy life were changed. Piskin takes his arm in an undertone. She's crying. Let's go into the drawing room and leave her by herself. Come on. Takes his arm and leads him out. Lappakin, what's that? Bandsman, play nicely. Go on, do just as I want you to. Ironically, the owner of the cherry orchard, is coming. He accidentally knocks up against a little table and nearly upsets the candelabra. I can pay for everything. Exit with Piskin. In the reception room and the drawing room nobody remains except Lubov Andreevna, who sits huddled up and weeping bitterly. The band plays softly. Anya and Trofimov come in quickly. Anya goes up to her mother and goes on her knees in front of her. Trofimov stands at the drawing room entrance. Anya, mother, are you crying? My dear, kind, good mother, my beautiful mother, I love you, bless you. The cherry orchard is sold. We've got it no longer. It's true. But don't cry, mother, you've still got your life before you. You've still your beautiful, pure soul. Come with me. Come, dear, away from here. Come, well, plant a new garden finer than this. And you'll see it, and you'll understand, and deep joy, gentle joy will sink into your soul like the evening sun, and you'll smile, mother. Come, dear, let's go. Curtain. Act 4. The stage is set as for Act Roman 1. There are no curtains on the windows, no pictures, only a few pieces of furniture are left. They are piled up in a corner, as if for sale. The emptiness is felt by the door that leads out of the house, and at the back of the stage portmanteaus and travelling paraphernalia are piled up. The door on the left is open. The voices of Varya and Anya can be heard through it. Lappakin stands and waits. Yasha holds a tray with little tumblers of champagne outside. Epikhodov is tying up a box. Voices are heard behind the stage. The peasants have come to say goodbye. The voice of Giv is heard. Thank you, brothers, thank you. Yasha, the common people have come to say goodbye. I am of the opinion, Ermolai Alexeyevich, that they're a good people, but they don't understand very much. The voices die away. Lubov Andreevna and Giv enter. She is not crying, but is pale and her face trembles. She can hardly speak. Giv, you gave them your purse. Luba, you can't go on like that. You can't. Lubov, I couldn't help myself. I couldn't. They go out. Lappakin in the doorway calling after them. Please, I ask you most humbly, just a little glass to say goodbye. I didn't remember to bring any from town, and I only found one bottle at the station. Please do pause. Won't you really have any? Goes away from the door. If I only knew I wouldn't have bought any. Well, I shan't drink any either. Yasha carefully puts the tray on a chair. You have a drink, Yasha, at any rate. Yasha, to those departing and good luck to those who stay behind. Drinks. I can assure you that this isn't real champagne. Lappakin, 8 rubles a bottle. Pause. It's devilish cold here. Yasha, there are no fires today. We're going away. Laughs. Lappakin, what's the matter with you? Yasha, I am just pleased. Lappakin, it's October outside, but it's as sunny and as quiet as if it were summer. Good for building. Looking at his watch and speaking through the door. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember that it's only 4 to 7 minutes till the train goes. You must go off to the station in 20 minutes. Hurry up. Trofimov in an overcoat comes in from the grounds. Trofimov, I think it's time we went. The carriages are waiting. Where the devil are my galoshes? They're lost. Through the door. Anya, I can't find my galoshes. I can't. Lappakin, I've got to go to Kharkov. I am going in the same train as you. I am going to spend the whole winter in Kharkov. I've been hanging about with you people, going rusty, without work. I can't live without working. I must have something to do with my hands. They hang about as if they weren't mine at all. Trofimov, well, go away now, and then you'll start again on your useful labours. Lappakin, have a glass. Trofimov, I want. Lappakin, so you're off to Moscow now? Trofimov, yes, I'll see them into town, and tomorrow I am off to Moscow. Lappakin, yes, I expect the professors don't lecture nowadays. They're waiting till you turn up. Trofimov, that's not your business. Lappakin, how many years have you been going to the university? Trofimov, think of something fresh. This is old and flat. Looking for his galoshes. You know we may not meet each other again, so just let me give you a word of advice on parting. Don't wave your hands about. Get rid of that habit of waving them about. And then building villas and reckoning on their residents becoming freeholders in time. That's the same thing. It's all a matter of waving your hands about whether I want to or not, you know. I like you, you've thin, delicate fingers like those of an artist. And you've a thin, delicate soul. Lopukhin embraces him. Goodbye, dear fellow. Thanks for all you've said. If you want any, take some money from me for the journey. Trofimov, why should I? I don't want it. Lopukhin, but you've nothing. Trofimov, yes, I have, thank you, I've got some for a translation. Here it is in my pocket nervously, but I can't find my goloshes. Varya from the other room, take your rubbish away, throws a pair of rubber goloshes onto the stage. Trofimov, why are you angry, Varya? These aren't my goloshes. Lopukhin, in the spring, I sowed 3,000 acres of poppies, and now I've made 40,000 rubles net profit. And when my poppies were in flower, what a picture it was. So I, as I was saying, made 40,000 rubles, and I mean I'd like to lend you some, because I can afford it. Why turn up your nose at it? I am just a simple peasant. Trofimov, your father was a peasant, mine was a chemist, and that means absolutely nothing. Lopukhin takes out his pocketbook. No, even if you gave me 20,000, I should refuse. I'm a free man, and everything that all you people rich and poor value so highly and so dearly hasn't the least influence over me. It's like a flock of down in the wind. I can do without you, I can pass you by. I am strong and proud. Mankind goes on to the highest truths, and to the highest happiness such as is only possible on earth, and I go in the front ranks. Lopukhin, will you get there? Trofimov, I will pause. I'll get there, and show others the way. Axes, cutting the trees are heard in the distance. Lopukhin, well, goodbye, old man, it's time to go. Here we stand pulling one another's noses, but life goes its own way all the time. When I work for a long time, and I don't get tired then, I think more easily, and I think I get to understand why I exist, and there are so many people in Russia, brother, who live for nothing at all, still work. Goes on without that. Leonid Andreevich, they say, has accepted a post in a bank. He will get 60,000 rubles a year, but he won't stand it, he's very lazy. Anya at the door, mother asks if you will stop them cutting down the orchard until she has gone away. Trofimov, yes, really you ought to have enough tact not to do that. Exit. Lopukhin, all right, yes, he's right. Exit. Anya, has Fears been sent to the hospital? Yasha, I gave the order this morning. I suppose they've sent him. Anya to Epikhodov, who crosses the room, Simeon Pantelevich, please make inquiries if Fears has been sent to the hospital. Yasha, offended, I told Igor this morning, what's the use of asking 10 times? Epikhodov, the aged Fears, in my conclusive opinion, isn't worth mending. His forefathers had better have him. I only envy him. Puts a trunk on a hat box and squashes it. Well, of course, I thought so. Exit. Yasha, grinning, 22 troubles. Varya behind the door, has Fears been taken away to the hospital? Anya, yes. Varya, why didn't they take the letter to the doctor? Anya, it'll have to be sent after him. Exit. Varya in the next room, where's Yasha? Tell him his mother's come and wants to say goodbye to him. Yasha, waving his hand, shall make me lose all patience. Dunyasha has meanwhile been bustling round the luggage. Now that Yasha is left alone, she goes up to him. Dunyasha, if you only looked at me once, Yasha, you're going away leaving me behind. Weeps and hugs him round the neck. Yasha, what's the use of crying? Drinks champagne. In 6 days I'll be again in Paris. Tomorrow we get into the express, and off we go. I can hardly believe it. Vive la France, it doesn't suit me here. I can't live here. It's no good. Well, I've seen the uncivilized world. I have had enough of it. Drinks champagne. What do you want to cry for? You behave yourself properly, and then you won't cry. Dunyasha looks in a small mirror and powders her face. Send me a letter from Paris. You know I loved you, Yasha, so much. I'm a sensitive creature, Yasha. Yasha, somebody's coming. He bustles around the luggage, singing softly. Enter Lyubov Andreevna, Give Anya and Charlotta Ivanovna. Give, we'd better be off, there's no time left. Looks at Yasha, somebody smells of herring. Lyubov, we needn't get into our carriages for 10 minutes. Looks round the room. Goodbye, dear house, old grandfather. The winter will go, the spring will come, and then you'll exist no more. You'll be pulled down. How much these walls have seen. Passionately kisses her daughter. My treasure, you're radiant, your eyes flash like 2 jewels. Are you happy? Very. Anya, very. A new life is beginning, mother. Give gaily, yes, really everything's all right now. Before the cherry orchard was sold, we all were excited and we suffered, and then when the question was solved once and for all, we all calmed down and even became cheerful. I am a bank official now, and a financier, red in the middle, and you, Luba, for some reason or other look better, there's no doubt about it. Lubov, yes, my nerves are better, it's true. She puts on her coat and hat. I sleep well, take my luggage out. Yasha, it's time to Anya, my little girl. We'll soon see each other again. I'm off to Paris, live there, on the money your grandmother from Yaroslav sent along to buy the estateabless Hertho. It won't last long. Anya, you'll come back soon, mother want you get ready and pass the exam at the higher school, and then work, and help you read all sorts of books to one another. Want we kisses her mother's hands, well read in the autumn evenings, well read many books, and a beautiful new world will open up before us. Thoughtfully, you'll come, mother. Lubov, come, my darling, embraces her. Enter Lopakin. Charlotta is singing to herself. Give Charlotta is happy, she sings. Charlotta takes a bundle looking like a wrapped up baby. My little baby, bye-bye. The baby seems to answer, wah wah, hush my nice little boy, wah wah. I am so sorry for you, throws the bundle back. So please find me a new place, I can't go on like this. Lopakin, well, find one. Charlotta Ivanovna, don't you be afraid. Give, everybody's leaving us, Varia's going away, we've suddenly become unnecessary. Charlotta, I've nowhere to live in town, I must go away, hums, never mind. Enter Piskin. Lopakin, nature's marvel. Piskin puffing, oh let me get my breath back, I'm fagged out, my most honored, give me some water. Give, come for money, what I am your humble servant, and I'm going out of the way of temptation, exit. Piskin, I haven't been here for ever so long, dear madam. To Lopakin, you here, glad to see you, man of immense brain, take this, take. It gives Lopakin money, 400 rubles, that leaves 840. Lopakin shrugs his shoulders in surprise, as if I were dreaming. Where did you get this from? Piskin, stop, it's hot. A most unexpected thing happened. Some Englishman came along and found some white clay on my land. To Lubov Andreevna, and here's 400 for you, beautiful lady. Gives her money, give you the rest later. Drinks water. Just now a young man in the train was saying that some great philosopher advises us all to jump off roofs. Jump, he says. And that's all, astonished to think of that. Now more water. Lopakin, who were these Englishmen? Piskin, I've leased off the land with the clay to them for 24 years now. Excuse me, I've no time. I must run off, I must go to Zenoikov. And to Kardamanov I owe them all money. Drinks, goodbye, come in on Thursday. Lubov, we're just off to town, and tomorrow I go abroad. Piskin, agitated, what, why to town? I see furniture, trunks. Well, never mind, crying, never mind, these Englishmen are men of immense intellect, never mind, be happy, God will help you, never mind, everything in this world comes to an end. Kisses Lubov Andreevna's hand, and if you should happen to hear that my end has come, just remember this old horse, and say there was one such and such a Simonov. Piskin, God bless his soul, wonderful, whether, yes, exit, deeply moved, but returns at once and says in the door, Dashenka sent her love, exit. Lubov, now we can go, I've 2 anxieties, though the first is poor Fears. Looks at her watch, we've still 5 minutes. Anya, mother, Fears has already been sent to the hospital. Yasha sent him off this morning. Lubov, the second is Varia, she's used to getting up early and to work, and now she's no work to do, she's like a fish out of water, she's grown thin and pale. And she cries, poor thing, pause, you know very well, Ermolai Alexeyevich, that I used to hope to marry her to you, and I suppose you are going to marry somebody, whispers to Anya, who nods to Charlotta, and they both go out. She loves you, she's your sort, and I don't understand, I really don't, why you seem to be keeping away from each other, I don't understand. Lopakin, to tell the truth, I don't understand it myself, it's all so strange. If there's still time, be ready at once, let's get it over once, and for all I don't feel as if I could ever propose to her without you. Lubov, excellent, it'll only take a minute, call her. Lopakin, the champagne's very appropriate, looking at the tumblers, they're empty, somebody's already drunk them. Yasha coughs, I call that licking it up. Lubov, animated, excellent, well, go out, Yasha, Alez, call her in at the door. Varia, leave that, and come here, come, exit with Yasha. Lopakin looks at his watch, yes, pause. There is a restrained laugh behind the door, a whisper, then Varia comes in. Varia, looking at the luggage, in silence, I can't seem to find it. Lopakin, what are you looking for? Varia, I packed it myself, and I don't remember, pause. Lopakin, where are you going to now? Barbara Mihailovna. Varia, I to the Ragulins, I've got an agreement to go and look after their house, as housekeeper or something. Lopakin, is that at Yashnevo? It's about 50 miles, pause, so life in this house is finished now. Varia, looking at the luggage, where is it? Perhaps I've put it away in the trunk. Yes, there'll be no more life in this house. Lopakin and I am off to Kharkov at once by this train. I've a lot of business on hand. I am leaving Epikhodov here. I've taken him on. Varya well wet. Lopakin last year at this time, the snow was already falling if you remember, and now it's nice and sunny only it's rather cold, there's 3 degrees of frost. Varya I didn't look pause and our thermometers broken pause. Voice at the door Ermolai Alexeyevich. Lopakin as if he has long been waiting to be called, this minute exit quickly. Varya sitting on the floor puts her face on a bundle of clothes, and weeps gently. The door opens, Lyubov Andreevna enters carefully. Lyubov well pause, we must go. Varya not crying now wipes her eyes, yes, it's quite time little mother, I'll get to the Ragulins today, if I don't miss the train. Lyubov at the door, Anya put on your things, enter Anya. Then give Charlotta Ivanovna give wears a warm overcoat with a cape, a servant, and drivers come in. Epikhodov bustles around the luggage, now we can go away. Anya joyfully away. Give my friends, my dear friends, can I be silent in leaving this house for evermore? Can I restrain myself in saying farewell from expressing those feelings, which now fill my whole being? Anya imploringly, uncles. Varya uncle you shouldn't. Give stupidly double the red into the middle, I'll be quiet. Enter Trofimov then Lopakin. Trofimov well it's time to be off. Lopakin Epikhodov my coat. Lyubov I'll sit here one more minute, it's as if I'd never really noticed what the walls and ceilings of this house were like, and now I look at them greedily with such tender love. Give I remember when I was 6 years old on Trinity Sunday, I sat at this window and looked and saw my father going to church. Lyubov have all the things been taken away? Lopakin yes, all I think to Epikhodov putting on his coat, you see that everything's quite straight. Epikhodov. Epikhodov hoarsely, you may depend upon me, Ermolai Alexeyevich. Lopakin what's the matter with your voice? Epikhodov I swallowed something just now, I was having a drink of water. Yasha suspiciously, what manners? Lyubov we go away and not a soul remains behind. Lopakin till the spring. Varya drags an umbrella out of a bundle, and seems to be waving it about. Lopakin appears to be frightened. What are you doing? I never thought. Trofimov come along, let's take our seats, it's time, the train will be in directly. Varya Peter here they are your galoshes by that trunk in tears, and how old and dirty they are. Trofimov putting them on, come on. Give deeply moved, nearly crying, the train, the station cross in the middle, a white double in the corner. Lyubov let's go. Lopakin are you all here? There's nobody else. Locks the side door on the left, there's a lot of things in there, I must lock them up. Come. Anya goodbye home, goodbye old life. Trofimov welcome new life, exit with Anya. Varya looks round the room and goes out slowly. Yasha and Charlotta with her little dog go out. Lopakin till the spring then come on till we meet again, exit. Lyubov Andreevna and Give are left alone. They might almost have been waiting for that they fall into each other's arms and sob restrainedly, and quietly fearing that somebody might hear them. Give in despair, my sister, my sister. Lyubov my dear, my gentle beautiful orchard, my life, my youth, my happiness, goodbye, goodbye. Anya's voice gaily, mother. Trofimov's voice gaily, excited, cooey. Lyubov to look at the walls and the windows for the last time. My dead mother used to like to walk about this room. Give my sister, my sister. Anya's voice, mother. Trofimov's voice, cooey. Lyubov were coming, they go out. The stage is empty, the sound of keys being turned in the locks is heard. And then the noise of the carriages going away, it is quiet, then the sound of an axe against the trees is heard in the silence sadly, and by itself steps are heard. Fears comes in from the door on the right, he is dressed as usual in a short jacket, and white waistcoat, slippers on his feet. He is Roman 99, he goes to the door and tries the handle. Fears it's locked, they've gone away, sits on a sofa, they've forgotten about me, never mind, I'll sit here, and Leonid Andreevich will have gone in a light overcoat, instead of putting on his fur coat size. Anxiously, I didn't see, oh these young people mumble something that cannot be understood, life's gone on, as if I'd never lived, lying down, I'll lie down, you've no strength left in you, nothing left at all, oh you bungler. He lies without moving, the distant sound is heard, as if from the sky of a breaking string dying away, sadly silence follows it, and only the sound is heard some way away in the orchard of the axe falling on the trees. Curtain.